Yo, yo. Yo, what's up? What up? Yo, what's up, guys? All right, I was muted and deafened. GG, all right. Yo, 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 what's up? Yo, what's up, everybody? What's up?
Where'd Doc go?
I have no idea, dude. All right, so everyone, yo, welcome to the podcast.
Yep.
Up and left.
Yep, dude.
Fucking
Just
cold feet already. All right, yo, okay, so welcome everybody to the podcast, man. Man, my comms are all fucked. Okay, there we go. All right, so Bach, Chet, and Doc, they don't have cameras, but I have a camera. But if there's any, uppity shit going on in chat, yo, I'll tell you what, I'm on it. I am watching Big Brother. Oh shit, Big Brother is watching. All right, anyway. All right, so let's see. Okay, you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, all right. I had to unmute, since we're in this special channel, I had to unmute, Frosty.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
what it was. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so, so we got a bunch of shit to talk about today. Let's see. All right, so normally, all right, do you guys want to pick a topic first, or do you want to just go random straight from the get-go?
Lead us into battle, man.
All right. Okay, let's see here. All right, let's see. Okay. How about this? We can start. You know what? Let's start with the dumbest thing you have ever done in game. Let's start with that.
Dumbest thing done in game.
Oh,
Topic?
super easy for me, dude.
Oh,
I
Doc
sold
comes
Super
in
easy for
fucking
you.
hot.
I know what you did.
I sold myself to slavery in game.
What?
It was role-playing thing, and I ended up being the Duchess of I don't even know. It was some mansion house in by Legacy.
All right,
Wait,
that's not what I was expecting.
I think I know what Chet is expecting. Doc, why don't you tell everybody about the int thing?
I forgot about that. Yo, tell your story about
Tell your story.
88 Savage Bot.
Everyone's got to hear this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was live streamed. What do you mean you don't know? If you don't know, you can go back and watch
a
it.
week ago.
Okay, so my levy group was doing 8-8 progression, and to be fair, there was an LB2 questionable call. But yeah, when I exited to repair my gear, I noticed that I had
No, this is about the dumbest thing you did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't bring your group into this.
Yeah, man.
When I went to repair my gear, I noticed that I had 31, or how many points is it? I don't even
35.
know. 35 points into intelligence.
You don't even know how
And
many
Doc,
points, dude.
What percent did you guys wipe at on that pull? How much HP was left on the boss?
220.
So you're telling me you would have killed the boss if you had your points distributed right. I know what Zeno's stupidest moment is, and it makes me awkward when he talks about it.
Well, I was originally going to go with that, but I actually, I think there's a even more stupid moment that ironically, it in a way affected you as well. But okay, all right. So here we go. Scenario. I'm about to throw a scenario. All right. So here we go. Let's say that you're with your raid group, right? You've been working on this fight for, it just seems like forever, right? It's like 2-3 weeks on this fight. You just keep wiping over and over and over again. And the fucking DPS check is unreal. Like, the shit is just so fucking hard, right? And then all of a sudden, boom, it just clicks. You're starting to fight, boom. You're going in the next phase, no one's dying, shit is hype as fuck, he's at like 1%, kill it, he fucking dies, boom, two chests appear, 2 chests, and one of them has best in slot tank pants. Best in slot tank pants, and the whole crowd is cheering, and you're the tank, right? You're the fucking tank, and you're just like, oh my fucking god, these pants, yo, these pants, and you're just so fucking, you're just so excited, you just fucking leave. You just leave. You don't even loot the pants. The pants hit the floor. They just hit the floor, and you know who got the pants? The floor tank, who we have geared,
well geared,
who we have been gearing since second coil. So that's.
I saw that shit live. I wasn't even playing this game, and I thought that was the fucking funniest thing I've ever seen. I saw a single tear roll down Zeno's cheek.
So that, I think, is the dumbest thing that I have done. I mean, I've done a lot. But I think that's probably the dumbest thing that I have done.
You know what's funny is that's very similar to the story I was going to tell.
The belt?
When I dropped the belt on the ground. We killed turn 8, you know? We worked out a deal, you're like, me and Zeno worked out a deal, everyone else passed on the gear. I'm sitting there looking at the loot list, and I'm about, you know, I'm looking at the oil or whatever it was called. And I go to hit pass on that, but someone else passed on something else. And the thing that I had targeted, that I was trying to roll on, changed. And the belt hit the floor. The belt hit the floor.
It did that, like, swift shift to the left.
Yeah, it changed. I to this day.
What was it that you called it? The tank?
It was the tank. The floor tank, dude. The floor tank has the belt, has some pants.
I even gave him some tokens.
It has a strength ring. And then the very next week, you probably all forgot about this though, but the very next week it was my turn to get the weapon from turn 7. And I go ahead and I do the exact same thing, and I drop the turn 7 weapon upgrade item the very next week. And I wanted to quit the group at that point.
You guys are just
Moral of the
flat out
story.
retarded.
Alright, my turn? Dumbest
Yep.
thing?
Yeah,
Dumbest thing, man.
Okay. So, this is with my old group. This is Bach talking, by the way. I'm the group's astrologian. But, okay, dumbest thing I've ever done. This is with my old group. Shoutouts to my old group, by the way. I see Fate's watching the stream.
Yep.
Okay. So, I'm a very offensive-minded astro. I try my best to do a ton of damage, right? So, we're doing A7. This must have been maybe our 3rd clear. And I am fucking killing it. Like, just, you know, hammering away at DPS and just absolutely owning the boss. Optimizing my heals, optimizing my DPS. And I have a tendency, I don't look at the parse. I don't look at the parse mid-fight. Right? I look at it at the end. So I am just absolutely killing it. I look at my MP. MP's great. MP's looking great. I have tons of MP. And we kill the boss. I look down at the parse. I'm like, I must have done like 400 plus easily. Look down at the parse. Huh. Looks like turns out I did like 350. I'm like, I thought I did a lot better than that. I guess I didn't. Maybe I thought I did good, but I didn't. Whatever. Next day, I'm doing like a dungeon roulette or something. I noticed something funny in my hotbar. Malefic 2 is not Malefic 2. It's Malefic 1.
See, it's bad.
And I'm just like, how long has it been like this?
That's funny, because that's the same thing with dogs, you know?
I go back and I look at my FF logs. 53 Malefic 1 casts.
Nice one, Doc. That's pretty good. Pretty good.
How
Dumbest thing I've ever done.
Well, it makes you wonder how long Doc's, you know, his buff was, his stuff was slotted into, you know?
Oh, I know exactly what it was, though. It was
How
only
long?
2 weeks.
2 weeks? Still, it's 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's because I did one PvP match, which I hated because it's more PvE than PvP in chatter. And I completely forgot. Because I logged off. I didn't even finish the match. I just flat out logged off and went to play League of Legends. I was like, I got more PvP out of League than this bullshit.
So it turns out, I think what happened was I was doing like a level 50 roulette. And you know how you don't have Malefic 2 at level 50. You don't have Broil. You don't have Stone 3. So like I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. I'm too lazy to press this other button, so I'm just gonna switch them around and I'll just switch it back before the raid, right?
Yeah.
So I actually made an ACT trigger that made a really annoying sound every time I cast Malefic 1. So if I ever did in raid, I'd know about it right away.
Yeah, that's good.
Yo, so what? All right, so we have Frosty with us today. And
I'm here.
Yeah, yep. All right. So, I'm gonna give a shout out to Frosty, and if you guys don't know his channel, you should definitely follow this shit.
It's XenoSysVex on Twitch. That's the channel.
So Frosty, tell us.
Too, right?
Yeah, tell us.
Yeah, time to weigh
tell
in,
us
man.
what the dumbest shit you've ever done, man.
Okay, so I've been running that podcast for a while, right? And so after a while, I talk to a lot of really good people, a lot of good tanks, a lot of good healers, a lot of good everything. And some of that stuff starts to rub off a little bit. I feel like I kind of should have some sort of knowledge about how some of these jobs work. So I was raiding, and this is very recent, by the way, guys. This is just the one I can think of. I'm sure there's something stupider than this, but this is the one I can think of recently. I was in A7S, and I was discussing with our monk about Adlo. And I was saying, oh man, yeah, crit Adlo, oh, this is good.
Oh,
He's like, yeah man, that's a crit Adlo for like 7,000, that's like a 14,000 shield. I'm like, are you stupid? That's not how that works. And I spent 3 minutes trying to convince this guy he was an idiot because crit Adlo didn't double.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
So yeah, that's probably one of the dumbest things I've done.
That's a read the fucking tooltip moment.
Yeah, pretty much. In all fairness, I didn't start Scholar until this most recent tier.
Wait, do you main Scholar now?
Yeah, I made Scholar, man. It's pretty bad.
Oh, you gotta add that detail in there,
Yeah, I made Scholar, and I've been running it.
Played, another class. You gotta throw that in there.
Well,
Yeah. I also, on that note too, when I first started tanking, like I started this game out as a warrior. I was definitely one of the warriors who was like, why the hell wouldn't you go parry? What the fuck's wrong with you? Just go parry and mitigate everything, make your healer happy, right? How long did it take for that to be like meta, where it was stupid for parry not to be the thing that you go for?
I think it was turn 5 is when I really think it was starting to. You're pushing the envelope here. In
I was
Sarge.
on turn 9. I was on turn 9 when I was shouting it out. So yeah, no, I've had my stupid mistakes with actually how to play this game. My stupid mistakes weren't losing loot; it was losing skill.
Xeno Scholar next expansion. I'm down, dude.
That's it. That's me.
All right, so we're gonna do the topics. We can do the topics random, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna pull the topics out of this hat right here, out of this hat. This fucking Pepe fedora shit I got now. Yep, we're gonna pull them out of the hat. So all right, okay. So here we go. It's gonna be random as fuck. I'm not looking. All right, what do we get?
That's a terrible hat, dude.
What did we get?
Never wear the hat.
We got.
very jazz era.
Okay.
Very
all right.
Reddit era.
So you know what? This is a good follow up. This is a good follow up. We had the dumbest thing. Well, now, what's the most badass thing that you've ever done? The most badass thing that you've ever done. Yo, Doc, tell us, man.
That's a hard one. I don't even know. Half the time I'm drunk or high.
What the fuck?
We've noticed.
Oh, and I'm naturally drunk. First of all, I don't drink. Second of all,
You're naturally drunk.
yeah.
Like
Second of all-
that's just how you are.
Hashtag
100% of
shit
the
Doc says.
Okay.
What is the baddest thing? Oh, you guys remember where I did the thing? I don't even know. It wasn't.
Oh yeah, I don't know.
Savage.
You gotta
Okay.
tell us, man.
Okay, wait.
We don't remember.
Oh, well, I'm trying to make you guys remember for me, because I don't remember. But I remember.
But the stream
Xeno's
doesn't know, man. You gotta tell them.
Yeah, dude, you gotta. Yeah.
It was an A3 Savage where it's like I saved the run, and then I ended up killing Xeno, and then we wiped anyways.
Wait,
It's like a-
wait,
what
hold on.
happened?
What? Was
You're
I
gonna
there
have
when
to
you
be
killed
A
me?
lot more specific, dude.
It was like the epic recovery.
What
and then,
happened?
And then Doc killed the whole party, and then it's like, damn.
Start from the beginning.
This
What
wait,
happened?
hold on. This is supposed to be the most badass thing. This
It
is supposed to
was.
be like when you go like clutch as fuck, and people are just like, "Oh my god."
It was, and then it was the biggest fuck up I ever did too.
Well, what,
Oh,
what
come
happened?
on, you've rated for Doc long enough. You know that Doc's usually the one who needs saving.
Oh
true.
my god, I don't know. Not true. I don't think it is. No, it's not. I feel bad.
Okay, all right. Well,
Spelling them out.
Yeah, all right. Fucking, you think of one, and
Yeah, you
yo,
think of it. You can go last. You
yeah,
can go last.
you can go last. Okay, so Chet,
All right.
the most
All right.
badass thing, man.
I take a lot of pride in our first turn 9 kill. Because what happened on our first turn 9 kill was, alright, the heart's pounding, right? As soon as you get to Heaven's Fall, the heart starts pounding and stuff, right? We got the boss down to like 15%. And I'm thinking, we got this in the bag, all we have to do is this last set of dive bombs properly. So I'm calling out dive bombs, and at the same time, I see Lays sprinting towards our healer, while our healer also had the dive bomb marker, so he's gonna die. That's a collision course of death. So what I do is I throw the cover on Noms, our healer at the time, and he gets hit by 2 dive bombs. Doesn't matter, he lives. Lays dies. It was great. So save the run with the cover on Paladin. The only time that move has ever been useful.
Cover's great, man. When it's good at doing what it's supposed to do. All right, I'm up.
Yep, you're up.
Okay, this is way back in 2.1, back in the Titan EX days. When it was relevant content, it was hard content, and I was addicted to it. I freaking PF that shit like every day. So like, we're all in like I-90 gear, right? So we're not very geared. Beginning of the final phase, you know how it goes, right? Like when the ads spawn and he does a big 5-way landslide, the other tank gets knocked off the platform. So I'm the only tank left on the platform, and one of the DPS in the groups just goes, "Tank fell off. It's a wipe." Jumps off the platform. So now we're down to 6 people. Tank Titan down. I think I had like 5 stacks of his Mountain Buster, of his defense down. The phase resets. Grabbed the ads and Titan at the same time. Took 4 more stacks. Survived everything because Inner Beast is OP as shit back in the day.
Oh yeah.
And we kill the boss. And the guy who jumped off is just like, "I'm sorry. I feel like an idiot right now." That was the most badass thing I've ever done.
All right. The most badass thing I've ever done. And this is like a fucking 2-parter. All right. So we're doing T13, right?
Oh my
We're
god.
doing T13.
Oh,
7-man, right? We're doing a cell. We're doing a cell run, right? And all right. So we're doing a cell run, and we're at the very end. We're at the very, very end, and he's doing that earth shaker, right? Well, I'm like, oh man, fuck this. Boss is at like 2%. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want. There's no way we're gonna wipe, man. So instead of like taking my earth shaker to the wall, right? I just man move that shit. I just stand right there, and I hit home gang before the puddle even comes out. So, like, I completely 100% wasted the home gang, right? So that's like my first fuck up. But so I'm in the puddle and I'm taking all this damage, and right when home gang wears off, I die because I'm a fucking idiot. And we end up, no one grabs the tether I was supposed to grab.
No, you had the tether. I didn't have
Oh,
anyone to share the whole the.
Oh,
Aquamorn with.
right. Okay, yeah. So it was the Aquamorn. Okay, so basically the Aquamorn just wrecked everybody. It just fucking one shot everybody, and we end up wiping at like less than 1%. And this was a cell run. So then like, oh man, Chet is like so mad, right? He's
Dude,
so fucking mad, dude.
You rage logged.
Dude,
I've seen Chet rage log, but that was the one time.
Let me tell you how that probably in my life that was the maddest I've ever been. In my life, I have never been more mad at that moment. I was on Mars. I tilted off the face of the Earth. I was playing for Mars, and the only reason I didn't quit the game right then is because I had 5 other dudes in the party that I didn't want to let down. Unlike my friend Zito, who just shit on us.
You straight up said it too. You're like, Zeno, the only reason I came back was for everybody else, not you.
All right. So that is leading to the most badass thing I've ever done. Like, okay, and I've done some pretty cool stuff in this game, but there's a very specific reason why I selected this one as like the most badass thing. So we go back in, right? We take 5 or whatever, and we go back in, and like Mumble is like straight serious, It's like no one is fucking saying puns,
pin drop.
Yeah, like no one wants to tell, like, besides Chet, no one wants to tell me how much they hate me right now. And so we get through the whole fight, and it's at the very end. And like shit's getting hype, right? Shit's getting hype, and then like
IDC.
Yeah. So like UDC and something else awful happens, and then it's literally like he's at 1% again, and we're like almost gonna wipe, and oh my god. Like that home gang that I had before, he's about to kill people, but boom, throw up the home gang, and I save the run. But this is why this is the most badass thing that I've done, I think, is because not only did I save the run, but I saved a friendship. That home gang not only saved the run, but it saved a friendship.
I'm not gonna lie. I tried really hard that run. I remember that day like it was yesterday. I tried really hard that run because I was afraid that if we didn't kill Bahamut on in that one sitting, we wouldn't be friends anymore. We would all break up. I was legit afraid that you guys wouldn't talk to each other anymore if we didn't kill it.
But the funniest thing about the whole situation is that, now correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but to me it felt like that you were more mad that I saved the run with the home gang than when I killed us with the home gang.
I was, dude, at that point, I don't even think I was at a functioning level of intellect, dude. I was just playing purely from instinct at that point. There was no logic in my play. It was awful. I don't remember.
So, I think that's the most badass thing I think I've ever done. But yeah.
I don't think I slept for 15 hours after that. I was so wired.
So, Frosty, what's the most badass thing you've ever done, man?
Man, I can't think of anything that I've done that's like even remotely badass. Let me think. There's this one time I was doing this Chocobo race, right? And so, I was going through the whole thing, and like I had to win this one match, and I really had to go to bed.
Oh, dude!
And so I'm sitting there. I'm like, if I don't win this match and I don't get the points I need, I'm not doing 2 or 3 more matches to get the EXP to finish this up, right? And so I'm sitting there, and like, holy shit, this guy is like really like at least 20 yards or whatever you call it ahead of me. Let me just try to get this chest real quick, right? So I pop up, and of course I lag through it, right? That's how you have to do it. You have to go off to the side and lag a little bit in order to get those chests. I got it. It was a goddamn meteor. I pressed that button, hit sprint, won the match.
Nice.
Done deal.
Freaking hit the NOS button.
You know what sucks is I have no idea what any of that means because I've never played a Chocobo race before.
Do you have Gold Saucer even unlocked, dude?
I can go there because I wanted to get rid of all the cards in my inventory.
Yo, Doc,
Okay. So
you got it?
I got
Oh,
something.
here we go.
Something, okay? So one was okay, so one was just like a byproduct of, it was still badass, but you know, okay, so Ella was bitching at me because of bit mills, right? We were doing 8-8 progression.
Wait, Ella bitching at you?
Okay.
He would never do that.
He would never do that.
Okay, so, and then I was like, fine, I'll meld, because his argument was I had a VIT 4 and I need a VIT 5, right? Whatever. And he was like on the case about that shit, and we were doing 8-8 progression. The very next day in raid, Doc drops to 1 HP.
Wow.
And then,
Scholar home gang.
and then, but that wasn't the badass. And the badass thing was, it was more like a team effort, but I'm still pretty proud of it. Where we were doing A7S, I think, and we killed it. Like we did 50% of the fight with 4 fucking stacks, dude. Me and Noms pro carried that fucking healing. It was so intense, dude. Like, the fire was ticking for 9,000 something. The lightnings were like 10,000 plus. It was crazy. I think our HPS at the end was like 4,500 per player.
Well, maybe if you would have healed people instead of letting them
Yeah.
die.
Excuse you?
I'm just kidding.
I believe.
Yo,
two
is
people
Doc
died.
triggered right now by that?
Hell yeah, dude.
Kind of triggered, yeah.
Are you triggered right now?
I believe 2 people died to balls in the face, you know? And I thought I was the gay one.
Oh, it's good. Yeah,
all right,
but
all right.
I think clutch moments are tank things, dude, because you have so much more power to do stuff, man.
Totally.
Yeah.
Solo tank, when your other tank dies, you're just like, alright, team, the other
Let's
tank's
go.
dead. Get in my backpack, I'm gonna carry this team.
Yep.
Yo, all
There's
right.
enough room
yo,
for everybody.
Yo, Al, you're in the channel, man. What's
good?
the most badass thing you've done, man?
Okay, I have it streamed and recorded, and a lot of badass moments happen, like you guys were saying for tank. One of the most badass moments for me, I was in A3. I think it was our second or third kill, and it was the clutchest shit. We had 2 DPS dead. Our DPS was shit to begin with. So we were like really, really, really close to enrage. Probably maybe like the ferrofluid into Cascade, like that close to enrage. And as that last Embulus went out, I did the unthinkable because I was zoning the fuck out. I was like trying to kill this. It was at like 2%. We had been at it for a while. I see the Embulus coming. I didn't move back towards the middle. So as it was about to hit the boss, I jumped into the fucking electricity field, the little like moat around the arena, and I home ganged. And I just remember my entire like group, like my static was like, what the fuck? Like they thought the thing was gonna hit. They thought we were fucked. We DPS through it while I was in the like electricity the entire time, and we killed it, like with a LB3.
That's
sick,
pretty badass.
And I have it highlighted. And I'm gonna post it in chat.
Yeah, that's pretty badass. That's pretty cool, man.
But I remember killing that, like killing it that stream, and I sent you the link, and I was like, dude, you want to see Slick Dick? And I sent that.
Wait, what turn was the ambulance?
Yo, were you shocked
The-
when
the
you killed him?
Ambulance?
The
Ambulance.
I was so confused. What are you saying? Like, what?
Yeah, the ball, the
ambulance.
water ball.
The
what
freaking
turn?
blue ball in
A3,
A3, that
A3.
like, if you touch it, the whole raid dies.
Okay. I spaced out for a second there. So I was so confused for a second.
Yo, were you shocked when you killed it?
Wow.
Oh my god.
Good one, good one.
Was
Oh
it an
my God.
electrifying
Can
experience?
we edit that
though?
out of this? Can we edit that joke out? Any way we can do that? No?
Yo, all right,
I
all right.
Maybe in
Yo,
vote.
yo, hold on. Where's my hat? All right. I'm about. Yo, we're about to do new topic. New topic. All right. Let's see. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Alright, moving on.
It's gonna be.
I gotta see this hat. Let me do this stream.
Oh, this is a little bit of a controversial topic right here.
Controversial?
All right. What? Okay. The benefits of flogs. Oh, that
Benefits
means you
of
gotta have a
flogs.
parser. Parsers are bad.
I don't know, man. Parsers
Technically,
for, like,
you don't have to have a
elitist,
parser,
toxic.
right?
You don't? Yeah.
You
Yeah,
do.
you can just pull the combat logs a different way.
Yeah.
Let's see the
Just go in a text file, man.
benefit of flogs.
All right. Bach, I think you should talk about it first because when I first was telling you about Flogs, so what happened was Flogs came out, right? But Bach wasn't playing the game at the time. He was on a hiatus. He was doing
8-month hiatus. Doing real life things.
Yeah, he was doing real life stuff.
Elitists.
And
I was
Bach was in
playing this.
Mumble.
I was playing this MMO called Real Life. Graphics look good, but the game kind of sucks.
It's like kind of shit. But
Anyway, sorry. Continue.
So Flogs came out, and I was telling Bach about it, and like,
Oh shit! I
yeah, it's this
misspelled
website where
flogs.
people
I'm
post
fucking
all their
stupid.
parses and you can, see other people's performances.
How triggered was that?
And Bach at
How
the time
triggered
thought it
was
a
that,
stupid
the
idea.
misspelling?
So that's why I think Bach should talk about it. Since I think he's
Okay,
done a
okay.
complete 180 about it.
Okay. I thought FF Logs was when you told me about it. I'm just like, oh great. Now everyone's just gonna measure their dicks online all the time, and
the
people are
EP
just gonna
leader.
do increasingly stupid things to increase their parse. And I thought it was the dumbest thing, and I thought it was probably a bigger hindrance to people's ability to raid than it was a benefit. And then I started using it when I got back to the game. Started raiding, started using it. The information that FF Logs extracts from your
It's insane.
ACT is insane. And it is so comprehensive. You can you can take a wipe, literally upload it within seconds, and analyze it and see exactly why you wiped. And you can see things so clearly that you would not be able to see in ACT. So, from just a purely, like a strategical standpoint, you can, find out why you wiped. You can find out, where the biggest issues are in your group and stuff like that. Beyond that, it also really helped me because I had to, just kind of due to circumstances, we had to kick our white mage from our last group. And rather than finding a white mage, I was like, well, why don't I go healer? And we just go pick up this tank that we already have. So, learning a new class is really, it's rough, But having FF Logs, you can analyze things like just looking at your casts, like how many times you cast each spell. And I was just like, I was really happy about our A7 clear. And I looked at it, I'm like, did I really just cast like 4 essential dignities this entire fight? I really need to get better at that because that's not acceptable, right? This is a 40-second cooldown in a 10-minute fight. I got to cast this thing more than 4 times. Without FF Logs, I would not have noticed.
Yep.
And I would not have been able to make that improvement to my game, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my personal experience with it.
Yeah, I think
It's. Or go ahead, Chet.
Oh, I was going to say, I think the, the stigma behind vlogs, most people see it as only as for its use as DPS, which is, probably, my favorite use of it as well. But they don't see the other benefits that it brings to the table too, like Bach was talking about. That's what I was going to say.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is that most people don't think about it from that aspect, from like a defensive or strategic aspect. They just think that it's like a DPS, a DPS thing, and
It's like a leaderboard.
yeah,
That's what
like
they think it is.
usually the people that think that are the people with the mentality that they don't like want or care to improve anyway. So that's why that they think that it's just about damage, I guess, or at least I think so. Because like if you're like wanting to improve, you're gonna look for a lot of different ways outside of just damage. So that's a really good way to look at it, a really interesting way to look at it.
When I'm doing raid leading stuff and I'm trying to get people in the group and I'm trying to get people to improve, I can say, hey, look, your damage is at the bottom 1% of the damage of people who upload to this site, and not everyone who uploads to this site is actually good at this game. So it kind of helps me knock some sense into people who aren't trying as hard.
Like kind of gauge their performance level, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to be like at the very top of the logs, not to be like speed runs or like, those kind of runs where you're like, we're going to boost this person to get at the very top of the log. I expect them to be at like half point.
Yeah, I think 50%. That means they're at least better than average, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's obviously a lot of things that go into a parse. Like, you see your bard at like 60th percentile, and you're just like, well, that doesn't seem that good, but he doesn't have a dragoon, right? So you have to take things into context. But once you're able to do that, there's a lot of really good information.
Yeah, and I feel like if people need to improve and like, well, what is this guy doing that I'm not doing to get these numbers? And then you can kind of look at that and see if he's getting boosted by somebody or if he has some sort of rotation that works out better. Or if he's just syncing up his abilities with other people's abilities, you can analyze that stuff.
Yeah.
I think like people get frustrated with flogs because they feel like that like their damage is either too low and that they can't improve it. But like people seem to forget that like me, you, like no one is super special. Like we're just hitting buttons, right? So like
there's nothing spectacular.
Exactly.
We're just playing
Everyone
video
has
games.
the same tools.
Yeah, exactly.
At their disposal.
Yeah, so like when you see like super high parses and shit, they're not doing anything that you can't do. It's just like they're doing it in a certain way, or they're hitting their buttons in a certain like succession or whatever that is better than the way you're doing it. So I think people get a little too frustrated and they give up too easy when they really shouldn't, because like the people with like the highest parses, they're not doing anything that you can't do. It's just they either know a certain part of the fight better or they're hitting their buttons better. That's pretty much it. But
that's a really good point. Like when I was learning Astro, one of the Astros that I really looked up to was Sir, or Shin Daniko, as some people know him by. And Frosty, you interviewed him on your Astro show about a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, about a week or two ago.
About a week, yeah. And I don't really talk to him a lot, to be honest. But I don't know. So I don't know if he knows this, but I look up to him a lot, and I kind of try to model my Astro play after his. So having FF logs, you can kind of creep at what other people are doing. It's like,
It's
okay,
true.
but what is this guy doing? Is this what I want to do, right? And why? And sometimes even if that's not how you play, you can kind of look at what they do and what kind of spells they cast, how many of each spell they cast, where their cooldowns line up, and you have some sort of idea, and you can kind of think for yourself, okay, why did this person do this, right? And even if you end up with a different game plan than they did initially, at least you can appreciate why they did it, and add that to your wealth of knowledge or whatever.
Yeah, and there's a billion factors that can go into it, but if you want to look at it just straightforward and simply, you can also, as a healer, it's awesome because you know when they're going to do, all right, well, this move, the boss is doing this move and he's using this cooldown rotation, and that's really amazing. The other thing is, like, you don't have to really put a lot of thought into it. If you don't want to dive into it and you just want to see, well, what kind of benchmark should I set for myself? I mean, everyone's setting themselves up for a benchmark of like the 50% mark. As long as they have optimal gear and they're trying, no matter what the situation is, they can hit that. At least I believe, almost in every case.
Yeah, for healers specifically, sorry Zeno. For healers specifically, one metric that I think a lot of healers should really consider, and maybe all classes too, is cast per minute. If you go to FF logs, you can find it pretty easily. Just click on cast, and you can see everyone's cast per minute. And you can weigh that against what other people of the same class, same fight are doing, right? So like, for A7, for instance, I think if a healer is between, or particularly in Astro naturally has a lot of things to do because of cards, right? But if your cast per minute's above 25, that's a really good place to be. 20 to 25 is like, good, around average. If you're below 20, then, maybe you should find more stuff to do during the fight that could add a lot of value to your party.
I mean, they have an actions per minute ratio as well, don't they? Or
That's the same thing. Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a different acronym.
Okay,
But
I
yeah,
gotcha.
that's a huge metric in StarCraft and a lot of like that type of game. But you know, it's sometimes if you're doing less DPS or less healing than everyone else, then you know, cast per minute doesn't lie because it doesn't take gear into account. One guy could be way more geared than you, and you could say, oh, he's just doing more damage because he's more geared. But if his cast per minute is significantly higher than yours, you're probably doing something wrong.
There's also auto attacks too to consider because there's so many people that miss autos. But Chaos brought up a good point in chat. Like, there's also like legit lag or your connection, and I guess in cases like that, there's really not much you can do. Especially like how the Mudras used to work, how
Oh, yeah.
the Mudras were like super sluggish or whatever. And like I can definitely understand that on Warrior 2 because like me, I only need like the minimum that I can have is like 433 for 9-hit Zerk, but my ping is like really good, and I know some people need like 500 or 550, but that number, I like having like around 640 skill speed anyway, so that doesn't really affect me either way or the other. But I can definitely see how if your connection is really shitty or like if your computer is kind of bad, then you might not. Then in that case, it might not be possible. But like about the auto attacks though, a lot of tanks will move the boss extremely far in a short amount of time. Whereas if you do that, not only do like all your melee lose autos, but both tanks will lose autos. So like a good example is like in A7 for when you have to move the boss for the heart. And I'll see tanks. They'll literally pull him from the middle of the room all the way to the corner in just one shot. And that is so fucking bad. Like, oh my God. Every time I see that, dude, like when I see that, I get just so triggered, man. And the reason why is because you miss out on so many autos, and you don't actually have to move the boss that far for the heart if you position it properly. So, I guess like what I'm trying to say is like 30% of your damage from melee comes from auto attacks. So if you add up the amount of missed auto attacks, over the course of an entire fight, you could miss a ridiculous amount of auto attacks, and like that will really hurt your damage. So even though you're doing like the same rotation, you may be doing less damage just because you're simply not facing the boss at all. And I don't think a lot of people think about that either, because I see it all the time, is when people will turn away or they'll move the boss in a dumb way or something like that. And it's such a simple thing to fix, just to get in more auto attacks. And I think a lot of people don't think about that either.
We could do probably 5 shows on FF logs.
Probably, yeah.
These are really like.
Dude, FF Logs is a wizard. Have you seen the thing where you can hit the play button on people's parses and it somehow has all the dots move around?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
Actually, ACT does that too, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yep. There's a reason why a lot of the world progression groups don't upload their logs until way after. Is because the information you can get from one FF Logs entry is way more comprehensive than what you can get from just watching a video. So it's nuts. It's really good. But yeah, about what you're saying about auto attacks, I think that's a really good point because, but people have to. If you really want to see if you're missing auto attacks, I think it's not a perfect method, but you can compare the number of auto attacks you've done and the ratio of that compared to how many GCDs you've done. Because if you compare your number of auto attacks to somebody else, well, what if their fight duration is a lot less than you, or what if they're killing the fight a lot quicker? So they're going to have fewer auto attacks. But if you take the ratio between GCDs and auto attacks, and if yours is quite a bit lower than some of the other people out there, then you're probably missing auto attacks. Yeah, there's a lot of applications for FF Logs to improve your play.
Yeah, also you can I guess you could do this with video too, but you can also like time your buffs out too, like your raid buffs. Because you can find out like when a boss like transitions and stuff, and you can try to line up because you can check other people's stuff too. So like for instance, if for whatever reason a ninja has to like delay their trick attack, well, if that lines like if I have to wait 10 extra seconds for Berserk, for example, to line it up with that, then I will, because that'll be like a huge gain. You don't have to have that from flogs, but like I've done that before with flogs. Like you can have video too, but it really helps to see what buffs other people are using at what time. Like especially if they're not on, or you can't get in touch with them or whatever. And it's just a really good resource, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But Doc or Al, did you want to jump in on this, man?
I guess a little bit. Just a general blanket statement about FF logs, because I know you guys are talking about like specifics and all the research you can do. But in general, like FF logs, to kind of wrap it up, is, I don't know, it's looked on by the community as either like a godsend or like the devil. So it kind of depends on what camp you're in, but in general, if you're looking to, if you have access to FF logs, if you're on a PC, or if you're on PS4 and you have somebody who has access to a PC.
Yeah, and that's kind of the mentality that I had before. Was I was only able to see FF logs as, a means to show everyone how good you are or whatever, right? But and I thought that it would be a hindrance to people to performance, because people are going to do really stupid things to try to increase their DPS and pad it. But I never saw it the other way, and I think more people should, if they actually did, it's one extra tool that they could use to make their team better.
Yeah, and it's not to say that people don't use FF logs for really stupid padded bullshit, because
that's fun too, to be honest.
It's fun.
Yeah,
And
it's pretty fun.
I mean, Protect Xeno was the thing we did yesterday.
My god!
I am
like
the
10
world
balances.
record holder for Nidhogg.
Yeah, this dude, I was running hot. You had 71% uptime on cards, and of that 29% that you didn't have cards was like fucking Nidhogg flying around. You can't target him anyway.
So for that basically, like, it's fun to kind of inflate your shit, and that's why people who are looking at their general like ranking probably shouldn't look at the top, because the top is usually
All fluff.
Protect
all
the
fluff,
president,
or
man. So fun.
Astros, or like they pretty much have everybody catering to them. Like I remember, I think in Gordius, a lot of the top black mage parses were like double barred and shit like that. So I mean, it was like double barred Astro, and then they were just fed foes the entire time with balances and arrows. So I mean, just know where to look, know how to gauge yourself. I mean, I use it not to shit on people and not to like fluff my shit, but I mean, like kill to kill, I'm always going up, and that's kind of how you should be. Like you should aim to just progressively get better and just optimize. So it's just how you look at it.
Doc, you've been quiet as fuck, man.
Well, you were bringing good points. I had stuff to say, but it turns like,
Everyone already said it.
Did everyone already say it?
Alright,
Like,
are we
the
done
only-
with this topic? Is it dead yet?
We need a mercy kill flogs.
Wait,
Yeah,
I
I think we've pretty much said everything, right?
fine.
Well, what were you gonna say, Doc?
Yeah, what are you gonna say, Doc?
Mine was like a comment towards Bach when he was talking about like the like you look in depth into it. Like sometimes I check other scholars out. Some of them are parsing better than me, and then some of them I think are better. But then I look at the thing and it's like, oh, but this guy is choking the living shit out of his co-healer. They can't even DPS, but he has like 99 percentile. Then it's like, oh, well, he doesn't count next.
Right.
Kind of thing. I just look through it and it's like, okay, you're top DPS, but then your healer is struggling and all that.
Yep, I wish that there was a separate category that pairs two healers together and says this is the combined healer DPS. I think that tells a much more complete story on your performance, because you could have a scholar doing 1,000 DPS and your white mage doing 100, or you could have them both doing a combined 1,400, which is obviously better. But people are gonna look at that scholar and be like, "Oh yeah, this scholar is the best."
Yeah.
Yeah, he's legit. Yeah, yeah. That's how whenever me and Chet do prog, we always try as best we can to figure out when to swap and which one of us is gonna be not better but more like advantageous to tank. You know what I mean? So which one of us will bring the slight greater advantage. So then that way we're making use of all our CDs, and we're making use of our DPS stance too. Because me and Chet's tank damage is fucking banana sandwich, right? And it's because we don't do stupid ass shit like solo tank A7. Oh god, dude!
That's not bad.
Oh, I
That's not
hate
bad.
that. No, I'm
Dude,
fucking.
we
I'm
did that
triggered,
shit.
dude.
We did that shit with
Oh,
the
my
paladin.
God.
Our paladin still did. Hey man, hey, our paladin still did 1,200 DPS solo tanking that stuff.
No,
I was
really
very
just-
impressed.
I'm fucking
It's
triggered,
not that
dude.
bad.
I'm triggered.
Sure, but the fucking healers lose out so much DPS. I really dislike that.
Have you seen our parse with that? We weren't losing shit, man.
I do it with my other, or one of my friends group, and holy fuck, I hate it. I hate it. I lose so
I
much
think we have a team comp discussion later, so I'm gonna save some of that. But
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
FF Logs is Dunsky.
Dunsky. All right. So new topic. Hold up. We about to pull it out of the
Check
hat
back
here.
yet? I think he went to the little boy's room.
Wait, what's up?
They went to dump the Care Bear.
Yo, we about to pull this out of the hat. About to pull it out of the hat. You guys hear this? New topic. All right, here we go. Yo, what is it? What is it? What is it? What is it? Oh, okay. This is a good one. All right. Hold on. Okay, this is new class abilities or changes to a class that you want to see.
Oh.
Somebody go first, because I'm copy and pasting this into my fucking WordPad here.
Okay.
Serious answer or joke answer?
It could be either or.
'Cause
Could be either or. You know what? We'll do a serious and a joke.
I think Dragon Kick should do more damage from the front if you're jumping. Because I just think that, a jump kick to the face should do more damage.
That is stupid, but I agree.
All right. Here's what I want to see. Here's what I want to see. I want to see them put a stack of abandon on heavy swing and overpower. That's what I want to see.
Dude.
Both.
Of course you do.
That's what I want to see. I want to see a fucking stack of abandon added to heavy swing and overpower. I want to be able to overpower fucking. I want to be able to do triple decimate when I'm overpowering. Why the fuck isn't this in the game yet?
Why don't they just make? Hey, they need a combo follower for overpower. Overpower should combo into something.
Overpowered combos into
Okay, how about this? You know how monks get tornado kick? I think warriors should get an equivalent of tornado kick. Hear me out here. So this ability, okay? Consumes all of your wrath stacks or all of your abandoned stacks. Does 500 potency, just like tornado kick. Think about it.
Man, that'd be an
pretty good.
awesome ability.
Yeah, what would you call it?
I mean, ability
tornado,
that strong.
tornado cleave or something?
I'd probably
I don't
call
know.
it it would either be like fell kick, tornado cleave, or it would be called destroyer of worlds.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm thinking it would be called destroyer of worlds.
This is pretty unrealistic, but I don't know. I'd be really happy if they added that someday.
Yeah, but like in all seriousness, I should be able to go overpower, or I'm sorry, I should be able to go heavy swing because that's one that's one stack. Maim, that's 2. Then overpower is 3. That's right. I cut my combo off. I'm a madman. And I overpower again, and I overpower again, and I use like berserk, and then I triple decimate by spamming overpower. That's what I want to do. That's what I want to do.
It should combo into overpowered combos. What the fuck was that even mean? Combos into underpowered, but gives you a rat stack or a Abaddon or whatever the fuck.
Okay, as an Astro, I feel like I should be giving an Astro answer here. So, I think Spear should fucking do something. As it stands, it doesn't really do anything. It straight up sucks, man. Like, there are so many things you can make it do. Like, if it increased your healing potency, that'd be acceptable. I mean, just slap it on yourself before you start healing J-Waves, you know, if you have it. I don't know, for those who don't know, what Spear does right now is, while it's active on you, it reduces the cooldown of all of your abilities by 10% if you use it while it's on you. And honestly, it's really underwhelming. It basically does nothing. I never, ever use it. I basically, if I don't have a Royal Road, I'm going to Royal Road my Spear. If I do have a Royal Road, if I use Spear, it's just going to waste my Royal Road. When do I ever use Spear? Never.
So
Bull is pretty bad too. I think Bull, it's. I think it would be a lot
Is
better.
Spear I can't
The
believe
snowflake.
The snowflake.
I was about to call it a frost flake. Oh my god, dude! No, but like,
you've probably never seen it before because I never use it.
yeah, like okay, so no, but my serious one. Okay, now before everyone calls me crazy, all right, trust me, I'm not crazy, but they should just remove the pacification on Berserk. It would not change that much. It would not like give Warrior this huge DPS boost, because if you have a Bard in the party, it's already getting cleansed, or you're kicking the Bard, one or the other, you know? So it's already kind of getting cleansed. Just take that shit off. Just take it off, and, you know, there you go. Like, that's what I want to see. I want to see the pacification just...
Get a load of this guy. Let's find more ways to buff Warrior, the already most overpowered class in the game.
So, I want to talk about my main scholar. I'm going to be all serious, but no joke, right? So, I would like to see a complete rework of Celine is the first thing. Second thing is I would love Dissipation to not make me waste a swift cast on the fairy, and like it's stupid. Or maybe change it. I don't know. Like it should just disappear and the fairy reappear when the cooldown's gone. And I would love to see cleric stance get an additional effect to it. That like when you're in cleric stance, increases accuracy by like 15 or 30%. To be honest.
Yeah, healer accuracy is ridiculous. It is so dumb. The fact that you have to melt the shit out of your gear just to hit your spells.
Oh, and one important one that triggers me so hard, and you can even put that thing that you do on your stream. It triggers me. Fake Covenant takes like
triggered?
6 to 8 seconds to respond. You just like master. Sometimes I lose a GCD trying to get the bitch to Fake Covenant. Like it's so stupid. It's like contagion sometimes.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to be really serious here for a second, guys. This is probably the most serious thing I can really say at the moment about what I want to see introduced to the game as a new ability. All right, so monks, right? They're pretty badass. They're really strong. What if they got a new stance and it was like Fist of Water, right? And so Fist of Water turns them into a goddamn muscle healer, all right? And so it changes all strength into mine, okay? And in order to heal people, you got to go up and punch them. And so all your potencies turn into kind of healer potencies.
So a melee healer?
Yeah, and you don't have to like add a new job to the game, right? You just
Get
gotta,
outta here.
yeah, come on. You just gotta throw in some extra abilities for these guys, and
So,
yeah.
okay, so let me see here. So, okay, all right. So, as a monk, 5, 4, 3, 2, shoulder tackle, fucking demolish, PB, snap punch, blood for blood, dragon kick, and then if the tank gets hit with a tank buster, twin snakes, tornado kick the fucking tank.
There you go.
Boom. That'd be like how much healing would that be? That'd be like a 5k heal or something.
Yeah,
So a
and I mean
support
you can
monk?
switch, and you can switch out to Fist of Fire or whatever when you want to do some damage. It'll be your cleric stance, man. Done.
Or maybe, or since it was like like water would like buff the potency of your abilities or something. So you could like crit for like a 20k tornado kick heal on the tank, or like What
Yeah.
about like a res? Could you tornado kick a dead person and they just
Okay.
get up? They're like,
You
whoa,
could,
what
like,
the fuck?
All right, so you just like punch him in the chest a whole bunch of times to resurrect them. Just go up there and just start whatever the 1,000 punch thing is, man.
Actually,
I don't know if I can get on board with this whole monk turning into healer thing. However, one of my ideas actually for monk was you should be able to hit your own teammate to maintain your stacks. Like not hit him hard, just to keep your stacks. Like a new curl stance ability called like ear flick or something. There's like a 10 potency attack to your teammate and keeps your stacks. I don't know, that'd be great.
that's funny. Or just like have like a ninja, like monk jutsu. Summon just a permanent dummy for whenever you want it into the arena.
Or I mean, you could also just do it like they do, Arcanus and branch him off into like Dancer or something, but that'd be less cool.
No, yeah, Dancer needs to be its own job. They need to stop with the whole base class bullshit. That does not need to happen anymore. So please get that out of here.
Okay, just Fist of Water. That's what we'll go with then.
Okay.
It's never gonna
All
happen.
right.
Yo, Al, you fucking chiming in on this, dog?
Oh my god. Alright, can I be like, I want to be the voice of reason because everybody's saying all this silly shit, which is cool.
Okay.
Talk
all
about
right.
it. I thought ear flick was the greatest idea. I don't know.
If we're
I don't
get-
know why I'm not a dev in this game. But anyway, sorry. Go ahead.
If we're gonna chill with Monk, if we're gonna talk about Monk and ear flick, I just thought of something. Why not have the chakra stacks? Why can't you like expend one stack to like I don't know,
Refresh.
do like some Kamehameha shit? No, like range, like have a ranged attack because Monk doesn't have any ranged attack.
Wasn't the
Shoulder
tornado
tackle.
kick?
Well, shoulder tackle's getting it. Well, no. I mean, like an actual, like, I don't know. It just reminds me, like, you can flick, like, your chakra, and it's just, like, this manifestation of energy. It's, like, this, like, little Kamehameha ball that you just shoot at something. I don't know.
Yo, what if
But
you
that's-
could charge your chakrams and shoot out a chakram like from A8?
Oh my god.
Wouldn't that be
I can't
cool?
look at your ear right now.
Stupid. What Al wants is basically.
I think that would be
from
cool.
moments he left.
Man, that's
He
fucked
wants
up,
to-
dude. I got
It's just
shot
a
down,
fucking
man.
projectile orb of energy.
Yeah.
You know what?
Why not?
I think this whole segment proves why we're not in game design.
Are you joking? Do you know how good my idea is?
Excuse you, but my scholar stuff was serious business.
Yeah. No, I'm with you, man. I was serious too.
I think there should be a third fairy. I mean, there are 3 Powerpuff Girls. There are 3. Cinderella had 3 fairy godmothers.
There's 3
Alright, what would
Why are there
musketeers.
only 2 fairies?
Yo, there's 3
Probably.
stooges.
In all
Yeah.
honesty, we'll probably get a third fairy in 4.0.
Yo, what other is there 3 of? Maybe they should
everything.
take what they should do. Here's a class change. Instead of 5 stacks, you should just need 3 for Fellcleave. You Fellcleave at 3.
Oh my god.
Okay, but when your berserk gets pacified, it turns into a 15-second unremovable pacified.
What?
Yep.
What? Man, that's dumb.
Oh, you want 3 stacks? I give you that. Potato, tomato.
Yeah?
You know what they should do though? No. Okay, here. Check it out. Real talk. What they should do is change. They need to change fucking Soul Eater to just do what Path does. You do Soul Eater, you gain 50% of the damage. The fact you have to be in Grit makes it borderline unusable. You know, like, I mean, outside of dark arts. But at least, like, let's say you're, like, fucking living on the edge, right? Like, let's say you're living on the edge. At least, if you don't have dark arts up, right, you could soul eater for, like, you know, like 1,000 health or something, you know, at least. But I think that they should make soul eater. Yeah, they should make soul eater just like Path.
All right.
Yeah.
I can see it.
Yeah. No, or actually, wait. No, you know what? Because I've been wanting to fucking talk about this. They need to change Bulwark. They need to fucking change Bulwark. That's what they need to change. Whoever thinks Bulwark is a good CD is not a smart person when it comes to CDs. Bulwark is the worst cooldown in the game, like by far. I would rather have Dark Dance. Like I would rather have
my God.
Dark Dance than fucking Bulwark. Bulwark is AIDS. Whenever you pop Bulwark, you don't feel good. You're not like, yeah, Bulwark. You're like, ugh. Like every time Bulwark is used, there's a part of your brain that wants to uninstall the fucking game and play MapleStory. Every time
That's
Bulwark
not that
is
bad,
used.
is it?
I don't
It's
think
pretty
I mean,
bad.
the cooldown's
No, and
pretty
here's
ridiculous. 3 minutes, like that's pretty bad.
like here's why it's bad, right? Is because 3 minutes. Get the fuck out of here. Are you fucking kidding me? It's only 60%. Fucking raw intuition is 100%. You know? So
And
it's
raw
only
intuition is 90
60%.
seconds.
Yeah. Raw intuition is half the CD. And you can pop Bulwark. So basically Bulwark is completely unusable on anything magic. So that cuts out a good majority of attacks. But on top of that, even if you have a full physical boss, you're not even guaranteed to block. Because, like, remember T13 progression? Bulwark and Prey? Yo, you see that flatten coming down? You're like, please, please, please fucking block. Please fucking block. Fucking dead! Guess what you didn't do? You didn't block. Fucking rip. That's what happened. Bulwark sucks. And they actually, Bulwark is even worse now because of the shield swipe change. So you can't even use Bulwark as a TP gain anymore. Because before, when you use Bulwark, holy shit, feels amazing, man. You're just shield swiping for days. Just shield swiping all day long. Yo, you're just shield swiping. You're gaining so much TP. DPS increase. You're in fucking, you know, Crazy Town for like 15 seconds. It feels good, man. But no, now you get one shield swipe proc, you don't gain any TP,
Like, I feel
and
like
it's miserable.
Like, they used to
I've seen it
listen-
happen where a tank would just straight up die to Alamorn, and he's like, I don't know what happened. I popped Bulwark. I don't know what happened.
So like
like, really?
they
Did you read
used
it
to
to
listen, and, like they don't listen anymore. Like everybody did not want that rework for shield swipe, and that's what they got. Like it's such a dumb rework.
All they had to
shield
do
swipe.
was buff
Yeah.
shield swipe's potency. That's all they had to do. But instead they like completely fucking changed it.
Yeah, and now it's fucking retarded, useless. It's just an off GCD. Like who cares? Like whatever, dude. Dumb.
Okay, so
Oh, what are you guys talking about?
Oh, he's back. Hey.
So all right, chat. Before we move
up?
on,
Okay.
new class abilities or changes that you want to see.
Yo, wait. If Chet
Like just for
comes
Dark
up with
Knight
the
or
same
what?
thing as my monk idea, then we're both geniuses.
Oh, don't tell me Bach told you guys his spiel about a move for monks that used up all of your stacks at the same time.
Tornado kick? No, hell no.
Okay.
How do you have tornado kick? Come on, man.
Is it for Dark Knight or for just in general?
It's for,
Whatever
it's,
you want,
it's
man.
whatever you want.
Whatever.
What can I just tweak a little bit of Dark Knight? Is that fine?
Yo, you can tweak it, dude.
Because you know what I think is beyond stupid. Okay, what I think is just stupid is the fact that Soul Eater doesn't heal unless you're in crit. Right?
He said that one.
That's what Zeno said.
Because I think that is the stupidest thing ever. That's what you said though. Oh, my
I
bad.
said that Soul Eater should just be Path.
yeah.
Like, that's what I said. I said Soul Eater should just be
you should
Path.
just get the heal. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you should
agree.
just get the heal. Yeah. So like you should just get 50% of the heal because 50%. I mean, you're really gonna be in grit. You know, I was reading the forums one time, and this guy, he was like, I love this Soul Eater is good in grit, and like I'm already thinking to myself, oh my god, like this guy, he has no
Dude,
fucking clue what he's
the
talking
guy
about,
that
man.
sits on his combo,
Yeah,
right till right after the hit.
Yeah, he sits on his
Dark
combo.
Arts, so leader.
He's like Dark Arts, you know, fucking heavy swing or whatever the fuck it is, hard
Wait
swing,
for it.
and then Siphon Strike, and then oh wait, nope, gotta hold it. Dark Arts is just ticking away, right? 3, 2, it ticks off. Oh look, the boss did an ability. Yo, I'm a Soul Eater that. Yeah.
Boom.
Boom! Got him!
1,000 heal.
Fucking got him!
Boss hits
Got
you
it
for
for
25k. Oh, I healed 1,000 of it. Damn, I'm good, kid.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah, I fucking read that on the forums, and I was very saddened that a person actually sits on their combo and waits for after the tank buster to do damage. That was like, it's already bad enough he's in grit. I mean, you know, but come on.
The other tweak I'd make is I'd either get rid of the ability to Dark Arts, Dark Dance. Okay. Oh, did you already talk about this too?
No.
Oh, okay. I thought that's why Bach was laughing. So I think it would be a buff to Dark Dance if you can't accidentally hit Dark Arts, Dark
Yeah,
Dance.
it would.
I was laughing because I remember when you said every time you accidentally Dark Arts Dark Dance, you click off the Dark Dance just purely out of principle because you don't want to see it.
Yeah, dude. That's a waste of TP.
I remember when I was leveling Dark Knight in dungeons, and I was just like, yo, Dark Arts Dark Dance is awesome in dungeons, and you're just like, oh my god, I wish you never told me that.
No. Just stop, Bach. Don't do it.
Never do that again.
I wish it would increase the parry rate, so that way at least if I accidentally hit it, it would do something, right? Because I'd still probably just not do that, but I don't know.
I don't know
But-
why the fuck it has evasion on it. Like,
Yeah.
that's so
would-
stupid.
It would still be marginally okay if the evasion worked on tank hits. You wouldn't bank around ever dodging it, but do you know how cool it'd be to dodge a double rocket punch?
I mean, we were on Marauder and we dodged the flatten.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking cool.
Gosh, oh my god. Do you remember when we were all in Marauder in turn 9, and our strategy for Bahamut's Claw was everyone mash on provoke and perfect dodge.
Yeah. I have that recorded actually, yeah. That was awesome.
I thought, okay. But yeah, those are just small tweaks, nothing new, nothing crazy. I'm not about crazy, because I'm sure Zeno had some crazy ideas for some badass moves, right? I just
How
want
did you
realistic
know?
moves. I just want...
Zeno came up with some very much needed buffs to the warrior class, to make it viable.
I mean,
Overpower gives stacks of abandon.
who would say
Well, how
that?
did-
That's crazy. Who would say
Exactly what he
that?
Is that what you said? Oh my! I know you.
Get
too
out of
well,
my head,
dude.
Charles. This Chet guy's a mind reader.
I didn't say that. What I said was overpower and heavy swing gave her wrath. Not
Oh,
just
Oh my
overpower.
god, just stop talking. Just stop. Okay, well, now we've established
All right,
why we're not in game design.
We moving on? Yo?
Sure, yes please.
All right,
I
all
want to
right,
say
all right.
I want to say one thing because we have not touched on the one class that probably needs the least bit of changes to become pretty alright. And like most of the people in here hate this class, but Paladin,
I think you got to buff the potency of Rage of Malone. That
Okay.
like why the hell is that move so shit, right?
Yeah.
right?
And let's see, I don't know, just small stuff like that. And I think, you know how I think it would be cool if Flash gave like 70 potency, right? Nothing crazy. You're
Help
doing
your
no
AoE,
damage.
Help your TP.
You're doing no damage.
Yeah.
And the other thing was Fight or Flight ignores the damage penalty of Shield Oath.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's
see,
good.
Ooh.
That's good.
that's legit like one of the best ideas I've ever heard.
But those
are my
that's
minor
OP
tweaks.
as shit, man.
No,
That's
it's
like
not.
Fucking
It's not OP.
That is Unchained plus Berserk in one cooldown.
Yeah, but like it's still
Ugh.
not as good as using Fight or Flight and Sword Oath because you still get the auto attacks on Sword Oath. I don't know. I don't think it would be that broken.
Yeah, I guess not.
Because you'd only benefit from Shield Oath. But since they
Yeah.
buff Shield Oath, I think you'd have to lower Fight or Flight, but if they kept Shield Oath the same. But I don't know why that fucking, like,
The fact
Paladin...
that Flash gives no damage, like that just blows my mind. That Paladins literally do nothing. when
Hey,
there's
it
more than
blinds
3.
your
Well, you're
target.
blinding. You're blinding.
Christ. That's like Dark Arts Dark Dance on, but worse. You're spending all the mana, but at least you're not even. I
At
feel
least,
like
at least Dark Dance isn't like, or
As-
it's an off
as-
GCD. So if you click it on accident, you're still at least doing damage. Whereas Flash,
Yeah.
you're just like, you're literally doing no damage at all.
Let me just say this. As soon as they announced new tank class, I held a funeral for my paladin the next day. It was over for me at that point. I jumped ship
Man,
instantly.
you used to love Paladin. I remember we wanted to do 7 Paladin turn 9.
Yeah.
And I wanted all of us to all dress up in pink dresses. And you wouldn't do it because you're like, I have pride in my class. I'm
Yeah.
not going to
Yeah,
defile
that was-
this class like that.
Yeah.
And you were like a big killjoy because everybody else wanted to do it. And we all scrapped the idea because Chet didn't want to do it.
Hey, man. That was before I started playing Warrior, to be fair.
All right, all right. All right, moving on.
All right, so
move
moving
on.
on. All right. So here's the new topic. Yo, out of the hat. It's gonna be. Oh shit. The shit that Doc says.
Oh
Shit
my
that
god.
Doc says.
All right, yo, I'm gonna take the lead on this one because he said something that made me very happy one time.
Are we supposed to share moments of what Doc has said in the past
Yes.
that sticks out in our
I
memory?
thought it was a translation.
Well, I do all the translating.
All right, so one time, me and Doc, we're doing PvP, right? We're doing PvP and we're going hard. We're like breaking through the front line. And this guy, right? Me and him are trying to kill this guy. This guy's trying to get away. He's like, fuck you. He's got a fucking healer in the back. Just spam healing him. Me and Doc are just going ham. And Doc's getting frustrated, right? So he's just like, Zeno, Chains of the Inferno. And I'm like, what? Chains of the what? And like during the heat of the moment, you know, like he doesn't really have time to explain it, you know. But then like later in the same match, like we're fucking, you know, we're doing some PvP, and all of a sudden Doc just like screams. He's like, ah, you know, he just screams, and he's like, Chains of the Inferno, and I'm like, what the fuck? And I look back, and this warrior, right? Oh, this warrior covered in fucking blood, eyes burning red, you know, fire coming out, you know. He, boom, throws the home gang on Doc, throws up Berserk, double fell cleave, fucking dead. Just instantly fucking dead. He just blew up. Doc blew up. So, Chains of the Inferno is 5 stacks of Abandon, plus Maim, plus Storm's Eye, plus home gang with the stun, Berserk, Fellcleave, Infuriate, Fellcleave. That is Chains of the Inferno.
It's when you decide on the PvP field that it's time for someone to die.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're not escaping the Chains of the Inferno. Like,
There's
it's
just no escaping it, dude.
yeah, there's no, I mean, it's not like, I mean, there are no survivors. There's not one person that has ever lived through Chains of the Inferno. Never.
The best is that you can cleanse the freaking whole game.
Yeah.
The warrior just sits there and he just watches as he walks away, right as he hits his.
Well, that's why
his
you
dessert.
save your cleanse for your own home gang.
Oh, dude, that's what man, I just thought of my stupidest moment in the game. I wish I could change what my stupidest moment was.
All right, go for it. Change it.
Can I change it?
Yeah, you can change
go
it.
Back to the
All right,
first
tell
topic?
us.
Okay, so I played a shit ton of PvP in my day, right? You guys know I'm like rank 50. You know, I have like
yeah.
800 or 900 frontline.
You were
wins.
balls deep in PvP,
Yeah,
man.
I have like 800, 900 frontline games. And I didn't learn until like a month ago that Purify is a casted on a target ability. I just thought the ability was broken. You have to target who you want it to be cast on. So that was the stupidest thing for me. Now that I think about it, is I played 900 games of PvP and I didn't realize you had to target who you wanted to cast Purify on. That was my stupidest moment, not dropping the belt.
Wow.
Well,
So that's it. So
I mean-
that's basically the same thing as as not knowing what
That's
Adlo
like
does.
that's when Frosty didn't know what Adlo does.
Hey, we're done with that.
I don't have as much as you. I have like 690, but like I didn't know Purify did that either. Like I thought sometimes it's just no effect.
I
that
just thought it was
glitched.
broken. Yeah,
I thought it was
exactly.
glitched. Because
I
it doesn't
honestly-
tell you. But the funny thing is they actually
Read the
fixed
tooltip.
the wording on it because people were complaining like what the fuck Purify does.
Yeah. But
I
yeah.
honestly didn't like spec towards you know how you have all those talents you can go in PvP?
Yeah.
Like the most important one is Purify. I was like, I'm not using Purify.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go towards that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I feel you, man. Don't worry.
But shit Doc says, man, the amount I can't remember any specifics, but the amount of mistel that Doc has.
Oh my god, dude.
Like you just
We
be
gotta
sitting
make
around.
a website and like screenshot that shit.
You'll be sitting around the house like this is just because I don't remember what he says because I blocked it from my memory because it was it was really gay. I'll be straight. It was really gay. I kind of blocked from memory. No offense to anyone out there, but you're just sitting around the house. You're sitting around the house, and Doc accidentally mistypes an RP, an ERP with someone, and you're just sitting around the house. You're like, "Wow, Doc, I didn't need to see that. Why are you doing that? That happened."
Is this a
probably-
thing?
Oh, this is a thing.
This
Yeah.
is our regular.
What's
Like,
really
happens
bad?
Once every 2 weeks or so.
What's really bad though, this happened to me, is that so normally when he does a mistel, he does it in like party or guild, right? But what
Yeah.
makes it like super awkward is when he mistells you in a whisper, so only you know, so only you and him know. So then like you have to like
You feel violated. You have to
Yeah,
take
it's
a
like- it's
shower
like-
afterwards.
it's kind of like when your parents like come in and like catch you masturbating. Like the next time you see them, right? The next time you see them, it's just
Can't
like,
look 'em in the eye.
whoa! It's just a whole other fucking experience. Like it's just odd. It makes things awkward.
Doc, I appreciate you wanting to help with the Astro Guide thing, but
You gotta be careful. You gotta tread lightly there, Frosty. That's all I'm telling you, man.
all right.
Plus, wow.
So there's another thing that Doc says, right? And I can't remember when it happened, but Doc was screaming at Chet to use Living Dead. And we didn't
Yes.
exactly know what the
Oh,
fuck he was
that's-
talking about, but he was like, bone! Living cartilage! Living bone! Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's why we call it living bone in our static. Not I don't even know what
called
it's
it
called.
Living Bone?
What I don't even know the real name of the move. All it is to me is living dead or a living bone. Oh, I just spoiled it. There goes that.
Yeah,
Spoiler
so he was like,
God damn
he was like, bone cartilage. And just shit like that. And then that spawned, like that whatever that was, it turned into like grease lightning of the dragon living
Oh,
thunder kick.
Thunder Dragon.
Yeah,
Yep.
thunder
Doc just
dragon.
seems- he just straight up makes up names for spells when he can't remember what they are.
I mean, we're doing A6 prog, right? And double drill for like 4 months. We've called it what? Ed Buster.
Ed
That's what
Buster.
we call it Ed Buster.
The Ed Buster.
Because Ed can.
Because Ed baits it.
Ed
To
hates
be,
it.
but to be fair, like I'm good at this stuff. Like I call things that makes except living bone. I don't even know where I came up with that.
Living
I,
bone.
I thought it looked like a bone on the skill, but it's an hourglass.
What?
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
it makes sense. Like Ed Buster, Ed things, right? Like what was
Yo,
another one?
don't take this the wrong way, Doc. But sometimes I wonder, how can someone so dumb be so good at this game? I'm kidding.
Yeah,
my bad.
that's
my
me,
bad.
dude.
I'm
Man.
joking.
Don't
You said you're
bully
good at the
Doc.
game, man.
Yeah, that's it.
It's a compliment.
It's like one of
Don't
those
bully
things where it's
Doc.
like,
Leave Doc
don't
alone.
take this the wrong way.
Leave
Doc.
him
You're
alone.
about to just drop down an insult, dude.
I'm joking.
Bro. You know, like fun and sometimes just like gotta like make up your own skill. You gotta roleplay, dude. You gotta be. Holy fuck, that picture.
I just saw the thing on the, or on the Doc's face.
But like, I want to translate one thing because you people are always like, what? So I I have this saying, right? And it's a legit saying. Like, I've always been saying it since, like, freaking high school. I say one potato with a different tomato, you know? It's all about diversity,
What?
right?
One potato is a different potato?
Tomato.
No. One potato with a different tomato.
Is this like a drama mouse?
Like,
Oh my god.
Okay.
is that a
All
phrase
right,
you say
next
if you're just
topic.
trying to confuse someone?
No, that's not for everybody.
Alright.
Gets it. Like everybody knows me. Gets what I'm saying. Like it's about like diversity. You know, like sometimes you do stupid shit, but like your friends got you. You know, you may be the potato, but your friend's the tomato, and it's like sometimes it works well together.
I'm going to quote stream. I'm going to sum up about the last 15 lines of chat. What? What?
Where's the what face?
Yo, oh my,
man.
yo, there's a thug in the chat, in all caps. No one gets what you're saying.
Damn. That's why it's called shit the doc says, dude.
We
All
don't
All
right,
right, new
understand that.
topic,
He
new
says
topic. New...
pull one out of the hat.
All right, here we go, here
Something
we go.
good here. No fluff topic.
You know, I should have made each individual topic origami. Well,
Oh
no,
my
because then I
God.
would have known. That would have been cheating. I
that's
would have
true.
grabbed the crane and shit when I wanted what was ever on the crane. Never mind.
Oh damn! I just remember my dad stole my fucking.
Oh, okay,
car.
here we go.
Yeah,
Yo, your fan is
Okay,
coming in
Doc.
hot
Your
right
section's
now.
over. We're done with shit Doc says.
Bro.
All right, yo. Okay. Oh shit. Hold on. Let me read it question for question. I wrote it like only like 2 words on the actual piece of paper. Okay. What the? Okay. Is the responsibility between tanks, healers, and DPS equal? And if not, how are they different?
How are they different?
Like, or how are they not equal? Like,
Yeah, no.
yeah. So I say no, because okay. So the reason why I say no is because it is a lot easier. It is a lot easier. And I'm about to bring this parser up, so I'm about to be an elitist here in a minute. But it is a lot easier to carry damage than it is to carry a tank or a healer, because with it, so like let's say you have a DPS that is like average or slightly under average. Well, you can make that damage up very easy by just having your tanks and healers do more damage, because as a tank or a healer, it's not the easiest thing to do damage, but I think it's I think in the right
it's
places.
a bigger thing than that, though. I think there's a progression as a player when you're a tank and a healer, and that is different than as DPS. Because when you start tanking, right, when you first start playing the game, I don't know about you guys, but my goal is to hold threat and hit cooldowns. Came second, and then third came DPS, and then set 4 is like more DPS, and set 5 is like how can I use my tank stance as little as possible. Meanwhile, DPS in this game is just like I just got to do
One-track
damage.
mind.
I just got to do damage. I just got to do damage. So they don't have. There's not a progression for DPS players. You know, you don't start out because your goal's always been the same. You just do as much damage as possible, right? So I think that's why DPS. You know, you see a lot of lackluster DPS in Party Finder because there's no way to really progress as a DPS. You know, you just see. I don't know. It just seems like DPS players will stagnate a lot at like the lower echelons of like their ability.
You know what though? I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, and I'm gonna say, because okay, I'll be honest. If I was to join a Nidhogg clear party right now and I wanted to carry that group, I would go on White Mage because White Mage carries that fight, right? But beyond that, I think in a way, and this has more to do with the community's perception on how groups should be run and performance and stuff like that. In a way, tanks and healers have it easy because not every group is going to be super talented and stuff, right? And when a DPS does bad DPS, sometimes the group is like, all right, you need to step up your DPS. You need to step up your DPS. When a healer does bad DPS, people are like, oh, that's okay. He's just a healer.
Yeah.
It's okay. That's not his job, right? And when a tank does low DPS, it's like, well, whatever. I'm a tank, you know. So what if I'm doing 500 DPS as a paladin? You know, I'm a tank. That's not my job. And the thing is, I think maybe not so much at the higher end of the raid spectrum, where where players are super skilled and players hold each other accountable for performance, but at a lower level than that, people don't value tank and healer DPS enough. And when a healer sits there with his dick in his hand, when he should be doing DPS, right? When there's nothing to heal, they just sit there, and this is acceptable. If I was a monk and I peeled off the boss, put my weapons away, everyone would be like, "Yo, Bach, what the fuck are you doing? You know, we have a boss to kill here. What are you doing? Why are you slacking off like that?" Right? But if I was a healer in a raid group, and I was just to stand there, not throw any heals, because no one's damaged, and I wasn't doing any DPS because whatever, this is apparently okay. And I don't get it. Because, when a group is looking for more DPS, if a group is like, we're struggling DPS, help us out here, what should we do? The first piece of advice I give them is, look for more DPS from your tanks and your healers. That is where you'll get the most bang for your buck. And I think tanks and healers underperform so often, and
sure.
they get away with
Yeah, I
it
think
because
so
they're
too.
tanks and healers.
Yeah.
So that is the flip side of the argument, where the reverse side is DPS is not held accountable, because if
Well,
a tank
it's-
loses aggro or dies,
Yeah.
go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say it's really easy to tell when a healer fails because someone dies to damage. It's easy to tell when a tank fails because aggro's lost and just crazy stuff's happening. But it takes like sometimes upwards of 12 minutes to see when a DPS fails, right?
Mhm.
Because
Yep.
you hit in a rage. So you're gonna see the tanks failing and the healers failing way more often than you're gonna see a DPS failing. So I don't know.
I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
and
going
that
to
would
be
be
honest.
fixed with parsers too. That would
Yeah.
be fixed if they had parsers,
Yeah.
because then there would be a standard that DPS would be held accountable. Because
Yeah.
it's really, because like in some people, and like this isn't even meant for like a negative way, right? Because some people like they play on PS4, or like some people for some reason they don't know that you can use a parser for this game, because like a new player that's never
Probably
played
don't even know
MMO
it
before
exists.
probably doesn't even know about ACT, right? So it's not entirely their fault that they don't have a parser. You know what I'm saying? Or that they
Not to
don't
mention
know
the
about
game
their
doesn't
own
fucking teach you how to
damage.
do anything.
Yeah.
So of course people are bad at the game. Of course they don't know how to play, because
Like-
the game doesn't teach you how to do anything.
Like, have you guys ever played Sonic the Hedgehog? Whenever
Yeah, of
you
course.
beat Sonic, a stage on Sonic, you get a score at the end, right? How cool would it be in like a dungeon or something? You get a score at the end for how well you performed, based on other players who did the same thing on your class. Like you got a C for monks. You're like, oh man, I got a C. I could step up my game somehow. I don't know. I just wish there was some sort of gauge. It doesn't even have to be a number, like a physical DPS number. Just like a gauge, like a grade. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I want to chime in to what Bach said, which is I think the main issue with that, it's not like they're not held as accountable. It's just that it's a bad mentality that is accepted. Like
Yeah, that's
we
true.
need to fucking educate those hillbillies, dude, because like it's just not acceptable. Like in this game, the way that it is, okay, sure, you can do damage, but honestly, like that person should just be kicked because they're not putting any effort. Because to heal in a dungeon or to heal anything, it's
So
just
what if it
heal
takes
is, like,
4 more minutes? Whatever, right?
it's not 4 more minutes. It's like I made that argument on the forums. Like
Yeah.
before people accepted the healers weren't in cleric stance. Oh, it's only like 2 minutes. Then it's like, oh, it's only 4 minutes. Then Heaven's Ward comes in, and then you have like Sword Cow or the people are super on the gear like the DPS. And it's no longer 4 or 5 minutes. We're talking 10, 12, 15 extra fucking minutes of my life, where I could have been doing something else, like eating ice cream.
Do you know when we started seeding in A7 a lot more? Was when we skipped the last 2 tower sets. That takes away so much of the random RNG and bullcrap that goes on in that fight.
Dude.
On T7?
Yeah.
A7.
A7.
Yeah.
A7.
Also when
Like
you
quick-
skip
quick
that.
fix.
Oh, the
Yeah.
jails?
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, you skip the second jail and the last jails too. Right?
Yeah,
When you
skip the
skip
last
both
jail.
of them.
Yeah. It takes away a lot of the random elements, and like, I don't know.
See, like,
Adding an extra 4 minutes is a big deal in some situations.
I think at the pug level, it's all of the responsibilities put in the tanks and the healers. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, tanks are dead.
That's true.
Their
You
fault.
never see it.
Tanks lose aggro. Tanks' fault. But as long as the DPS is alive and doing some degree of DPS, apparently that's enough
Yeah.
for people to say, oh yeah, he's adequately doing his job. What
Yeah.
if his DPS sucks, right? But
You can't
at
call
the-
him out for it because parts
Yeah,
is quote
because-
unquote illegal.
Which
Yeah,
which
but-
which I don't understand, because they put in the training dummies. They literally put in those dummies, right? Why don't they just add a fucking parser? Like it's like they half-assed it, right?
They're afraid it'll do more harm than
Yeah.
good because people use it as a means to, discriminate, or as a means to bitch at other people.
They're way
Right.
too cautious
And
for no reason.
it facilitates a toxic mentality. I can totally see that. But to finish my point, though, I think, you know how I said that DPS has it easy at the pug level, but I think tanks and healers are the ones who, they're allowed to underperform. And I have so many friends, so many groups who get nothing out of their healers and tanks,
Yep.
but when they fail a DPS check, the
look
fingers
at
are
the
pointed
deeps.
at the DPS.
Yeah.
Right? Well, it's just like, well, gee, you're getting what, like 200 healer DPS total? I mean, you don't think that could be improved? You don't
Well,
think that's an
Lord.
area of
Yeah, because you
improvement?
could have really good
Right?
damage, but if your healers and tanks don't do any damage, like you're still gonna fuck that up. Because like
It's a lot easier.
there's
to
really
carry.
like if you're looking for damage, it's a lot easier to get it from your tanks and healers than your DPS, as you already said, right?
Yep.
And
And
yeah, so like I definitely agree with you. Like I think
Yeah.
that yeah.
Man,
If-
I just
if,
hope that DPS just stopped dying. Then I'd be happy, right? And so, like, every single fight I'm doing, I'm like, man, I want to do good scholar DPS. I want to look really cool and be awesome and contribute, but I gotta res this asshole.
Yep.
And then I gotta, like, heal him up, and then he has weakness now, so I gotta overheal him. And then there's, like, a ton of other little factors. And A7, that was, like, the biggest holdup, too. It's just, like, as soon as someone dies, it's like, god damn, well, I might as well not really try to DPS anymore.
Yep. The boss is just instantly doing 10% more, or however much it is.
Yeah.
And A7's a really good example because A7 is a fight where you get a ton of mileage from having high DPS. You skip entire phases. I
Yeah.
mean, like the best way to deal with a mechanic is to kill the boss before he does the mechanic. That is the best, most efficient way to and A7, there's a lot of shit you could skip. You do not want to do those jail sets.
The very
right?
last
But-
jail sets are like
way
I
harder.
don't know if they're definitely way harder than the previous ones, and I don't know if it's the hardest part of the fight, but it is definitely one of the harder parts of the fight.
Yeah.
That very last one. And yeah, like you could say the same thing about A5 too, because you can skip so many mechanics in A5. Like when you skip everything in A5, that fight is amazing. That fight's awesome. That fight's one of my best, or like one of my favorite fights, because you don't have to do that stupid bird shit. You don't have to fucking do all that dumb shit. You know, you don't have
That's
to.
just another way to wipe,
and
right?
shit. You
Those
know,
are just more ways to wipe.
yeah. So
And-
like. Just what you were talking about, like just skipping mechanics, like that's just the best way to fucking do it, man.
Yep.
Yeah, the best mitigation in this game is the boss being dead 2 minutes earlier.
Is to kill the fucking
Yep.
boss.
So, I have to agree with like what Chet says with a score, but to add to that, there's something someone on Reddit, I know a Reddit bad example, but it's actually a pretty good idea. Like, they said give them either a penalty, which I don't exactly agree due to like the casual nature of this game. But you know, if someone is doing like higher percentage of DPS,
Yep.
and like give them like extra ISO or bonuses, or like, you know, you're S plus rank tier, then give them
Yeah.
extra
Oh,
bonuses.
reward
and
people
shit.
based on their performance.
Yeah. So
Okay.
it gives people to
So
do shit.
giving them incentive to go for an A or whatever. All right, I like
Yeah.
that.
And even if nothing changes at the game level, for groups out there who you know want to add to their DPS, hold your tanks and healers accountable for DPS too. You have to. I mean, you know,
Yeah.
the double standard is bullshit because nobody. People are more willing to respond. People respond better to criticism when everybody is being measured, you know, with the same measuring stick. You know, everybody's being held equally accountable. Who the hell wants to improve when it's you know, it's wrong for you to suck, but it's okay for everyone else to suck, right?
Yeah.
Like, who the hell wants to be in a group like that, right? Nobody.
Well, I mean, like, you can do a lot of other, like, scenarios with that, too. I mean, there's a lot of DPS that only focus on doing damage, and they have abilities to, like, help with, you know, other parts of the fight, like black mages, right?
Yep.
They have so
Ninjas,
many
don't
abilities.
use Shade Walker, don't use
Yeah.
Smokescreen.
That's true too.
And it's something that should actually be accounted for, but it's hard to account for those things until you notice, like, mistakes. All right, well, this mistake just happened in a fight. What utilities we have that we could use that, of course, this guy's not using because all he cares about is getting his DPS up, right?
You know, one thing I see a lot of groups, especially on stream, like they're hitting that
Black
enrage,
Mage Syndrome.
like they're hitting that enrage, and then they're trying to get more healer DPS and stuff. But the problem is they're scared to put that responsibility on the healer, and it's because at that point I think you need to look at your raid team and be like, oh, this healer struggles to even basic heal, and they can't DPS. Like, I think you need to start looking for another healer. Like, in this game, there's like such a lack of healers and tanks that people are so scared, and then they take them an extra month or 2 months to clear a turn because of that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what kind of tier are we looking at, though? Are we looking at, you know, a random pug group, or are we looking at, like, people you raid with that should be studying up and doing things?
Well, I see it all the time on streams with like static groups. They take an extra 3 or 4 weeks.
So
and
you're
it's
talking about raiders.
being held by, basically held by their healers.
Yo, you know
Yeah.
what? You know what fight was really, really awesome? In my opinion, I thought that each role was held accountable. Was T10, especially the last phase, where you had like tether charge or whatever, and then you had like a random thing. So, like for instance, like as a DPS, you had to not only participate in the mechanic, but you also had to keep your damage up too, because it did have a soft enrage, and when it first came out,
A lot of people got hit
Yeah.
by that soft enrage.
yeah, like the soft enrage on T10, I don't think was like super brutal, but like I know when we first killed it, the whole arena was electrified.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, we killed it maybe 2 or 3 seconds after that happened, but like, I mean, our group's damage was pretty good. So if you take like just the average group, then that enrage is a serious thing. So like your damage dealers would have to be really good at keeping their damage up while they were doing like the stacks and stay away and like that kind of shit, you know? So I think T10 was a really, really good example of that. Also, like T11 I think was too, because of the tethers and stuff. But I think those fights were really good when it came to making sure that everyone was held accountable, I guess.
Yeah.
But
All right, so, are we good for another topic, or?
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
down.
All right.
All right, everyone's done with this one? Anyone,
I think-
anyone has anything to say?
There's probably more we can say, but you know,
Okay.
Yeah.
All
I think
right.
it's probably just running in circles.
Okay, cool.
All right, yo, the hat. New topic, gentlemen. New topic. Okay, here we go. Shit, hold on, I only wrote 4 words down. Hold on.
Wait, what?
On the note,
lazy were
I
you?
got lazy. I only wrote like 4 words. I just wrote enough for me to know what the topic was supposed to be. Hold on. All right, so when people leave raid groups and how you recover or deal with it. So,
Dude.
so I got a good one.
Yeah, I think I can't really talk about this that well because like I think our group like
Your group's so stable.
I think the SAR group, the original Yes group might be the most stable group in FF14 history.
Well, we're going on.
You guys
It's
had to
I know, but-
switch members in and out and stuff.
The longest we ever had to go without a raid member is about 12 hours. You know? You know? I don't know. I feel like our group has been pretty lucky, so I know Zeno has seen some shit.
Oh, I've seen some shit. Yeah. So like, okay,
I
all
got a
right.
horror story.
So, last on let's see, on A4, I joined a group. On Leviathan, and okay, the very first night that I'm there, I transfer my character. We're about to go in. We do A1, we do A2, we go into A3, we do 2 pulls, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the warrior just leaves the instance, leaves the group. I see him dip from 3 different link shells, and I'm just like, wait, what? What the fuck is going on? And they're typing in Skype chat, and they're like, oh shit, he just left. He's gone. And I'm like, wait, really? He's fucking, like, what? So yeah, we lost our warrior. Like, he just straight rage quit. Like mid fucking raid. We didn't even get to kill A3 that night. So what happened, because I originally was going over there as a Dark Knight, but then because our warrior quit, I went warrior. We got the Dark Knight that I was replacing back because he was only there until he found a rep for himself. So then that happened, and then we raided for like maybe like 3 weeks or a month. And then that's how I met Perez, because Perez took the tank that, okay, Perez took the tank spot that I was supposed to take before the other tank left. So then I took the warrior spot, and then the Dark Knight came back, and then Perez took the Dark Knight spot. But we just ran double warrior because double warrior is fucking OP as shit, and there's no downside whatsoever. But yeah, so like, one thing I can say, though, is that all right, and this is just like a mutual respect thing, right? Is one thing that really fucking, oh my god, this, if you ever want to piss me off, join my group and then leave without even fucking saying anything, just dip. Is when people, when they
All right, see ya.
leave, when they leave a group, right? They just straight leave the group. They give no notice or anything. Like, to me, that is so fucking, like, disrespectful, man. Like, that is so disrespectful. Like, if you're in a raid group, like, you have made a commitment. Like, you've made a commitment to seven other people that you're going to show up on time, that you're going to fucking raid this shit, that you're gonna do this. The group may be complete trash, but it doesn't matter because you made a commitment to this group, just like the 7 other people did. So if you're gonna leave that group, or if you're gonna be like, yo, this group fucking sucks and I'm gonna leave, like, you need to at least give them time to replace you. Like, there's always like weird circumstances, you know, like, you know, RL shit, like if you know somebody in real life, or like, you know, fucking, you know, like fucking grill drama or whatever, you know, there's always shit like that, right? But if you're simply leaving just because of a performance issue, then like, you owe it to the 7 other people, because you have to remember, if you're miserable enough in that group, those 7 other people are too. So at least give them the courtesy to, like, to replace you or to keep going if they choose to do so. Because like when me and Perez, we raid on Leviathan for this raid tier, and we went through so many people. We had to replace 2 melee, and then so we had 3 reps for a melee spot, and the first one that left just up and left with no fucking reason, and this is during Prague, and that really pissed me off, because it's like, are you fucking serious, dude? Like, really? And he left for literally like, well, he gave a reason, but it was a dumb. Somebody bullied him, so he left for whatever fucking reason. But anyway, which I don't really think is a good reason, but maybe I'm just an asshole. But so he left. Then we had to find another person, and then that person actually had RL issues, and it was complete opposite of the first person that left, because not only did the person we get to replace him, not only did they give us notice that they were leaving, but their RL issues were very, very serious, and yet they continued to raid. Like their RL issues were like super serious, and they continued to raid until we found a rep. So that was really, really awesome of them to do. So like, yeah, so like that's like, that is the way that you should do it. Like if you basically, my mentality is if you join a raid group, if you commit to a raid group, you should at least give them the courtesy if you're going to leave. Like you should give them the courtesy to either find a rep or give them or replace yourself. You know what I mean? And that's just my opinion, but I value raiding with people very, very highly because I put a lot of my RL stuff aside to do this. So I guess I just kind of expect that same courtesy in return. But anyway, so that's pretty much my mentality on it.
Yeah, man. Like I've had so many people who have left the group for so many different reasons. I've kicked people out of the group for so many different reasons. The core 5 people in my raid group right now have been with us almost since we started the group like years ago. But those 3 people, it's just like a goddamn revolving door, man. I've had people come in and I have to kick them out because they tried to take loot from someone else who, had claim to that loot.
Wow.
And then,
Jesus, that's ridiculous.
That's a really
and no,
stunning
like
move.
the situation was, we have a black mage in our group. It was on T9. I've told this story a lot of times. It was on T9. And we had a new black mage that joined in who's still with the group right now. And he was subbing in as a black mage so we could do one tank. He's supposed to main tank it. And this was after a real rough time. Like, we were going through so many different issues in the group. I was feeling like crap. A lot of other people were feeling like crap. And we cleared it. And we're like, yeah, this is awesome. Black mage staff drops. He tries to need roll on it. He doesn't get it. And then just logs off. And he's just like, yeah, I'm done with the group. I was going to leave and just take it. It's like, fuck you, man.
Damn, dude.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah. Good.
No, you go finish.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just going to say there's like a billion different examples of what happens when people leave, and it's just kind of, when you run a raid group, it's going to happen. People are going to leave because they have real-life issues, family issues, they have other things, and they're legitimate. They'll go through it, but getting, like, new people in there can be a pain in the ass if you're not on, the most populated servers out there.
Yeah.
But,
Like, what server are you in?
well, I was on Exodus, right?
Oh, okay.
And so I left Exodus. Guess where I went?
Gilgamesh.
You got it. Straight to it, man. And it's been good so far, but like just finding that other person, you got to find someone who's first not insane, like that's not going to come in and bring their own emotional drama. And I'll go into that later, and I think we have a different topic where I can go into it. And then you got to also find people who want to raid with the same ideals that you have. Like, hey, we're going to come in here and we're going to go through this, and we're going to go through slowly, we're going to have fun with it, or we're going to be hardcore and raid all the time. Like, if you don't get that exact same mentality, the guy's going to leave, like, in the next week. But,
Dude,
yeah, that's
Yo.
it.
I have
Yo,
a fucking horror story.
Gilgamesh, more like, what a mess.
Wow. That's a
Can we edit that joke out?
Yo, I've been thinking about that for like 2 minutes.
Just like silence it.
Is that
2 minutes?
really?
Silence,
What a
just
mess
mute
that's
the
the mess
stream.
you come up with. Dude, it's not even the same sound again.
Yo, what a mess.
Talk to me.
You should have said Gilgamesh, dude. I don't know. I would
Alright,
have
Xeno's on strike 2 on his own show.
Don't hate me, Scrum.
answer?
I JK. I JK.
Because Frosty kind of ended it where he transferred to Gilgamesh. I can say this from experience from being on Gilgamesh for almost like a year and just transferring out of Gilgamesh, that being in the group that I was almost the entirety of Midas, they had to go through maybe like the most reps I've ever seen out of any fucking group. I have no idea what these people were thinking, but they had maybe like a core 3 members when I joined, and they rotated out while I was there. A scholar, 2 or 3 melee DPS, like 4 casters. I couldn't even.
You could have
and
made a
this was-
group
this
with
was-
all the people
Do
that
you
left
want
the
to know
group.
why? Do you want to
This
know
was
why?
after. This was after I joined. But
I have a
go on.
pretty decent guess as to why. And okay, so Gilgamesh, they're like the capital of the raiding scene. If the raiding scene was Westeros, Gilgamesh is fucking King's Landing. Okay. So it's funny how that works because it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like people are like, oh, if you want to raid, go to Gilgamesh. Well, people listen to that, so they go to Gilgamesh. So it makes it true. Now, there is a crazy amount of talent on Gilgamesh, of course. Everybody knows that. But beneath those skilled players, what makes up the vast majority of Gilgamesh's raiding scene? They are people who thought they were too good for their current group, so they left. They thought they deserved better than what they had, so they left. And where does someone go when they leave? They go to Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
And what
confounding factor?
And I could tell you, like, you know, from a ton of people who can, I'm sure a lot of people on stream can confirm this, but beneath the talented players of Gilgamesh, there is this cesspool of you know, entitled players who think they deserve to play with a higher caliber of player that they've been playing with. That's why they're there in the first place. So, and that's the kind of player you're going to get when you're looking for members on Gilgamesh, because you're going to get static hoppers. That place is fucking rife with static hoppers, right?
Mm-hmm.
For obvious reasons, and that is the problem. And I think that.
You think I'm gonna have a bad time in Gilgamesh?
I don't know. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily.
It's
It's just that finding the right
you have to
player
rake through a lot of filth, dude.
is a needle in a haystack.
Well, the fortunate thing I have with Gilgamesh is that there's a lot of really cool people on Gilgamesh that, you know, they're bored, they're looking for something to do. And so with our static and with me entirely, I have a job where my job could say, hey, on raid night, you have to go out and do work. You have to do it. There's no way around it.
Yeah.
And so there's going to be a couple of nights that there's no way for me to tell if I'm going to be able to be there or not until it's, you know, too late. So I need a place where I can say, hey, we're out. We need someone to fill in. Can we get somebody? Yeah. Gilgamesh, I can find someone. If I'm on a different server and I don't have someone to fill in, 9 out of 10 times the raid's dead that night.
Yeah, that's the big benefit though of Gilgamesh. So like you
That's
have
a huge benefit,
you have that huge downside where you just have this, like, you know, this gaggle fuck of shitty players, but then you also have like a shitload of really amazing players as well that like will help you fill in spots, because they kill the shit in, you know, 1 or 2 days and then they're done. You know, they're done. They have nothing to do. You know, they're just
it's a
jerking their
double-edged
dick.
sword, right?
You know, yeah. So
it's totally a double-edged sword, because you have the benefits of having, you know, reps anytime you want. You can find, you know, people who want a raiding mentality, but on the other hand, you know, you have all these other, you know, pretenders. You know, people who kind of, you know, the kind of people you don't want in your static, and they're all there too. And you know, how can you tell the difference?
You just gotta try them out, man. Go through a pain. But I'd rather go through pain than go through the pain of not having someone for 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, that's true. That's
totally
true.
Bro.
I mean, your whole situation is what? You're repping like 1 or 2 people, so you're going to Gilgamesh?
So we're pulling. Right now, we had. Gosh, how many? We have 2 spots we had to fill. We needed a tank and a second DPS, preferably a melee. But it looks like we're actually going to do double caster. I don't know how you guys feel about that.
That's fine.
Yeah, we're going to try that out.
Fine, yeah.
I mean, we have a bard in our group, so it should be okay.
Yeah.
And so right now we're only looking for a tank, and the 7 people that I have lined up to possibly be in the group are perfectly. I know who they are. I've talked to them plenty of times, and they are pretty good players. And 5, of course, of them I played with forever. So
yeah,
Raid Finder makes it a little easier, although like Raid Finder could be better.
I think Raid Finder.
It could definitely be better.
I think Raid Finder failed.
No, see, the thing is, man, is that whenever, like, and this isn't just like Raid Finder specific, but this goes back to like the fucking like the sky dummies and shit too. It's like they put this shit in the game, but it's like it's half-assed. It's like half-assed. It's like you know, it's like you go in the kitchen to make a PB&J, and you come out with like just bread. It's like, what the fuck? Where's the good part? You know,
you need to there needs to be like some sort of note system with Raid Finder. Like just queuing up is never gonna work. I don't think. You know, like if you put in Raid, I don't know how you fix it.
It's good for cross-server stuff, like planned cross-server stuff.
That's what I was gonna say. Is that like I've had really successful Raid Finders, but every single Raid Finder experience I've had, it's always been
Pre-planned.
pre-fucking planned.
Yeah.
So
Well,
You know what this game needs? Either from SE or from the community itself is like a way for people to kind of hook up. I know a lot of people in our server.
hook up, you say.
Doc,
Come on, man.
okay. Like there are a ton of players who are looking for statics, and there are a ton of statics looking for players. They just need to find each other, and you know, and it could be on your own server, or you know, the static breaks up. And all of a sudden, you know, maybe 3 of the members quit, and now you got 5 people looking for a group.
So
And
I
they
think
need to
they're
be able
doing
to-
that.
Yeah, they really need to.
Because they're going to come out with that cross-server party finder thing, right? And so what's going to happen with, regular party finder? It's only going to be filled up with people looking for statics, FCs, and other stuff.
Yeah.
All the real
I'm
rating stuff
talking
will
like
happen.
like a static, not like a party find, not like a temporary thing, but kind of like a means for people to find what they're looking for. Whether you're kind of like a freaking, like a monster, or like, dare I say, eHarmony of freaking,
Yeah.
looking for.
As
because
someone said in chat,
Raid
Tinder
Recruitment
14.
subreddit
Yeah.
is okay. It works. We found good members we found Jet that way a long ass time ago. That works.
I don't
but
think there's enough people
we need,
on most
we need
servers,
a better
man.
resource. And either the community has to come up with it. I'm not a web guy, so don't look at me. Or but we need a better means for people to find statics and statics to find people.
Maybe if it was in-game, like they had just a party finder that was a permanent posting for like days, and you
Yeah.
could post in there, and all it was for was finding members for static. And people would go in there and say, hey, well, this group's looking for someone. I'll send him a message next time he gets online. Because I don't think people are going to venture out as much outside of the game to look for it as much as we all hope they would.
it would
Yeah.
also really help if the raid finder was set up like party finder. So can you imagine like you open up raid finder and you see all the different listings from all the different servers on your data center, right? So like you could like go through them, and some would have like, ready to go now, or others would have looking for like, melee and caster. Here's our raid times. So then that person, so like let's say like I put one up right on Sarg, and then someone from another server on Aether joins it, and then now me and that person can talk to each other even though we're not on the same server, right? To make sure that like our raid times and shit are gonna match. So like if raid finder was exactly like party finder, which I don't know why why are there 2 different finders? Like it should just be the finder. Like why is the duty? Why couldn't it just be the finder, right?
The
just call it the
finder.
fucking
Dude,
finder.
I have to
Yeah.
ask you one of the guys. I have to ask one of you guys how to open it every single time because I have no. It's so.
It's not even keybound. It's not
in
like
such
you
a
have to
weird
keybind
spot
it.
to find it. I don't know.
I've never used it in my life.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, it was a good idea, but I kind of think it fell flat a bit.
Well, the main issue with it is that there's way too many fucking options. Everything needs to line up perfectly in order to find a party. That's why it takes over like half an hour to find a thing. If it was only like one option, just raid finder, queue it, dude, boom, you got it.
Like I'm sure one of the big benefits that Gilgamesh has is, I don't know, I feel like the pug scene on Sarg is pretty small, right? It's like almost non-existent. I bet Gilgamesh at least has that going for it, but like
Somewhat. I mean,
But,
not as
like-
good as JP servers, but it
Yeah.
definitely does.
But I think on Sarg it's basically non-existent, right? I don't know. It's just like I think Raid Finder killed whatever pug scene Sarg had. So like people queue for Darty. Dude, I don't know.
How do they get a group in Raid Finder? If they're single queuing just randomly, I can't see them ever really
I
getting a
know,
group until like
exactly.
a 7-person group comes up and says, hey, we need to fill in one person. Then you
Exactly.
get somebody.
You just
Like
gotta
there's
roll the
no.
dice.
It's like they just put it in the game just to like get people to stop bitching. But like Raid Finder is so badly because I was so excited for that, man.
It's
like
such a
I was
ham-fisted
so
solution, you know?
Yeah.
I was so excited for that. Like I remember talking about that for months before it came out, and I remember planning like some stuff with some friends on another server that we were gonna do this shit. But it's so cancerous to try to fucking queue up and then. There's no information either. So you're
Yeah.
literally just it's like whenever you hit the queue, you're just going in fucking blind unless
Like-
it's
like-
unless it's a pre-made.
Yeah. Like
You know
can't
what?
even.
You know what though? Oh, sorry. You go
I
first.
was just gonna say, like, you can't even talk. Say you get to 2 out of 2 out of or 4 out of 8 in the queue. You can't even talk to those 3 other guys. You know,
Yeah.
like you can't even talk to the guys you get matched with until you have a full 8 out of 8.
Either like nerf the
Oh,
the
man.
options amount, or do it like League of Legends, like you need to client shit.
So, you know what I find kind of odd? So, there's Guildworks out there. I don't know if
Yeah.
you guys don't care about talking about Guildworks and everything. But, you know, it's out there and it was used, the cheese, where you could find hunts and stuff all the time.
Yeah.
But, you know, did you guys play WoW at all?
I did.
Not really. I didn't play it, no.
Okay, so there's at some point with WoW, this whole system started to be implemented. And Klops was talking about it a little bit in chat. And I forget what it was called. It was called something, but like there's a third-party app that would say, hey, if you have your Battle.net ID, we'll try to make a cross-server thing happen. So how hard would it be for, you know, Guildworks to come up and make a little third-party app that says, hey, this server is looking for this in this data center?
That's actually a pretty good idea, and they could definitely do that. Like, I know, like, one time I wanted to ask a warrior question to Xeno, dude, and Xeno was like, what the fuck, Doc's talking to me? Oh my god, and I just fell off. Off of a dungeon, and it's because Guildwork, dude, I can send them a text message, cross server, in a dungeon, across the planet.
You know what though? Not a lot of people are going to agree with me here, but one of my favorite things about MMOs is the independent servers. You know, you got like your own community, and you know you have Party Finder. So you know when you're doing stuff on Party Finder with people on your server, you can quickly find out who's good, who's bad, who's nice, who's an asshole, and everyone has their own reputation on their own server, and I love that. And I think, while there are obviously huge benefits to having cross-server, you know, you can team up with people on another server, I wish they would limit that just a little bit. I don't want them to go too far with it. I mean, a lot of people really want that idea, but part of me wants to keep things, you know, very server-specific and somewhat limit what you can do with other people on other servers, because I really love that about MMOs, how everybody has a reputation to uphold, and everyone has, you know, you get your friends and, you know, just social networking, and all of that kind of goes out the window when everything you can do on your own server, you could do off of your server.
Well,
I don't like that.
I think
and I would
right
quit
now
the game, I think,
damages that.
if that was the case. That's just my, those are my thoughts on it. Like, I might be on my own island here. You know, there are going to be a few people who might agree with me, but I really like the fact, you know, maintaining your reputation on your server. You have to, you know, social networking on your server, and if all of that becomes obsolete, it would take a lot of the enjoyment out of the game for me.
Well, that's how it used to be. Like that's how games used to be. But like with Duty Finder and Raid Finder, you just sit in town and you queue up for everything. So like years ago, I remember I played Ion, and you know it wasn't like the greatest game or anything. But the really awesome thing about that game is that you definitely had to fucking like hold up to your reputation, because there was no Duty Finder, there was no Raid Finder. It was you shouted in chat, and you got a group together, and you had to run to the dungeon. Like, and typically those dungeons were through zones full of elite mobs. So like, not only did you have to get the party together, but you actually had to physically go to the dungeon because you couldn't queue up for it. And let me tell you about how if you could not train ads and make it to the dungeon, you were kicked. And fucking there was a shout that said, "Need one, already at the dungeon." Because like if you weren't even good enough to get to the fucking dungeon, like that was like a big like telltale sign, you know what I'm saying? You know?
Right.
But like one thing they really fucked up on Raid Finder though is and they actually said they were going to add this, but they didn't. So like let's assume for a second that 8 random people, right? Let's say that 8 badass people, all different jobs, all for some reason lose their
stars
static,
align.
right? Yeah. So let's say they lose their static. Then they're like, well, fuck it. I'll just queue up. And let's say that the planets align and all those 8 people find each other and it's magical. It's like a fucking Christmas miracle, right? Well, those 8 people are going to have different strategies for whatever the fuck they're queuing in for, right? So when you queue in, you don't even get additional time to go over strategy. So let's say you're queuing into the last turn. There is a lot to talk about. If you're queuing in with 7 other people, there is a fuckload of shit that you need to talk about, you know, for each phase. You know, like what strat are we doing for the first phase? That might take fucking 5 minutes alone. You know, so by the time that you get done explaining everything, like 30 minutes has already gone by. Like 25, 30 minutes has already gone by. So it's like they didn't think about that. So they expected people to not use Raid Finder properly. Like they expected people to not need that extra time, which to me leads me to believe that they didn't really care about that when they implemented it, you know?
Well, they did mention something about it, I think, about having like a little lobby or something.
Yeah.
Like this is all stuff they plan to implement apparently within 3.5.
Yeah, right.
That's what they say, right?
Yeah. I mean, I hope they do. It's just like I'm not surprised that, you know, like it wasn't in there. But I mean, I hope they do. But like, yeah, like so that's why like, and that goes back to like just the mentality of youth, of like some people thinking that they're better than their group, is because when you go from static to static to static to static, that mentality comes from the duty finder. Because when you queue in and you like don't do mechanics, you get yourself killed, you do shitty DPS, you're just a complete hindrance on your party, it doesn't matter. You can be like, yo, go fuck yourself. What are you going to do? You know, report me? Oh no. You know, because you're never going to see those people again. So
There's
what
no
the fuck does it matter?
accountability,
Yeah, you're never going to see them again. So what the fuck does it matter? Eat shit. Peace, nerds, I'm out. Boom. They're never going to see you again. Or the chances of them seeing you again is like really low. So when you do that over and over and over and over again, that duty finder or that like finder mentality, it goes to statics.
It seeps into statics. That's true.
Yeah, and that's why
people consider their statics disposable.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I could just as easily pack my bags and just move on, and you know we just, you know, and I don't know, that hurts a lot of statics.
Yeah, because they just leave with no regard. And then they know that going to the next group probably isn't going to know about the previous group that they just left, especially if they like change their name, right? Well, you can still find out, but it's a lot more difficult. That's what I'm getting at, is that like if you leave a group, change your name, go to a different server, the chances of your new group knowing what you did in the past group is so extreme, it's like abysmally low or whatever, you know, that it's basically undetectable.
That's why I like FFXIV. They didn't even if you change your name, boom.
Yeah. It's like it's almost become like a resume now. It's just like, yo, this is what I could do. If you like what you see, then, you know, I'd like to join your group. And I think that's another benefit, even though that's an old topic, but I think that's a huge benefit, is that you can gauge someone's performance before you even, you know, admit them to your static, right?
Yo, wait, I got a story, a real quick, a very short one, I promise.
All right, go.
Okay.
So, I'm doing like just, you know, like trap Nidhogg's, just joining random things, and in Leviathan I'm in a pretty casual FC, you know. It's like they invite almost every new player ever, right? So they see my FC tag, and they're like, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to show your FF logs, or we're not allowed to join the party for Nidhogg, right? And so I'm like, wow, okay.
Is that a thing on Gilgamesh? You have to show your flaws?
Yeah, man, it's part of your.
So what you're telling me is since I got the top world warrior parse, I could just fucking farm Nidhogg all day.
Yo,
yeah, dude.
yeah, show them your warrior parse.
You get a VIP
fucking
badge.
cards all day.
I get the VIP card.
So anyways, people were laughing because I had a couple friends in there, and like, I showed them the logs, and then the guy was a pretty bad player, and then he ended up getting kicked right after.
Man, I should sell cards for Gil. Like, just be like, yo, I could give you a really fucking awesome Nidhogg parse, and then you can get into any static with this parse.
You're
the black
profit
market of Astro cards, yep.
Yeah, I feel like this is another topic we could spend probably 8 hours on.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, yeah.
You want to move on?
This is like,
We moving on?
Yeah, we gotta. I think we lingered a little bit.
Yo, is this a new
Raid Finder
topic?
triggers us.
Is this a new topic?
The only
What's a
thing
new
good about
topic?
Raid
New topic,
Finder,
boys. New
on a
topic.
last note, is that I don't have to leave the house anymore.
Oh,
I
that's
get to
nice.
raid
Yeah,
anymore.
fuck yeah. You know, I kind of like going to
I do too. but-
hinterlands and waving to people who are already there, but you know,
Yeah.
I also don't like to leave my house
Yep.
in real life and in game. Just kidding.
It's becoming worse. All right, what's the new
All right,
topic?
moving on.
Okay, here we go. All right. Friends don't let other friends play certain classes.
Oh god. So
This is a quick one. This is a quick topic.
this will be quick. So we all know that we don't perform very well in classes, and everyone knows that Zito Scholar is questionable at best. All right.
I don't know, man. The stream fucking
But-
loves it for some reason. I think they just like to watch us fail.
They like to watch us be miserable because they make me play Black Mage, and I always every time I go into a party as a Black Mage, I'm like, oh man, this is gonna be great. And then like 2 pulls in, I'm like, why did I join this? Can I get out of here? I sign my else up, you know. I don't know. So what's your class, Rossi, that your friend shouldn't let you play?
Oh, really?
Scholar, because you don't know
Dude,
what Avo
I'm
does?
like best at everything. I don't know what you're talking
Sorry,
about. Oh,
my bad.
Jesus.
My bad. Okay, sorry.
Back
go.
off, man. No. I think the one that I am worst on would be Ninja. That's because Ninja's stupid as shit, man. Like, I can't stand, like, the mudras and how you have to get all the... You have to time it properly, right? I hope it lines up with the server. It's a lot better than it was before. But,
Yeah.
man, I spam every key I hit.
Yep.
I can't get out of that mentality where I'm like, oh, well, I need to not hit this key so fast so I can get the move off properly.
I wish other classes got a dunce cap when he messed up. Like imagine a dragoon going, 1, 2, 4. You know, he should get a dunce cap too. You know.
Nah.
I don't know.
Carrara's in chat. She's my girlfriend, my co-healer here. She
Oh, yeah.
knows what I need to not play. She can probably tell you guys a little bit better than I can. I mean, I
We
feel
should
like
get
I
on
do good
stream.
on
She
most.
could tell us what everything else you're bad at too.
Oh yeah, she'd have a list, I'm sure. I just got banned from the room.
What the fuck? Who banned you from the room?
Oh my god!
Dang, dude. Someone just wrecked you.
Alright,
Banned
thank
you
you.
from the room.
I got you.
Appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know which one. I think Ninja's probably the worst. I mean, I've done good on Paladin. I've done good on Warrior. I think I'm a great goddamn scholar. That Adler thing doesn't hurt anything, man. I don't know. I have to think on that for a second.
Yo, you know what? Okay, you know who is absolute. Oh my god.
Terror on a class.
Yeah, terror
Doc
on
on
it.
Paladin.
Well, okay. I would rather. Okay, here's what I'd rather do. Right, I would rather turn on my fucking burner and let it fucking heat up right and just put my whole fucking face on it than play with Doc's Bard because oh my fucking god, dude! Like his Bard, I remember
That's
me.
not fucking true. Okay. Now you
That is so
Oh, he's triggered. He's
Sorry,
triggered.
let him finish. Let the man finish.
Doc
Let the
is
man
fucking
finish.
triggered
Go.
right now. All right, so okay, Doc was supposed to fill in right on when me, Snuggle, and Marby were raiding like T13, right? And he comes in on his Bard. Oh my god, I swear to God, every time he played a song, he literally lowered all of the damage and skill level by the group that was hit by this song by like 10%.
Like he had like Benny Hill music playing or whatever.
It was like yeah, I don't know. It was like that song from Deliverance, and we only remember that movie because like that guy got like raped by the hillbilly, right? And it's just like, oh god, not this again. Oh god, and he was so bad on Bard. Like Doc, I love you, man, but please don't play Bard.
Don't play Bard.
First of all,
Dude, my
okay,
first
okay,
experience with your
wait,
Bard
wait.
was in turn 13, and all I know is that my warrior shit all over your Bard's DPS. And you're like best in slot or some shit. It was crazy.
Hey, I figured
Anyway,
it out,
sorry.
by the way, about
yeah?
which class it is. So you could probably list any crafter or gatherer.
Leave Doc
Oh,
I just
alone.
can't play him because
Oh,
I
that's
fall
not
asleep
fair.
halfway through it, so I'm gonna mess up everything that
My
I need to do
highest,
for that job.
my highest craft. I've been playing this game since 2.0. Highest craft is 15. I take pride in that.
Mine's about 20. I think I got 20.
Oh, you got me
Dude,
beat.
I have a level 2 miner. I picked up. I unlocked the quest, hit 2 rocks, and I was like, "Fuck this!" Never did it again. That was day 1.
That was the one.
Okay, first of all, I had an alt static with my bard back in Z13 days. Okay. Second of all, I know I'm not the best bard, but it's and the third of all, when I went to
What point was number 2 was just to say that you're not very good at bard.
and third of all, like I'm not top tier, but I wasn't horrible. Third of all, I love to move around as bard, and I even specifically asked when I joined Snuggles group, like, what is your position? No one told me the specific, and then I told, okay, I'm gonna take this position, and then Mel kept moving into me, and then he would like, and then I would get blamed for him doing a fucking stupid shit, like, dude, I did not want to raid with Snuggles group at all after that day
Dang,
because,
dude.
like,
Yo, Zeta, you triggered Doc like crazy.
Yo, do the thing on his face again.
Do the thing on his face again, giggity.
Like, it was fucking stupid because I would do stupid shit because they would get into me, right? So, like, I have to, like, reposition
get
myself.
into
Or like, they would kill me. Like, so, like, the double or mega flare or whatever, boom, I'm next to Mao. And that's my position in our Reaper group as a scholar. But that was his position, and he didn't say anything. And I asked him multiple times, where the fuck do you want me to move?
Yo.
I was never got a response.
Damn,
The guy on
Holy
the
cow.
stream that's like triggered, like his lips are moving with the words you're saying. It's like perfect. It's like perfectly
And
synced.
then the more I
Alright,
wiped
yeah,
or
yeah.
failed, the more like
More
frustrated I got.
triggered
So
you
my
got.
performance got worse and worse and worse. And then I was like, "Fuck it, you could just replace me." And at that point, I didn't even fucking give a shit anymore. So like, fuck you, my bar was perfectly fine. You're an asshole.
Damn.
Damn, dude. Holy
Damn.
Zeta, you struck a nerve,
my
dude.
God.
Holy cow.
There's 2 things that trigger me most of all, and that is you calling me bad on Astro and you calling me bad on Bard.
I never called you bad on Astro.
Bro, plus, you didn't even let me play Astro when it was first released.
Wait,
come on,
what?
dude.
Was
Wait,
I
he did
here
you a
during
favor.
this?
You're welcome.
He did you a favor.
He kind of did do you a favor, man.
But I had to learn the class, and like I tried to do any parties, like no, dog, you have to switch, and it really irritated me. Really.
Wait,
Okay.
okay, wait. Was I there when I told you not to play Astro? I don't remember that.
Yeah, bro.
Was
That's
this in
sometimes-
like a
that's-
dream, in like an imaginary world,
Yo.
where I was a part of something that I wasn't
Zena,
aware?
Zena.
Yo,
can only
Betos
have-
in the chat is like, yo, tell Doc he's bad at Paladin too.
So I can only have one trigger point per
I
night, so we're
remember,
not gonna talk about-
okay, we probably should,
Okay.
we should stop railing on Doc, but I remember when Doc tried to pull a dungeon and use Flash and Sword Up to hold hate, and everyone else died. It was fantastic.
Yo,
This Czech guy's like, yo, we should start ragging on Doc, and then he starts ragging on Doc.
I know.
nah, you know what? Nah, all right. I'm gonna say something awesome about Doc. You know, and I'm Doc. I'm gonna have to reveal your secret identity here. But if you had ever grouped with a certain paladin named El Gato, El Gato, yo, the cat. The fucking cat, yo, it should have been Cool El Gato, because
Cool El
that
Gato.
motherfucker on Paladin was bad fucking ass. He knew what was up. It was like Doc just went into this like whole other persona, and he was El Gato. It's like his ERP just totally took over his body, right? And he was the El Gato, and his Paladin skills were out of this world. Like, it was crazy good. It was crazy good.
I remember when you told us that we need to help this guy get his turn 13 kill, but we could never figure out who he was. That's what you
I
told us.
knew.
We could,
I
you couldn't tell
never,
us.
I never reveal a person's alt
Until
because,
Until right now.
well, I
You just
mean,
did,
now
like,
people
we were
already
watching.
know, but I never reveal a person's alt, and let me tell you why. Because I had an alt revealed one time, and that
Multiple
alt's
times.
name was Murder Train, and he was the most positive member of the gaming society. Like, here we go, here it comes, whoa! Yeah,
I feel like you had a good time on that.
he was the most positive fucking person in this community, And you know who fucking told everybody who blabbed their big fucking mouth that I was Murder Train? Was Snuggle. She not only told the whole server, but somehow she was talking to a GM about like an item or something. She fucking told the GM that was my ult. She was like, I was running with Murder Train. That's Xeno's ult. Like, what the fuck? God damn. Telling everybody.
Oh,
Scumbag.
Fucking scumbag. Yo, we on a new topic?
Sure.
Yo, I haven't said what my worst
Oh, I'm
class
sorry.
is.
I'm
What's your
sorry.
worst cast?
Yeah.
Oh, are you kidding? Monk.
Oh.
Okay, dude. Okay.
Are you sure about that?
I am hardwired to play classes that look at the bigger picture, tanks and healers. But I have Monk, just in case we need DPS. I think everyone should have one DPS class that they're decent with. But every time we do an A6 for somebody,
Oh my, your death
my
toll.
fucking mortality rate is like astronomical. It is unreal. And it's just because man, people say DPS is easy and like tanky and healing is hard. It is the other way around because
I totally tunnel vision, man.
a freaking tunnel vision. It's like every person has a finite amount of focus, and I'm just like DPS, and I just get shit on by everything.
Yeah.
Single buster, fucking blaster mirages, everything. All I know is when I play Monk in A6, the boss fucking uploads their parse to FF logs. But
Yeah,
yeah,
dude.
anyway,
Yeah.
I'm not playing Monk.
Yeah, I
A6
just
ever.
say
Yo,
with Black
Bach,
Mage, man.
astronomical.
Oh god.
Oh my
please,
gosh.
please.
Hey, don't worry about it. I mean, when they get water, Fist of Water for Monk, you can play it again.
Yo, did you guys see what I
Nice.
wrote in
Stall.
Mumble when I was like BRB? Or no, I said stall for me. I gotta use the bathroom. Get it?
Yeah.
Stall. Stall.
man.
Oh my god.
Man.
Oh my Jesus Lord, Michael Phelps won his
You're on strike
19th
2.5.
2.5. We'll take it.
So.
Alright, moving on. Next topic,
Yeah.
you said?
Yeah, next topic.
Stop.
Wait.
Oh wait, you got something?
We're not,
Okay,
we're not
all right.
done talking about
No,
jobs
this
that
is something
Doctor
else.
sucks at.
It's something else. So my role-playing Elgato days were over, and then I flipped him over to Lovey, and now he's prostate examiner.
That's your
What?
Your alt name is prostate examiner.
You renamed the El Gato to prostate exam?
Prostate examiner. It's a difference.
All right, so new topic.
All right. Well,
New topic.
New
hashtag shit doc says.
topic. New topic. All right.
I feel like we need drum
it gonna
rolls or
be?
something.
All right.
What's it gonna be?
We gotta be down to like our last few.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 6 left.
What?
6 left?
Dude, Raid Finder. You forgot how long we talked about that one.
Okay, this one shouldn't take too long. Okay,
Alright.
so what is your? Oh, fuck, let me get the question, man. Fucking shit. I wrote
Just write them all
I wrote
down.
2 words. It's
See,
not
I
even the
had, like,
first
a
2
talk.
We're gonna
words.
be here all fucking night.
It's not even the first 2 words. It's like the second and fifth. I don't. What the fuck was wrong with me? All right. Okay. What is your prog mentality compared to your farm mentality?
Ooh.
Right back, I gotta go pee, and then I'll tell you.
Okay.
Okay.
Man, I'll let you know when I get out of Prague.
Yeah. I don't know. My prog mentality is I feel like some people miss the thing like when videos are out for a fight, like turn 13 for example, or like I think our best example is like A3 Savage. Videos are out for A3 Savage, and people see where they use LB, and I feel like okay, we have to use LB there because that's when they use it, right? But when specifically like A3 prog, like every single time we're trying to push into the next phase, we are trying to use the LB on the previous phase, right? We're like LBing, during the DPS check. We're caster LBing all the dudes when they're running out to the edge that we were supposed to stun, I feel like one of the things that people undervalue is the value of just burning your LB to get to the next phase. My main goal whenever we're doing prog is to see whatever phase we're working on as consistently as possible.
Yeah, not even if you crawl into, or I mean,
Yeah.
even if you crawl
even
into
if you
it.
have to play like really super defensively
Yep.
and be a total bitch.
Because comfort with that just comes from seeing attempts.
Yeah.
Like,
The goal
But-
isn't to beat the encounter on your first pull. It's to learn as much
Yeah.
about it as possible, so you can
And
Yeah.
I think a good example of that, though, is, is you said you did A8 Savage progression twice, right? You did one where you used Tank LB and one where you didn't, and it had to be leaps and bounds, like astronomically better.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Doing Tank
oh,
LB.
Yeah. Well,
You know?
yeah. To be fair though, like we actually didn't have the luxury to use it because even with melee LB, we still killed it at 12 minutes and 59 seconds.
Well, there's no time. It goes till what? I
But-
thought it went till 13:12.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, but by the time we killed it, like our ticks were getting like really, really hard. However, though, I can say this though, we would have killed A8 days, if not a week sooner, if we would have used Tank LB to see the last
Gavel.
phase more.
Yeah.
To see not only Gavel more, but also to see the last phase too. Because, like, when you first see the last phase, you're not living anyway. You know what I mean? You're not living. There's just too much shit, you know? When you first see it, you're going to die. And
Yeah.
so, like, we wasted so many attempts by one single person dying to Robots on Ice 2. And, it was just, like, doing Prog with Tank LB 3 on that will speed up your fucking progress by like a week. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like, it's you get so many more pulls in. Like, it's unreal.
Yeah, I think Tank LB is underutilized in progression. I honestly do. Like, just LB in general. I think it's
totally.
underutilized.
Yeah,
Totally.
I think Tank LB is amazing.
One such example, well, besides A8 Savage, where a lot of groups are Tank LBing that second intermission, right? But another example was remember turn 11? You remember how hard that transition hit on the second boss?
Yeah, the one that always crit.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
And like
Nerve
you need
Cloud?
you need all the scholar shit, right?
Yeah.
You need everything. Well, it's really good to tank LB that, because if your scholar misses, right? If your scholar misses, it's a wipe. You don't see the last phase. You don't practice the last phase. But if your scholar hits, your scholar can still practice hitting everything, but you're still tank LBing to guarantee that you go to the last phase. And when you're ready to kill it, training wheels go off. We take out that tank LB, put it towards DPS, and you go for the kill. But until that happens, tank LB, like you said, underutilized.
Also, just wait. Like, there's so many groups that also waste LB too, or waste LB also. Like, so, not really anymore. But back when A8 progs were a bit more rare, people would tend to struggle on the blaster DPS check when they first got there, and they would like struggle with it, and they would continuously wipe there. And it never made sense to me why they just didn't LB blaster. Like, because there's...
That's what we did, yeah.
Yeah, because there's no reason not to. Like, there's no reason not to, right? Because if you're learning phase 2, you're not going to get past BJ, right? Because there's no... Like, if you're learning phase 2, that means you've never seen phase 3. So... Yeah. The goal should not be let's plan for shit that we've never seen. Like, that shouldn't be the goal. Yeah. The goal should be let's get to the shit that we've never fucking seen. Yeah. So in that case, you should LB Blaster. There's absolutely no reason, because let's say you even have the DPS, right? Let's say you even have it, but you still haven't seen BJ. There's outside of, I guess, practicing without LB. Outside of that, there's no reason to not use it, because you're going to lose it anyway. So I think a lot of groups, they don't think about that kind of stuff. Like,
LB is so strong in prog, and I think it's probably the most overlooked thing.
Yeah.
One of the most overlooked.
So that's from like a team standpoint, trying to see more of the fight on each attempt until you're ready to kill it.
Yeah.
What about on an individual standpoint, like specifically tanks and healers? Because with tanks and healers, offense and defense don't go hand in hand. They are a constant, their forces working against each other, and you have to achieve that balance. And what a lot of people's mentality is I'm not going to start optimizing because we're doing prog, or I'm not going to spend any time I'm not going to use a lot of cleric stance when we're learning this fight. But in my opinion, I personally think it's better to learn to optimize early, and not to the point where you're wiping your group like over and over and over, but like start figuring out DPS optimizations early because they will pay dividends when you're ready to kill the boss. And a lot of people are, they're a little timid or afraid to take risks in progression, and they're just like, I don't understand this fight enough yet to use Cleric Stance, so I'm just not going to use it. Well, once you have phase 1 on farm, start optimizing it, because when you're ready to kill the boss, when you've made all these optimizations in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, maybe you're a little wishy-washy in phase 4, your group is way better positioned to kill the fight. If we hadn't done that, like for example, if I didn't try to put a lot of DPS in, A7, we would have seen more jails. That could be another 3 or 4 days of progression. Who knows? Maybe that falls on a Monday and we lose out on A7 loot for a week. That sets us a whole week back because I didn't optimize.
I think my typical rule of thumb is, say we're working on phase 3. So I play. I think everyone should play aggressive in phase 1, play safe in phase 2, so you can get to phase 3. So I think.
Yep.
So once you get past the phase and you're working on another, that's when you should start working on being aggressive on the previous ones.
But it should be in the back of your mind always.
Yeah. Because I don't know
How
what you
do I
guys
do this
do,
better?
but I have a notebook next to me when I'm first doing prog, and I count like GCDs and like boss GCDs for when I need to hit cooldowns as a tank. So I it's kind of nerdy, I guess, I don't know, but I count GCDs for when I need to hit stuff, and I do the math on my cooldowns so that they're optimal. And I feel like some people just hit shit because they see shit happening. I don't know.
Yeah.
My mentality for progression is I'm gonna blow as many cooldowns as possible. I like to just keep going, even if we're like struggling with one arm, a leg's been cut off, and our organs are spilled out. I'm just like keep going, right, to see more, because it's all about seeing that next mechanic. Because as like a healer, you want to be 1, 2, 3 steps ahead of what's happening so you can properly prepare, and that's how you. But I do go ham from the get-go, and then if we wipe, then you make adjustments. Like wiping is not a bad thing as long as you don't do the same stupid shit over and over and over and over.
Yeah, if you wipe to different stuff, as long as the shit you're wiping to is different, then each time you're learning something. Because you're learning, okay, I can't fucking do that,
Yeah.
So yeah, like as long as you're not wiping to the same shit, it's always good. Like you can always learn from it, and like
Yeah. What is a 3-minute wipe in a 3-hour raid night? It's really nothing, right? As long as you actually learn something from it.
Yeah. Like I think so my mentality on prog is I always try to do as much damage as I can, obviously, but for a majority of the time during prog, I probably stay in Defiance more than I should actually, because just because I value seeing new mechanics extremely high, and the only time I really think about damage is if so for the double hands in A3, for example, when we saw that and we first wiped to it, we were like, holy fucking shit, this is intense. So I knew right from like the first and second wipe, you had to do damage there. You didn't have a choice. You had to. So then your mentality kind of switches. So then you're like, okay, well now what can I get away with? So without being in your tank stance, because now But
whatever suits the situation, right?
Yeah, can you say that again, please?
Wait, what?
I think people need to just get that into their head too. Like I run with so many people during progression, and they're like, "What's a fucking tank stand?"
Yeah. That's one of
the downsides of flogs. Some people think, I don't know, their mentality.
Yeah,
is wrong.
it's like it. I just think that people keep their. Some people don't know how to distinguish prog from farm, I think is what it is.
Yeah.
Because I was full tank stance when we did Nidhogg. Did I need to be? Fuck no. But the first couple times we killed it, I was like full tank stance because I didn't fucking know what the fuck he was gonna do. Like I remember I was in Defiance in the last phase, like the first few times we killed it, and I'm thinking to myself, he's not really hitting me at all, but I don't know if he's going to. So I'm not gonna get out of this, bitch mode, right? And But I also like I obviously stream and I also like record and stuff, so I can kind of cheat a little bit and I can always go back and watch VODs. So like after we're done raiding for the night or whatever, like I'll typically go back and watch like a past broadcast, and I'll see exactly like how much damage I was taking. But like a good example, I think, of like being in Defiance when I don't need it is the double rocket in A8. So like you don't have to be in Defiance to take that. That move doesn't do a super tremendous amount of damage. I think the flare breath after is actually more scary. But
After the second long needle, yeah, it is
Yeah,
scary.
like,
As from a
I-
healer, it is scary. We
Yeah,
have to be,
I think
you have to
that-
be ready for it.
yeah, I think that is actually more scary than the double rocket because so when we were doing prog, until we saw Robots on Ice 2, I actually tanked Brute Justice in 100% Defiance. I had Unchained going, of course, but I would drop it when he would when he did the Apocalyptic Ray, very
The long needle,
obvious,
yeah.
very obvious
That
parts I would drop it.
combination.
But for every single double rocket, I would always be in Defiance. I would always have a CD going, and so like, well, unless I would like use Holmgang or something. But my point is that like there were a couple times when like me and my co-tank we were getting the timings down. So there were a couple times where he missed the double rocket, like he got in there like too late. Like so instead of getting there at like 25 or 50% through the cast, he would get in there at like 90%. So it wouldn't actually register his position, and like he was trying to figure out his timings and shit, and we also were trying to figure out when he did flare breath. So it wasn't like he could just stand in front of the boss like. But so basically, my point is that because I played extra safe, I actually took those double rockets solo, and I took them relatively easily because with like when you have Defiance and Inner Beast and Raw Intuition and like Thrill, like it literally like hits you for like half your health. Like you're not even close to dying. So it's because of that I think we saw like extra phases. Whereas like if I would have had like a farm mentality, I would have went in there with like Deliverance on, and those times that he was a little late on that, like we would have definitely wiped because I would have got like one shot. So and also the same for the healing too, like because when you first go in there, you really underestimate the flare breath because you don't think it's going to do that, or the fire breath, well at least we did because we didn't think it was going to do that much. But I think the fire breath is actually more damaging than or it's more scary anyway because it's followed up by an attack, whereas you have like 9 fucking years to prepare for double rocket. But the fire breath comes like instantly after, so you have to really be on your toes. So I just think
That's
it's
a huge
like
pressure point for
yeah.
healers.
So I think it's like cases like that where like I knew that damage wasn't going to be an issue on the first rotation because he was going to jump away. So we weren't on the second rotation.
Basically, what you're saying is like in a roundabout way is you shouldn't plan around optimal play. You should plan around play for mistakes. when
Like
you're
yeah,
doing prog.
or like what fits the situation.
Yeah.
Like
So-
yeah, so like if you're
And that's not A8 specific. One of the things when you're doing A3 prog, and remember how I made a switch. Who pulled the boss, right? Because you kept dying at a certain point, and I think it's because your priority was a little bit wrong at the time, right? Because you kept on trying to do deliverance and all that stuff.
yeah,
but I just wanted to see the later
yeah,
phase.
I think so too. Yeah.
So I think I hurt your feelings a little bit when I did that, right? But I think it was better for the group if I just played as safe as possible so we could see the tornado phase more often. You know what I mean? So I think like you should plan around mistakes, not like perfect play from everyone. I think
don't.
that's the difference.
Yeah, like it
in
wasn't
prog.
necessarily that. I just felt like that. I kind of felt like I let the group down. Like because I felt that I could have done a little better. I guess. But
That's
when we
just an
made the
example.
when we made the switch though, it was definitely better. Because because like we also didn't consider reprisal either, and reprisal
Yeah,
really
that
helped
was huge.
during that too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and also for the slap too, like because like having a Dark Knight tank that is really good because of reprisal.
Yeah. But yeah, I think people just That's one of the things I agree with is people don't they need to play in Prague around potential mistakes.
You know, one key I see, or I guess one big thing in Prague that that I think people should really start doing if they're not already doing it is analyze their wipes a lot better. And there are so many tools you could use for that. You could either, if somebody's streaming, you could look at Twitch VODs. If somebody, well, hopefully somebody's parsing, you can actually upload your wipes to FF logs and just analyze it and find out, you know, what's going on, what went wrong in every situation, and come up with possible solutions. Like if long needle's kicking your ass, right? Do we have enough mitigation for this? You know, what skills do we have? Well, you know, we have Divine Veil. Maybe
I know
we
exactly
could use
what
that.
you're thinking of right now.
You know, maybe we could use Disable here. Maybe we could use Virus there, and you can plan things out and come up with solutions. But if you don't do that, all you're doing is banging your head against the wall until you eventually break through, right?
Yeah. I would
That's
say
a
like
huge thing.
I really agree with that. I did this when I was tanking, and plus I do it a lot more now that I'm getting much more comfortable with Scholar. Is that I look at the fight and I think, all right, well, where can I put cooldowns? Where do cooldowns become most effective? Then I branch out from there. Where can I use cooldowns, even if it's not the most effective place to? Well, I mean, it is going to be the most effective place to use it, but I don't have to use it. Use it anyway. And so I just find these little spots where I'm like, how can I make this easier in any way that I can? Where can I put a virus that we would survive without it, but it would help out? And when I'm a tank, I was like, all right, well, where can I blow my cooldowns where this would be the best situation for me to blow my cooldowns every single fight? And I felt like that helped me just kind of plan things out and make sure that I was doing everything I could in all of my ability to, do the progression on the fight.
Yeah, just blow everything up, especially against Scholar, during progression, I want to open up with DPS and I don't want to heal at the beginning, even if I know it's progression, right? So I fucking just straight up just blow virus for auto attacks to see how much damage is dealing with virus and without virus. I usually blow Whispering Down, Rouse, what does that even mean? Rouse,
Rouse, yeah.
Covenant, and virus to see what the boss is gonna do,
Right.
and see if the person can survive. And
Yeah.
then slowly I start taking away cooldowns. Rather than most groups, what I see you do is hold on to cooldowns, and it triggers me
Right now, I start A7 using Fey Illumination, Fey Covenant, and I virus that first beam. I do Rouse and Whispering Dawn. It does not need it at all. But hell,
Right.
it helps a
It's
little
free,
bit with
though.
my White Mage DPS. Yeah, and it's free. So
You don't need
everyone
it
gets a
again
little
for
bit
another
more.
minute and a half, so why not use it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, kind of going back to what I said, and it kind of ties into what Chet said, is when you're in progression, you're not trying to kill the boss on every attempt. That's not the goal. Your goal isn't to kill the boss. Your goal is to sift for information. That is what it is. And if people have that mentality, they would actually, think about, okay, why did we wipe? How do we fix this? Instead of, okay, let's just try again, right? You're sifting for information. You're looking for solutions so you can move, so you can get farther.
Yeah, now if you switch it to farm, or if you want to even take it a step further and say speed runs, I really like doing speed runs because it's a slightly different version of progression, in my opinion. And the reason why I say that is because when you're doing a speed run, you have to shift your priority to you definitely can't play defensively. All that defensive shit is out the fucking window. But the really cool part, I think, about farm and speedruns is that you get the chance to min-max every single phase. And doing that takes time, and you're going to wipe. So it's not really prog, but it kind of is, because you start to get this really awesome ability, oh my god, that word has an E in it. Ability evolution. There we go. Whew! Oh man. Anyway, so you get this. So you get that, and then eventually, what'll happen is that your CDs will line up a different way. So then you'll either have to save them or use them sooner, and there's a select CDs that actually become available. So like Unchained, for example, right? that ability is amazing in A8, and on phase 2 especially. Like that is why like Warrior is so good for tanking both of those robots, because you get full damage. Because when you're tanking both those robots, you can use Unchained there. But it's cool, like, because when I was on Prog for that turn, like obviously I didn't know how much damage Blaster was going to do to me, so I used Unchained there. But like, you know, as the progression went and as it started to, as those like because I consider farm like it's kind of like a loose term, but basically if you're consistently killing like a first phase or a second phase, like you know that phase, right? You may not have killed the turn, but, and I won't go as far as to say you have the phase on farm because that's fucking stupid as shit. But what I'm saying is you have the knowledge of that phase. So like what started off is using Unchained on Blaster evolved into using Unchained on the 2 robots. And I think that when you amplify that to doing speed runs like as fast as you can possibly fucking go, I think that you find very, very like minuscule details to be so important, like so important. A really good example of this is on A5. As a warrior, when you pull, skill speed is king. Skill speed is better than crit. It is better than det. It is better than everything. You want skill speed. And the reason why I say that is because when you pull as a warrior, you get your Storm's Eye combo, you get your Butcher's Block, and then you get 2 extra GCDs. But if you have enough skill speed, you will get 3 extra GCDs. And that 3rd extra GCD that you get is a Storm's Eye. That eye is, in my opinion, the most important eye that goes on the boss that entire time. And the reason why is because if that eye falls off, you get concussion. So now you have like, I believe your eye is about 6 seconds. So concussion lasts 10. So now you're already 4 seconds off. And then you have to go heavy swing fracture and then eye again. So by the time you reapply eye, the other tank, and if you have a ninja, they have already used like a combined total of what, like 7, 8 GCDs or something like that? 9? So that's 9 GCDs without Storm's Eye. And you don't have Storm's Eye on the boss. So now those 2 GCDs and your autos are now losing damage. So that's why I think that, and like when you're doing Prog, it doesn't, like that eye doesn't really matter very much. But when you're doing like speed runs, like just
Right,
the
it matters a
evolution,
lot.
yeah, so like the evolution of abilities is very, very awesome to me. Like I think
So like your priority shift. So yeah.
yeah, like that priority shift is really, really cool to me. So that's why even though we kill the same turns every week, like we have them on farm, going back and trying to min-max stuff is so fun to me because each fight is just a little bit different. It's just a little bit different because each time you go in there, you learn. I mean, and it could be the most minuscule thing. Like it could be the most minuscule thing, but each time you go in there, you learn something new that will help with your damage, and I just think that concept is really, really cool.
You got a couple of topics in here that are just full shows, Matt.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like I would plan an entire show around this.
You know what? Yeah, you know what you could do is you should cut them into separate segments for like if you're gonna put it on YouTube or something.
Yeah,
But
Oh
anyway,
yeah, I
that's
mean
another-
this is already a 3-hour show, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's 3
Already.
hours. Yeah, so
I mean, if anything, upload the entire thing and then like put up.
yeah, I'm
timestamps.
definitely gonna upload the whole thing. Okay, so do you guys want to go new topic? Are we
Sure.
New topic.
do it.
All right. New topic. Oh snap. Okay, here we go. Oh shit.
Fucking man's 400 meter, or 100 meter. 400.
Okay. All right. This is okay. This is gonna be a long one, but we'll have to try to keep it short.
We'll have to stay on topic this time.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So it's fuck. Hold on. Okay. How do you determine group comp for new content?
Ooh. That is a heavy topic.
So
Well, I mean, I can tell you kind of how I do it.
yeah.
All right. So I'm like, all right, man. What do you like playing? I'm like, all right. Well, you like playing Dark Knight? All right. What do you like playing? Oh, you like playing Dark Knight too? I guess we'll go double Dark Knight. I put so much like it's weird. Like I want it to work, but if the guy can't play it, either he's not going to be in my group, or I'm just going to make it work with however that comp works. I think that's because I'm so far behind in progression that we kind of get this comfort level to where we don't have to have the perfect comp for things to work out. But
Well, just flat out, at least you don't have to work around 8 people. You only have to work around 6 because warrior
and scholar,
that's
mandatory.
Mandatory.
You can go without a warrior. You can go without a warrior. You can go without a scholar. You could also eat spaghetti with a spoon. It
Yeah.
still works. You can still put the spaghetti in your mouth. It's just not pleasant.
Well,
You want a fork.
I don't think
right?
so, because like early progression, like without sacred soil, like deployment.
Oh, you
flat
can
out.
do it, Doc. No, it's
No,
possible.
I mean you can like
you can kill it day 1 without a warrior. It's possible. You just cut off your left hand.
I don't like
I don't think
I don't
so.
think
Day
so
one.
that you could do it like day one.
Oh, for sure. Are you kidding me?
I
don't
really don't think
That
so.
isn't that strong.
No.
Don't get me wrong. It's strong, but it's not that strong. You can kill it day 1.
You're like-
I disagree. I don't think
Are
you could kill
crazy?
it. Nope.
Okay, you need to get off the
I don't
train.
think so, because like it just flat out you're super undergeared, and especially if you're doing like the second to last.
We're
like,
talking
just-
A5, not A8, dude.
Well, you said day 1, like right?
Oh
Like,
okay. Oh well,
five,
A5.
like,
Okay. All right.
Okay, this question, I just want to say this one thing. This question, the answer to this question is going to be different for what type of mentality your group is in. If you're raiding, you just want to have fun. Your competitiveness is a little bit on the back burner, right? Like what Frosty said. That's a good point. I mean, so what if we have 2 Dark Knights? So what if you don't have slashing? What if it takes us a little longer to kill the fight? At least
as
we're
long as
playing
they
the
have
classes
fun,
we want
right?
to play,
But
right?
that's if you're like going as like a not competitive. I don't want to clear it as fast, which is in all honesty, I want to clear stuff fast. And so when you're picking up people, I'm going to try everything I can to get a reasonable comp when I have that luxury. But if I had 7 of my best friends and they wanted to do a weird comp and they were all okay with it and they wanted to have fun, then that's what I would do. But in a situation to where you're getting people you don't know, they better get something that makes sense for the group.
Do you want to narrow it then to like hardcore progression groups? You
Yeah,
can,
I
like,
guess. Yeah, I guess that was my mentality. So
Okay.
so like
What's optimal?
Chet was right,
What's good?
and
What's
I think
optimal?
I was right too. But we answered the question with a different mentality, I think.
Yes.
Because so he mentioned A5, and I totally agree. But I guess when I asked myself the question, I was thinking like A7 or like
Yeah,
A8,
same,
or
exactly.
something like that. So so that's a really good point. That it
like
would
the
depend
first
on.
2 turns don't even count. They're just too easy. It's like A6 was a bit overtuned, but like the first 2, like especially the first turn, is literally like a primal fight. It's super fucking easy for hardcore progression. Everybody can clear day 1, right? That's on a hardcore like top tier, and then day 2, day 3, you can clear the second turn. The real turns, the savage turns, are the last 2.
So like, okay, so here's kind of my mentality on like group composition.
Okay.
So like, let's say, okay, so like me and Chet, whenever we tank anything, we always kind of ask ourselves or each other, okay, so for this mechanic, like what advantages do we gain from you tanking? Or like what advantages do we gain from like me tanking or me pulling? And we base like our comp off of that, right? Now he didn't go paladin at all really this cycle, but I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that if there was a clear advantage, like a huge advantage,
I would have switched.
yeah. If there was
I remember I tried paladin
on 6, I think.
On 6, I did 1 lockout on paladin, and then I did 1 lockout on
Okay,
Dark
yeah,
Knight.
yeah.
And I'm like, Dark Knight is better for this fight, in my opinion. So I stuck with Dark Knight. No, I ventured the opportunity. Right?
Yeah. So
You know, Sorry, go ahead. Finish. Sorry,
So
finish
like,
your thought.
but like basically just to sum it up, my personal mentality is I ask myself, okay, well for this mechanic or for this time, what is going to benefit the group the most? So is it going to benefit like me tanking the most, or like Chet tanking the most? Is it going to benefit the group the most if I grab, the green orbs, or if Chet does, or like shit like that? Or so basically, I try to think of the raid as a whole, and I base a comp around that. I've been fortunate, and Warrior is arguably mandatory. So I've pretty much just stayed the same the entire time I've been raiding. But like Chet,
my mentality this tier was like, all right, I'm gonna start out on double paladin on this, or double warrior on this
oh
fight.
god,
I meant double warrior
I'm gonna edit that out.
because you remember I did double warrior on progression for 7 and 5. And the
Oh,
reason
yeah.
I went it for 6 is because I just thought Dark Knight would do the mines, and I just thought Dark Mine would be invaluable for that fight. But my plan was to do warrior on every turn if I could. This tier.
Well, 7 double warrior is so good,
Like-
man.
You know what though? You know what? Depending on how much value you put on int down, and I place a very high value on int down because you never know. You don't want to go without int down when you decide you need it,
Yep.
right? So I think Dark
Well,
Knight
I had
or
that
Monk
flexibility.
either needs to be mandatory, or it needs to it's either it has to be at least an option somewhere in your group. That's one thing. So the group that my first Midas group before I joined you guys, when we actually ran Warrior, Paladin, Monk, and Ghosties said it on the stream chat. He says Dark Knight pairs well with Dragoon, Monk pairs well with Paladin, and Dark Knights do more damage than Paladins, straight up, especially if you have multiple targets. We're looking at 10 to 20% higher damage than Paladin, and Dragoon obviously damage optimal over Monk. Does less damage than Monk, but it provides disembowel for your ranged, and it also provides battle litany for everybody. So if you're looking for a DPS optimal comp, Dark Knight Dragoon is where you want to be. However, I personally think DPS optimal is vastly overrated. People
Yeah.
put too much, because I think people are still in the Gordius mindset where DPS is king, right? But the thing is, we did not run a DPS optimal comp, and our DPS wasn't exactly, we weren't like exceptionally talented, but our DPS was good enough to beat A7 without facing those last set of jails and stuff like that. But the benefits of running Paladin Monk were actually pretty big, and you'd be surprised. Paladin gets a bit of a bad rap, but like Divine Veil is huge, by the way. Hallowed Ground, potentially huge, and these things depend on the fight. Like we actually ran a really defensive comp because, as in, we have Astro for stacking mitigation, and we have Paladin on top of that. So A8, for example, J kicks. If you're running White Mage Dark Knight, what do you do about the J kicks? Tank LB?
Better start praying.
Reprisal.
Or Vit Melds, obviously.
Like
Reprisal's good, but not always reliable. You also have to be tanking
not,
to
at
get
least
Reprisal.
at least 90% uptime. Whenever
Yeah,
it's up for
on-
like 90% of J kicks.
on J kicks
not
is
as-
fine,
not as reliable,
but sometimes you take damage and you're not parrying anything, and you can't reprisal when you want to. Like J Wave, you're not getting parries, right? But a paladin can still hit Divine Veil on one of the last waves, right? What about the orbs exploding, right? They're coming in from multiple sources. A Dark Knight can reprisal one of them.
You
but
can
Paladin-
you can put delirium on both of them. That's
Yeah,
at
yeah,
that point.
yeah. I know. But my point is,
I know what you're saying.
Where we put the paladin. If you're running paladin warrior, the warrior should be the brawler tank, but the paladin can still hit the party with Divine Veil. There are cases where the whole group takes damage, and the source of the damage is not the target that you could reprisal, and Divine Veil is great for that too. Hallowed Ground in A7. A7 Prog, that Uplander Doom that happens in the cat phase, that thing is dangerous. And being able to Hallowed Ground that in Sword Oath, both DPS or both healers going ham on the heart and the boss, that was huge for us, right? So there are merits to going paladin monk. Monk is also like mantra is like, you know, a huge thing that people kind of overlook as well. So I think there's a lot of merit to that, and I think DPS optimal is a little bit overrated. People think too much of that, you know, being a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know. I just weighing the two. I just feel like Paladin doesn't bring as much to the group as a Dark Knight does. I mean, sure, Divine Veil's great and all, but it's on a decent cooldown.
It's like on a fucking 100. Oh wait, they nerfed it. What's the cooldown on Divine Veil now?
I thought it was 2 minutes, but I could be wrong.
I mean, the biggest strength that they have is Clemency, but like...
See, I still like Dark Knight Dragoon. I still prefer it, but I don't think it's correct to write off Monk Paladin.
So, when you're talking about that, by the way, are you like also saying like Dark Knight, Dragoon, and no Monk with that? It would be a Ninja as the other melee?
I really like having a Ninja.
Yeah.
I did this tier wasn't too bad. We had Monk Dragoon, and you know that's no Ninja, yeah, ho hum, but it gave me the ability to go Double Warrior for 5 and 7, which I think was actually pretty strong. I think Double Warrior in 5 and 7 was stronger than bringing a Paladin or a Dark Knight.
Yeah,
so
I
think
agree.
having that flexibility was huge too.
Yeah, Monk gives you that flexibility.
Yeah, so I would probably I think monks are really really great for early prog, and your bard suffers, you know, because I think ninjas are key too.
And you know, oddly enough, this has been a bit of a topic on Reddit lately. Everyone who knows me on Reddit knows I'm a staunch defender of Astro, but like the mitigation that Astro provides is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And you know, people say, "Oh yeah, we don't need mitigation. Why do you need mitigation? We already get it from a scholar." Well, if you don't need mitigation, then why is everybody vit melding since fucking second coil? Everybody's vit melding. Yeah, we don't need mitigation, right? If we don't need mitigation, then why did they nerf A6 ball damage? Because people couldn't handle that damage. People couldn't handle the damage from Vortexer, from the element transfers. And you're trying to tell me you don't need mitigation? You know, people are still getting insta-gived by
they're just getting
that
killed
super
in
beam
one
in
hit.
A7.
Yeah.
People are still LBing J kicks with white mages in their party. You have an Astro. You just go ahead and watch one of our A8 kills on Xenostream. Look how little damage J kicks do with an Astro in the party.
Even if it was like Astral Scholar, which we did for progression, like even if it's what 20%, let's say it's 20%, right?
Yeah.
Like stacking up on each other and doesn't whatever. I'm still gonna vit mill because.
Well, that comes back to, you know, planning for how you play different in prog. I love every one of our DPS had 5 vit for 8 prog.
Yeah.
And that's another thing that I see some groups not do is I don't understand how you can, you know, not put priority on 75 main stat and you take 60 substat instead. Like that blows my mind. It makes literally zero sense.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like, you know, if you're going for like speed kills, sure, you know, you have to, but if you're like, unless you're doing that, there's absolutely no merit to gaining 5 to 6 main stat over what is it? Oh, it's like 75 vit.
Main
yeah, 75 vit.
Right.
It blows my mind. But
you know what? As much as I defend Astro, like I'm actually not the person who loves Astro the most in this group. Chet and Doc. I actually argue the other side. I'm like, guys, believe me, White Mage is good in a lot of fights, and you guys are like the opposite. You know, it's like when I'm arguing with people on Reddit, I'm just like, guys, Astro isn't just a shitty White Mage with cards, okay?
Yeah.
And when I'm arguing with you guys, I'm just like, you know,
for me,
White Mage is still very, very good and probably better than Astro in a lot of fights. Like A6, for example.
For me, White Mage is just a shitty Astro with no cards.
Dude.
Our main argument is like when you're in a really good group, it's like
I just love mitigation and throughput healing is whatever to me.
You know, come
a good player can throughput heal. You know,
like Cure 3's good. Cure 3's good. It's really good, but you can make up for an Astro can make up for lack of healing by throwing an extra heal or asking for help from a scholar. What does a White Mage do when you want extra mitigation? Start stone skinning everybody? You don't do anything.
It's a Mayan stone skin, dude. Oh yeah.
But that was actually a thing in T9 progression days.
Well, yeah, because there wasn't an Astro in the party.
Well, I remember a couple times, man, like when we were doing A8 prog, like path would fall off on the J kick, and I mean obviously that was my fault, but I was I was trying to get my berserk down, so I would be pacified sometimes at inconvenient times, and like path would fall off, and that's where like Astro's so good, right? Because I fucked up, but because we had noms on Astro, he had a bubble, and it didn't matter the path fell off because
Yep.
because it saved us. Whereas like when I was on my Leviathan group, we didn't have an Astro. We had a white mage, and when I went into that phase, it was extremely punishing because when you first go into the last phase, you're not 100% sure on when he's going to jump, and like if you're pacified, you have to take that in consideration too. So there's a lot of factors to consider when you're trying to maximize your damage. But basically my point is that path fell off a couple times, and let me tell you about how a couple times people died
Yeah.
because path fell off, and we literally I mean that was it, you know? And like we had two warriors too. And I know that's kind of stupid that how does path fall off with two warriors, but me and Perez were both trying to do the exact same thing, and we were trying to maximize as much damage as we could because we saw our time. We saw how long it was taking us to kill the boss. Because we killed it pretty early, and granted, like, you know, now and, you know, after the wipes, we were both like, oh fuck, I thought you were going to do it and shit like that, and we resolved it and everything, no problem. But there were a couple times where Pat did fall off, and because we didn't have an Astro, we died. So like I definitely think that Astro's like really good, you know.
Yeah, it gives you an extra thing on the checklist for surviving things, right?
Right. But it's weird. It's weird being here, you know. And I guess somebody has like I'm a big advocate for staying flexible. Like for the next raids here, I intend on, you know, I'm known as an Astral main, but I don't really consider myself an Astral main. I will play whichever one I deem better for the fight. Nidhogg is an example of where White Mage shines. You know, Akmorn, your other healer is dead, another person's dead, you're down to 6 people, and you're facing an Akmorn. You know, an Astro is like deer in headlights. White Mage is whatever, Cure 3 OP, right? A6, you know, you get so much mileage out of a size in A6, right? Especially in Prague, you know, you can hit a whole bunch of those snipers. You know, that give people a lot of issues. In instant medica, when you're doing element transfers in Vortexer, like, and cards aren't very good in A6. I mean, I don't even know what to do with my cards in Brawler ad space.
But
right?
a lot of the time when you think of why you bring an Astro or White Mage, I don't even think cards shouldn't even be present in that you know.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Sure, I think cards come second. You know.
Yeah, fair enough.
Like I don't think cards should be a part of the argument for why to bring a class or an Astro. I just think the value of disable and freaking
but going into A9, A10, A11, A12, we have no idea what they're gonna throw at us, and they very well could be White Mage fights. They very well could be Paladin fights where it's just like, oh man, I really wish I had Hallowed for this, and you know, not everyone has the luxury of being able to stay flexible and play, you know, multiple classes at a high level.
You know, I was gonna say something.
My point is just you can't just say Astro's better than White Mage or White Mage better than Astro.
Yeah.
It's completely fight dependent.
Yeah. So like I was gonna go back real quick to what Frosty was saying, like how like you pretty much you play what you want to play, right? So like even during Prague, I agree to that to a certain extent. And what I mean by that is like, okay, so let's say you're in a group and you have the option to go monk or ninja, but you're better on ninja. And because you're better on ninja, you might actually be able to benefit the raid more with a slightly suboptimal comp just because you're way better on that certain job than you are a different job. Like, if that makes any sense. Like,
Totally.
it wouldn't apply like all the time, but like, say for instance, okay, so say for instance that my other group, I had the choice to go Dark Knight or Warrior. Well, obviously, I'm way better at I'm way better at Warrior than I am at Dark Knight. So, if we're doing Prog, but we need a Dark Knight, like like, let's say the other tank is a Warrior, and we're going to be hit with the LB penalty, I would probably still go in Warrior, just for the simple fact that I'm more comfortable on it. And then when we get to a point to where if Dark Knight is absolutely needed, then I would probably switch. I don't know if that's the best absolute mentality to have, but I feel like that in cases like that, you might actually benefit the group more by playing the job that you're more familiar on and like more comfortable on, because you'll be able to do a lot of things without having to pay attention to your like rotation and shit like that. So you'll be able to like make call outs better. You'll be able to focus on like your CDs better. You'll be able to focus on like the other like helping other group members out more.
Right.
At least that's what I think anyway.
Yeah.
I agree, and like my opinion on this, Bogno.
And I think Prague would be like the best spot to have like a class change though. Like if like Lays, he hadn't
you're
played
gonna do
Dragoon
it,
at all
yeah.
last tier, right? But I thought he performed fine, this
Lays is really good at video games, though.
Yeah, Lays
Yeah,
is
no, I
pretty
know,
good,
no. But I feel like him not knowing the class. I feel like I don't know. I feel like Prague, if you're going into and you're trying to get more comfortable with the class, I feel like
Right.
it is more important to do it
Learn
than,
a fight
than
in the
after
class.
you
Yeah.
have to. You're
That's
forced
the best
to
way.
switch.
I totally agree. I made that switch too in A7. A5, A6, I progged as Warrior. I only started playing Astro in A7. And the best learning tool was progging A7, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to cost your group maybe a couple raid nights, though, but yeah, no, I agree. It's a good time to do it.
See, like, my mentality with healers is, like, they're never going to make a mechanic that's going to, like, just instantly kill you like that, right? Like, there's nothing in this game requires so much healing that you need, like, a white, like, fucking
exactly.
benediction nonstop, right? So it's mitigation king over everything. And, like, because all you have to do is once you learn, oh, this is going to happen, you mitigate it, and then you just maybe have to throw an extra heal, and you got Indomitable and Scholar, dude, it just brings so much support.
Right.
But then, like, sorry.
No, sorry. No, I was just gonna say that like you can't say that you need Cure 3 but not mitigation, and you can't say you need mitigation but not Cure 3. You know, you don't need either of those things. It's just a matter of you don't need either of those things. Like,
All right, we can talk. You like Astra?
No,
Yeah.
it's not even Astro. Like, I disagree.
You can't say you need disable, because look how many groups have cleared everything without disable, without even thinking of going Astro.
Like,
right?
okay,
It's just you're increasing margins of errors in different ways.
Yeah.
Mitigation or healing, right?
Like, I'm talking about, like, we're talking like world first, like not world's first, but like very, very early progression. Like, you're gonna need mitigation. It's not even an option. Like, if you don't have it, you're gonna die.
No, that's not true, because people prog with White Mage just fine.
Yeah, but they have a Scholar, right? Like,
I know. I mean,
you're not gonna prog
You're not
with
getting
an
rid of
Astro
Scholar.
and a
No.
what I'm
White
saying
Mage
is-
Scholar or Astro Scholar?
Yeah.
White Mage Astro.
Like-
People have made
like-
it work, but it's not good.
And the other thing, like, I really dislike having to not relearn the turn, but be put down just because like switching jobs. Like I don't know. Let's say you're less efficient, like Warzino was saying, with this job than you are with that one, and then we put like add an extra couple hours to that progression turn. That kind of like triggers me a little bit, because it's like, why do it? Like, you can still do it. Like, nothing's gonna be drastically changed from one job
Yeah.
to the other.
People think White Mage is for prog. I think that is such a misconception, and people are talking in absolutes, and people are making sweeping generalizations that Astro is bad for prog, but it's actually really good for prog. Trust me.
Like, I went Dark Knight for prog for Gordius, but I don't think me not knowing the class as well as I knew Paladin hindered the group that much, Doc. And you didn't. I don't think you had any gripes back then when I switched to Dark Knight, right? For Gordius prog. Because, like Like, I didn't know Dark Knight,
I
right?
wanted you to switch to Dark Knight, dude.
Yeah.
Well, then
'Cause
that's
Dark
like
Knight was
that's
just-
like
it was just- it
opposite
was-
of what you just said.
Well,
You said
it
people
was
not knowing
scary.
the class.
Like,
Poor Zeno.
the argument with like
He
White
has
Mage
nothing to
Astro,
contribute to this conversation.
the White Mage to Astro and Scholar are like what am I saying? White Mage and Astro are very minimal, but like fucking Paladin and Dark Knight back then, it was just night and day, dude. Like the difference was huge. Like 100%, I would rather White because it was just the DPS checks alone was incredible. Like
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
it was.
I think this topic's
Alright.
exhausted.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Yo, we doing what's the word?
What's the? Well, okay. Yeah. Let's
We
do
doing
it.
what's the word? All right.
All right,
All right.
sure.
All right. Okay.
Yeah.
All right,
For,
so
for
this
those who
is-
don't know what's the word, this is kind of for sports
We stole
fans
this.
out there. We stole this. Oh, totally. From this show. It's one of my favorite shows for sports fans. It's called Part of the Interruption, and they have a segment where you got to fill in the blank with a word and elaborate and tell everybody how you feel. So I don't know. We're gonna try this out. Hopefully, it works out.
All right. Pick a number between 1 and 4.
I'm so confused. What's
2.
the game?
Someone said 2?
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
here we
two's
go.
good. Are we gonna have like a clock or timer
All right.
anywhere?
All right, here is there's the word. The one thing this game sorely needs is blank.
Oh, that's fucking heavy topic.
A new director and producer.
Oh
okay.
my god!
Come on,
Doc
man.
is
Go on,
coming
man.
out
You got 3
spitting
minutes
fire.
left.
Well,
Oh my
oh,
god!
Doc is calling out Yoshi P. What if he's watching the stream, dude? He
Oh
fucking hurt
my
his
god,
feelings.
dude! We're
This
about
is
to
a
get
no
shut
bullying
down,
stream.
boys. We're about to get
What if
shut
he's
down.
watching?
Dude, he's time to man up and stop being a little bitch.
Oh my
Wow.
god, dude!
Shots fired.
Holy
You
God.
can take
Oh
my name
man,
off
they're
this
gonna
show,
shut down
man.
the stream. They're gonna suspend our accounts, dude. What are you
Doc is just straight thug right now. Oh my
Man, I love
god!
the guy. I love Yoshi. What do you hate about Yoshi right now?
Yeah. What's making you say this?
He's more marketing than he is directing and producing. Like he's just straight up, he's doing more like events.
Like, how
and
much do you
interviews.
see of him doing any directing? Like, going through all
Yeah,
that. I mean,
like,
he's
how are you
like
supposed to see
managing
his day
people,
job?
right?
Okay. Yoshi P is a human being, right? And he's going on like different. I have wait 1 second. There's a spider.
Oh my god.
Maybe no. You know what? Maybe Yoshi P is not a human being. Maybe he's that fucking spider. He's coming to fuck you up. Maybe that's the case.
I don't know. I think that's unfair, man. Because
I'm
like
just talking
he's
shit,
done
dude.
so much for this game, and like I don't really know what he does, so I can't really say he's doing a bad job. And I love this game, so
I mean, we
He
have things that
brought
we
it
can
back from
complain
the
about.
dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree, and
I wouldn't know any of you guys if not
Give
for
me a
Yoshi
good
P.
reason right now.
Yeah.
Come on, Doc.
Man, that's just how I feel, dude.
Man,
This is the game. Let's
I
continue with
think
the
you're
game.
trying to scapegoat him.
So
I
Doc's
don't
having
agree.
a fallout with the game, so you're scapegoating him.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, plus.
All right.
Okay.
All
We'll
right,
file this into hashtag shit Doc says. Okay. You guys don't have to, take it seriously. Just kidding. Just kidding.
No, I've met Yoshi, like not like talked to him or anything, but at last FanFest I was there with him and he was out in the crowd. Yeah, of course he's doing a lot of marketing stuff, but that's part of why we have people playing the game. As people kind of adore him and they'll keep playing because of him. Of course, there's stuff in the game that sucks.
Oh, okay,
but
okay. Like,
Go,
he just straight up, one of the reasons, remove limitation on Grand Company and PvP. He just straight up copy pasted what he said a year ago, which makes no fucking sense. Like mentally retardation that people could spy on other people, and like it was what was the wording he used that made me want to like facepalm him? Fuck, dude. Like he said.
Speaks Japanese. Maybe it got lost in translation.
I'm not gonna lie. Like you're talking, but
You're not saying anything.
I don't really know what the fuck it is you're saying.
You're
Let's
just.
move on. Let's move on.
Yeah, all right.
All right, so you know what this.
Someone else go.
Okay, the one thing this game sorely needs is, you know what it is?
What?
It is Titan blood of the living dragon bone savage fell cleave greased extreme. That's what it needs.
Yeah. Sorry. What?
Oh, you missed that show?
That's what it actually
No,
okay,
no,
no.
I'm
I have
aware.
all right, so I have a very serious answer, actually. Okay, so what I think this game needs.
Yo, stream's calling for next person already.
Am I done? My turn's already over?
No. All right, no.
Okay,
That's
more
more
than
than
oh,
one.
shut
You
up,
have to
man.
elaborate.
That's more than one word. Oh, holy, that's a lot of words, man. Okay, all right. So what this game sorely needs, right, is difficult dungeons, difficult
that'd be fun.
4-man content.
Oh, yeah.
4-man. I'm
totally
talking
down.
about. I'm talking about shit where like, yo, you know that move black mages get? Where they put the shit to sleep that you never use, that you take off your fucking hotbar? Yeah, I'm talking about that shit. Where if you pull more than one pack, dead as fuck. Dead as fuck.
Okay.
You're
Give me
dead
a
as
use
fuck.
for feint. Give me a use for haymaker. Let's go.
Yeah. I'm talking about
Give
like
me a 4-man dungeon I might not beat on week 1.
Yes,
Oh, dude,
that's what
right
I'm
there.
talking about. I'm
Ooh.
talking about progging
Damn.
on a 4-man dungeon right there. That's what I'm talking about. That's
So
what I
how
think this
should
game
how
needs.
should they achieve that too? Should they just like increase health pools and make things hit harder, or what?
Like complex mechanics.
Yeah, it, like
With
yeah,
like a ridiculous amount of teamwork.
like all right. So you guys
Man,
know
you guys are like
you guys
are
know
like
Palace
living
of
on
the
cloud
Dead,
nine
right?
Thinking about this right
yeah,
now.
probably.
Okay, so you know how Palace of the Dead like completely like gargled balls, right? It was miserable. Okay, well, the really cool thing about Palace of the Dead, and there is like a couple cool things. Okay, so the one cool thing is that when you go into Palace of the Dead the first time and you see those slimes, you're just like, fuck you, Jello piece of shit. Well, that slime will blow up and just fucking wipe you. But you don't know that's your first time. So that's why they need like expert dungeons with like insta-kill mechanics. So like what if you're going into like, I don't know, like a fucking volcano or something, right? I don't fucking know. And there's a bomb, right? And you know how the bombs in the game, they don't really do that much damage, right? You can just stand in their shit, you know, jerk your dick and you're fine. It doesn't fucking matter. But what if that bomb just did maximum damage? I'm talking like, you know what? It didn't even do damage. If it blew up,
Hit you for 0.
it hit you for 0, but you died instantly. Like, how cool would that be if the trash packs had 1 to 2
Hornbell
mechanics?
Savage.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah. Like, that's what I'm
Hornbell's
talking
my
about.
favorite, man.
I'm talking about like, yo, you know, looking for a member, third boss. That's what I'm talking about. Like a fucking prog PF,
Prog
looking
roulette,
for member,
forward
Okay,
third boss.
that's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. I could get behind that.
And like you
All
could
right.
even have it drop like some type of well, it's got to be a token system, so everything's a fucking token system. But
We're all gonna be a bit biased toward that though, because we're like raiders, right? You know?
yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah,
but
yeah.
what
How-
if the
We
what if the
crave that
dungeon
content,
What? Yeah.
was like really difficult? And let's say to clear this dungeon, like you had to have actual pieces from like A5 maybe, right? For the item level. So like they could even weave it in so it's like this, right? So you do A5, then you do A6, then you do that dungeon to get equivalent gear, then you go back and do A7. So it's kind of like instead of putting a primal in, so you know how like Thornton was in between 2 and 3, right? So it went like turn 1, turn 2, Thornton, turn 3, then turn 4. Well, it could be like turn 9.
Man, it would be so hard to balance around
I don't
a
even care if they
4-man
don't
group.
put gear behind it. Like, just give us achievements or some glamour or something.
Yeah, that's
Like,
true
I just
too.
wanna
They wouldn't
do
even
it,
have to
you
put
know?
gear behind it for it to be fun.
I don't
They
even
wouldn't even
care,
have
yeah.
to. But
If
that
there's
would be
no
another way.
incentive.
But that would be like another like gateway, right? Because then you could do turn 9, and then do that dungeon, and then do turn 10, and then you know, God forbid they release 2 pieces of content in one patch. But you could do like the new primal, and then do turn 11, and then do turn 12. Like that would be
Right.
really cool if a dungeon was in there, because then you have three different sources of shit you're doing. You have a raid, you have a primal, and you have a dungeon. 3 different sources. It's super fun, and you're not getting fucking bored. You know,
That's opinion based. Like if there is no incentive, then I don't want to do it. Like what's the point? Achievement in a fucking title? Fuck that shit.
man,
why would
what
you
do
ever
you're
play
like the
video
glamour
games?
king. What
What's
if
the point of video games, Doc? You're supposed to have fun.
Or you're like, hey, let me
said
get
Doc,
these
I didn't say
poses
anything.
from
I
this
said Doc.
event just
okay.
like seconds ago.
You're telling me, Doc, that if it you're not you're gonna sit
You're
there.
losing fans right now, dude.
You're gonna sit there and tell me that if a dungeon dropped this fucking slick dick coat, right? you could only get from the dungeon. It was slick, like woo, like slick. You're
Like straight
telling
up
me,
from like Doctor Who, dude.
yeah, or something else that's not gay.
I don't know.
You're telling me you wouldn't want it? You're all about glamour.
You know what? The focus isn't on the reward here. I think that is a really good idea.
I think it'll be fun, but
I think because
I
the
feel like
only
any content
difficult
ideas-
content is eight people's. Yeah, 8 people, right? So a lot of people want to do the hard content, can't get 8 people together, quit the game, right?
Oh,
4-man
yeah.
content I think that would win a lot of subscribers back.
I feel
You
like
know-
it would be so impossible to balance for 4-man though.
Yeah, like
Because
it'll
of
just
this,
be
the variance
warrior
of
scholar.
Yeah.
You just take 3 warriors and a
It
scholar.
might be a pipe dream. to
3
be
warriors
honest,
and a
but
scholar.
it's-
No, you gotta bring a monk for strength buff.
Oh, right, the strength buff.
All right.
Right.
What about you, Chet?
Oh man, I feel like I can't see any content I would want would only appeal like to the top like 3% of players, right? No one wants to do raids, but I think 4 bosses is just a pittance, right? I think 4 bosses is just
Right.
way too little
Yeah,
See,
it is.
for how slow stuff comes out.
Generally,
I
like,
wish they would be what I
They don't
my-
have infinite money though.
I know
That's
they
the
don't.
thing.
I know they don't. I think the solution would just to be all right. Here's the next 4 turns. Also, we beefed up Savage 1 through 5.
Oh my god.
There you go.
I think it would be really cool if they went back and
Savage 1
rehashed.
through 5.
Yeah, Savage 1 through 5. And then the next tier, Savage 6 through 9. Oh wait, they did that. Buff that up to item level, I guess. Made turn 7 less.
What
gay.
about Super Savage? Super Savage
Oh
69.
Jesus Christ! I would skip 7.
they don't have money.
I
for
would never
that.
step
Money's
into
like-
that.
Yeah, I'd never fucking do that shit ever again.
Like,
Then they jump straight ahead. They do Savage 10 through 13.
They wouldn't even have to do a whole turn. They could just do like 1 or 2. And there you go. You got 6 bosses.
I just think it would be cool if they
Like-
would rehash some of their old stuff or make or they made Savage Primals. Savage, you know how fun Savage Titan would be? That fight was the best fight they ever made.
Oh yeah.
All right, so a lot of stuff
Well,
you guys
all
are saying is going to
yeah.
cost money now.
I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I
Yeah.
know.
So I'm gonna give you guys all the one thing I definitely think this game sorely needs, which is achievements for doing fights in different ways.
Oh,
That's really good. That's really good,
You know
yeah.
how far,
100%.
and this is something Layla has mentioned in this to me like a long time ago, and since then it's like stuck in my head and it just like festered there. Like
They have
it's
that
just-
in WoW, right?
Oh,
Yeah,
they have that.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
also,
yeah,
okay,
okay,
this is what it was in WoW. Like, here's this one very simple example: is you go into this dungeon. It's a 5-man dungeon, and there's 2 mini bosses. You fight one; he's kind of hard, but not that hard. You fight the other; he's kind of hard, but not that hard. And then you see this achievement: kill these 2 bosses within 5 seconds of each other. So now you got to fight them both at the same time, and it is not easy. Well, and if you pull it off, you have an achievement. But it's something fun you did. It doesn't matter what the reward is. The fact that you've done it is fun, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
don't even have to
People who-
add anything.
That'd
They
be
just add the
amazing.
fucking achievement.
Yeah.
that's a proper way of.
But you have to get a title for it.
A title or a mount, or like make it a checkbox in like 20 other achievements that you have
Yes.
to get a mount or something,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Not things that are very
that-
difficult to make. And again, people might complain, hey, you guys are just making this game like WoW. But fuck that. If
That's
this
a
thing
good idea.
worked in WoW and it was successful and great, why is that something that we can't adopt?
My favorite thing from SWTOR raiding was the 2-hour achievement. You had 2 hours to clear entire raid tier on the hardest difficulty. So you're no longer playing. You're not playing. It changes your focus from playing for DPS for playing to win. Right? I love playing to win more than I like playing for deeps in this game. That's why I like hit sprint and turn 9 and do full grit. Right? So I don't give a shit. I don't know.
I think this question was like super low.
Yeah, I
because
love
there's
that
just
idea.
so much that this game needs, which is really sad.
I
Well,
love
Such a
that.
great
I
That's why you only get one.
Frosty for president 2016.
Like
That's the
Rift
idea.
had a lot of these, a lot of this shit too. Like they had expert dungeons that were actually difficult. That I progged a dungeon like it was the coolest thing ever, and like they had those, and they also had the certain ways to kill a boss achievement too.
Oh, dude, like keep every node on Ultima alive.
Oh
Yo.
my
Like
god, dude!
how many of you guys went back and killed A4 without doing a sack?
Wait, hold on, wait.
Hell no. What's that?
All right,
Wait.
so make an achievement where no
That-
one dies.
You
in
cannot
A4.
sacrifice yourself in that fight.
Wait, I thought
Wait,
people
what?
died every single time.
Is there a guide for this?
Yeah,
Oh, let me look
if
real
you
quick.
took the stuff from Flogs and made them achievements, I think that would be amazing. Like some of the stuff that they do on Flogs.
But let's just say there was an achievement for doing that in A4S.
Yeah.
Would you guys go do that?
Yeah, would that go?
I would be down. I would be down.
That'd be kind of weird to give an achievement for doing it correctly.
Yes.
I think that's just a little weird.
I mean, in the
it's
end,
like
they could
they've
just
acknowledged that
adopt
this
it,
is
right?
the. It's like they're taking the alternate strat, and this is like, or sorry, the intended strat, and basically admitting that this is now the alternate strat by attaching it.
No,
Just throw it on every fight.
But-
just
but
be a
yeah,
just put
generic
it on every
thing,
fight.
right?
There you
But
go. Yeah,
I
exactly.
agree with the idea.
Would have to be not like
Right.
no one will die, or not have no one die from A4S, Or to,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go. The one thing this game sorely needs, I'm gonna go in a different direction as you guys. It's so funny.
Oh, Nom's is like, Mom said the name of the
Whoops.
achievement for Savage should be whoops for no one dying.
We forgot to sack.
Well, okay, I think the one thing this game sorely needs is intermediate level raid content. Like when I say intermediate, this is like around the same level as like Nidhogg EX or A5. Because a lot of the other fights are out of reach for a lot of people, either due to skill or maybe they can't get a static. Like doing A6 without a static is very, very difficult just because of the level of organization you need to do that is crazy. Now, I think that these are the people who are unsubscribing to this game. The people who struggled with A3 because it was too hard, right? And they just didn't have the patience or the time for it, right? Those are the people who are unsubscribing. Those are the people that, those are the subscriptions that this game needs to save. On top of that, a lot of people, we've been playing this game for a while. We've been raiding for 3 years. Not everyone's. Some people want to kind of dip their feet in raiding, and what do they have? Like just Nidhogg and clearing A5, right? And I think the benefits are huge. Like the last time, there have been 2 times in this game, 2 patches in this game, where we actually had an abundance of mid-level raid content, like medium difficulty raid content. The first time was 2.1 when everybody had to do Garuda, Titan, and Ifrit Extreme to get a weapon, and you can only do it once a week. Party Finder was booming all the time.
That was the best
And
time, man.
Not only that, but most of my friends in this game I have met during that patch, because that got people out of their shell. That got people, getting into Party Finder, and like-minded people tend to gravitate towards each other.
That's when you got to make
And-
the
and people
elitist
make friends,
douchebag LSs,
right?
dude.
Yeah, and that's how this FC formed, dude. Our FC, we formed, we all met each other, and it grew from there. And if not for that patch, I'm not even sure if I would be playing this game.
Yeah.
And the thing is, the main thing is that is important to me, besides the fact that intermediate players have something to do that's fun, but the main thing that's important to me is it facilitates social interaction, is because this is content you can do in PF. A6, no man, you just want to fucking kill everybody in your group,
Yeah.
doing that in Party Finder. But when you have stuff that a good players can do in Party Finder that's hard enough to challenge them, but easy enough that they can actually accomplish it,
Like
that's
Titan was
what
weird.
that is
because-
what facilitates social interaction. And ask anybody, why do you play this MMO? Why do you still play it? What's the number one thing keeping you in this game? It's my friends.
Yeah,
I met a lot of people here. I don't want to leave them behind. I really like hanging out with them. And the thing is, when you do that, one, you're extending the longevity of the game because you're making people, you're helping people meet each other. And two, when people start beating that content, there's now a higher demand for harder content. So there's a trickle-down effect that helps us, more hardcore players who want difficult content. Well, now you have a ton of people who demand it because they spent all this time doing this medium content. They want to get into the harder stuff. So that's my answer.
Yeah, I think it definitely needs more mid-core content.
I mean,
Yeah,
all they
they
would
need
have to do is ramp up like the normal turns, right?
They just need to take like they're spending their resources on like dumb stuff, man. Like normal mode is it's just so fucking like there's almost no point. Like normal mode doesn't challenge people, and for
It doesn't ease people in the rating like it should,
yeah,
right?
yeah. There's no like it's like going from
You say that
3 to
just
like
because
10, right?
You're playing with good players. Like, if
No,
you-
I don't.
like-
I don't think so.
Like,
No way.
7
Who
and
has
8.
trouble with that?
Like I've
No
been
one has
in
trouble with
Raid
that.
Finder, dude, for 7 and 8 normal. It is nightmare. Like people like they meet the enrage on 8.
But we're
Like,
talking
no-
about people who just like hit their heads on the keyboard. We're not talking about someone who's trying, right?
Yeah, if you're even if you're below average, which everyone in this stream and the entire Twitch chat is, since we're all below average here, we all can kill that shit relatively easily, right? With very
Yeah.
little thought. So, like, it's just too
if
fucking
you want to
easy,
get into
man.
rating doc, you're gonna actually try, and that does not ease you into it at all.
I agree with you. Like, it's
Like
they cater to two extremes, like someone on Reddit said. It's
Yes.
super casuals and the super like there's no mid, and I like the mid part. Like,
See, like,
Final Quiet was like the best. In my opinion.
If they had more content at that difficulty, I just think that one, it would improve the game for pretty much it would reach the most amount of people. Well, okay, I wouldn't say the most amount of people, but I think these are longtime subscribers that these are the people that SE should really strive to keep. And not only that, but I think it would just make the game more fun for a lot of us.
Well, think how hard it is to get into rating now. Like, think how easy turn 1 through 5 was. Now, think how hard like Oppressor is comparatively, right? Like,
Yeah.
2 snakes you have to feed at once, right? Get off the color platform. Meanwhile, it's like to grab aggro on this, take it here. I don't know. I just feel like raids in general have gone up in difficulty, and the game doesn't teach people how to play well enough. I don't know. I just feel like raids are harder
I really, yeah. So
for
when
for new players.
So when they added normal mode, they made it clearable for absolute like shit players, but they made it like completely boring for if you were below average. I mean, even below average.
If you're above 30% on vlogs, the normal modes are easy, right?
Yeah, it's a fucking joke. Like, I mean, the normal modes are only hard for people that literally they have no idea what. Like, they're hard for people that like can't build 3 stacks of grease lightning, or like
Yeah.
ice mages, or like tanks that don't use dark side, or tanks that don't use main. Like that's the kind of like that's who they're hard for. And really, you can't count that because those people can't even fucking read a tooltip. So, like, I mean, are you serious here? You went from 1 to 60 and didn't use main one time, or whatever,
But the summoners that don't have res on their bar, but they have Hawkeye on their bar. Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, next word. I think.
We going next word?
Next
Yeah,
word. All right,
that's it.
let's do it.
Next word? All right.
This is the last section of our show, so yeah, let's make it good.
All right, so pick a number 1 through 4, but you can't pick 2.
4.
Why didn't you say 1 to 3?
Whoa, all right, whoa, because,
Whatever. I don't want to confuse you. All right, sorry. 1 through 4, but not 2.
but not 2.
1.
Okay, here's the word. Hold on. The single biggest issue with the community is... What's the
Oh,
word?
man.
Xeno.
Holy shit!
Is it me? It's Zeno. Is it me? Oh, dude,
Okay, stick with
I think it's me.
All
All right, Frosty, elaborate. Shots
Yeah, they-
fired,
yeah,
dog.
point.
Okay, man. I had something else for this to really plan.
Oh,
Serious
okay,
comment,
all right,
but
all
I
right,
can
go
put this
ahead.
one in if you want. Okay.
No, go for what you want to say.
All right. So the biggest thing I think is wrong with the community at the moment is the lack of ability to play with other players constantly. And this comes from my current move off to the Gilgamesh server here.
What a mess.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Stop,
So-
Zeno. Not with that
Basically,
pun again.
like since coming to this server, I feel like I'm playing an MMO.
Maple Story.
Like there's people around, there's people doing stuff, there's people moving around. you don't get that same feeling when you're playing on the lower popular pop servers. I mean, so you want to play on low pop servers sometimes, right? Or servers, if I can say it right. But you know, there's a lot of people who weren't playing on low pop servers. Now they're stuck there. Now I got to pay $18 to go play on one server that everyone is going to because it's all flooding into one server. I mean, at some point there needs to be like server combining and all that.
Yeah, I agree.
But you know, the biggest issue comes from just not the community not really existing anymore. Back in the 2.x days, I did feel like there's a community out there, but now there's not really any community. I mean, you have the 8 people you play with. You have your FC that you talk to occasionally. It could be 16 people that you play with if you play in 2 different raids, but you know, who else do you talk to out of that? What's important about the community? Like, how many people do you guys talk to outside of your static groups?
A lot.
Really?
A lot.
I
Tons.
actually think
Doc RPs, so of course he talks to more
I
people
actually
outside
think
of the static.
Sarg is weird because, like, I feel like we have a pretty good community on Sarg among
The
people
raiding
we know.
community is pretty tight knit. Like some people keep to themselves, fair enough, but the rest of us interact with each other a lot. We fill in for each other's raids when a person's missing.
Yeah.
Like, you know, stuff like that. Especially within our FC, but that's besides.
That's actually really interesting.
Still.
Maybe Exodus was just shit. Man, I don't know. Like, I literally felt like the only people who talked were the people who wanted to troll the fuck out of you. And just
maybe you've just exposed a different problem. Is people don't take good enough care of their own community. They're just ready to pack their bags.
Like,
Yeah, everyone. Things get rough. Go to Gilgamesh, you know.
well, I mean, it's not the people who
I
stay
know.
are complete assholes, right?
Yeah.
like
And then they're bitter and they're like, "Oh, you're leaving. What a bitch ass."
Yeah.
You know.
to be honest, I've been having more fun on Leviathan outside of raids than Sark. Like,
Wow,
Sark's
fuck
been,
you,
like,
dude.
super
We don't have fun with you either.
Wow.
Just my experience, like, Sark has been really dead. Like, there's just nothing.
See, I don't get that because, dude, I always find something to do on Sarg. Always.
Yeah, I love this server.
Like,
dude.
I always, like, I'm either in a fucking Terror, like, Primal, or I'm helping a group in Savage. So,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe people don't like you, Doc. I mean, I like you. I'm kidding. I'm
I mean, is
joking.
the
Now I
ERP,
feel.
like,
I'm sorry.
community if they're
Now
not
I feel
big?
bad.
Yeah, it must,
like,
it must,
I
it must be
just
the
go-
life.
I just go off the party friend. Just like I like to join, like whatever, right? Like Savage and help people and shit. Like it's just most of the day it's really dead in Sarg. Like the only time you actually see it is like when people get off work and shit. Like meanwhile in Leviathan, because I play a lot, right?
Well, yeah.
The
That's
game.
Sarg's
so,
not
like-
the most popular anymore, you know. But
Yeah, I know it's not.
It's getting.
that's-
It's
that's
comes
my-
back to the
it's getting
merch.
back to where it was though.
Yeah, it's
don't
definitely
think so.
not nearly as bad as right after A3 Savage.
Oh, it is
I don't
way
know
more
about-
popular now than
I don't know
A3
what-
Savage.
Man, that's when I
was-
came back. Jeez, man.
I don't know how.
You know
well
what was
connected
here
it
when
is.
I go back
A3
to
Savage?
shitty time, I guess.
There were
Like-
fucking tumbleweeds and abandoned buildings.
Yeah. 2
That's what
weeks
was
after
here.
A3 Savage, Sarg was a ghost town, but it's like starting to pop
that
up a
sucks.
little bit again.
That's good. That's good.
I don't know.
So,
how, was that like
people are
Exodus?
coming
Was
here
there
instead
a
of
mass
transferring away,
exodus?
Yo,
So what,
all
if
right.
you're a new player though, and you're coming into this game, how do you get involved in that community? Really, I mean,
Yeah,
everyone's
it's
Join
kinda
hard.
as
tight-knit,
many
right?
link shells as you can. And even if you have nothing to say hi when you log in. Say hi when somebody else logs in and says hi to you, and offer help or just be social. Honestly, that's the best thing you could do for yourself and your server.
Yeah, I think
This is-
people forget that this is just as much like that. This game is just as much social as it is an actual game, or at least in my experience, it is. Because like if you're not like social or whatever, like no one is gonna give a fuck, because no one knows you. Like
Yeah.
I mean, someone's not gonna just randomly invite you to a fucking group that doesn't know you. I mean, that'd be
Right.
yeah. It shit ain't gonna happen.
When I transferred to this server, my first objective was to get into 8 link shells. Didn't matter which ones. That was my first objective. I don't know. I just think I think that's such a huge deal to me that to be social and yeah.
So you don't think you need like high population to have like a good community?
I don't
Or, well, I
think
mean,
so.
like you actually get like a more tight knit community and everything with a low pop, but like I feel like there's less people to go out there and see.
Yeah, I think that's the one big pitfall though is like we have a really tight knit community on Sarg, but it's also pretty clicky. Like
It is clicky. Well, it's natural to be clicky.
Yeah.
I mean, people are going to
No,
stick
it
to the
is.
people
It-
they
no,
have
it
the
is.
most
It
fun
is.
with, right?
So it's hard to break into like the social scene on Sark, but I think it's actually really good.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't know.
All right, I'll end my point. I'm sorry.
No,
that's-
No,
No,
you're good.
I agree.
Yeah, it's all good.
No, I agree. I wish that there were server transfers or server merges. I think
Right.
We
I think
can't
that'd be great.
server merge because
But-
of housing and
Next
PS3.
Next person.
Okay, yo,
PS3
here we
gotta
go.
move- we got to get this moving.
Yeah,
We've been
here we
going for a
go.
long
The
ass time.
single biggest issue with the community is arrogance. Fucking arrogance. I fucking hate it, man. When like, okay, get this. I will never fucking forget this shit, okay? I hate it when people, oh my God, they think they know it all. Like I'm speaking from experience because I'm an elitist asshole. I pull early. I'm a fucking villain. I got a cape in my closet. So I know what I'm fucking talking about. But the arrogance, man, people, they think they know what they're talking about, but they fucking don't. Like they're so ignorant. They're so ignorant. So, all right, here's a perfect example. All right, boom. I'm doing Titan Extreme, right? I'm doing Titan Extreme, and this is like, you know, way back in the day or whatever. And I'm pulling, and the other warrior, right? He's in Defiance, off tanking, and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing? How dumb is this guy? And so I drop Defiance, right? And I'm like, you know, I'm doing damage and shit. But he just keeps going. And he ends up ripping hate and like fucking gets mountain busted and dies. And he's like, why'd I rip hate? You're a bad tank. And I'm like, why the fuck are you in Defiance? And two words. He said 2 words to me. He totally crushed me. He said, Unchained, bitch. Woo! Just Unchained, bitch. That's
Man,
what he told me.
We've been named this podcast after it.
I did, because I'll never forget it. He was so cocky when he said it, just so degrading. Like, you fucking idiot. I'm in Unchained, you fucking retard. Higher DPS. It blew me away. It blew me away. And I'm thinking the whole time, I'm like, you know, if you drop
can you put the
Defiance,
trigger thing on?
you'd have a permanent Unchained.
Explain to everybody what Unchained is for some few people who don't actually play Warrior.
All right, so what Unchained does, for the few people that chose not to level the best class in the game, what it does is it removes the penalty from Defiance. So basically, you can tank and do full damage. Now, okay. So you know what, dude? This subject right now, man. Holy fuck, dude. I'm just fucking triggered. Okay.
You just triggered yourself.
So yeah, I just fucking triggered myself. And then okay, so he's doing Unchained, right? And he rips hate, and he dies, and he blames me. Like, what the fuck are you gonna say to that? Like, it's so like I am not a smart person, okay? I am not a smart person, but I cannot comprehend the level, the depths of stupidity that person had. Like, it was unreal. It was unreal. So, what's the biggest issue is fucking arrogance. Because you get that on like the forums, you get that in Duty Finder, you get that in Raid Finder, you get that in everything. And it's like, it's fucking annoying as shit. It's
People
salt
think
inducing.
they can't learn anything anymore, right? They act like they know everything.
Oh, my favorite quote of all time is, "You only have to hit positionals if you want to do more damage." Right? Does that not coincide with exactly what you're talking about?
We need to have another show, and we need to talk about how on certain times you shouldn't hit positionals because you don't want to do more damage, and on other times you should hit positionals because you do want to do more damage.
All right, who's next?
I have to agree with Zeno. Enough said.
Oh, that's a cop-out, man.
You can't
That
take
is a
mine.
cop-out.
You gotta say
We
something.
agreed before the show that everyone needs a unique
Dude,
answer to this.
I just agree so much with you that I can't
Okay.
even think of anything else.
Okay.
Like,
Yo, well,
it's just
how about
like-
this? We'll come back to you. How's that?
Who's left?
Biggest issue with the community. I don't know. What's the single biggest?
How do you feel about people who do casinos?
Oh, I
Oh.
don't care.
I don't care.
Okay.
They can do whatever they want.
I mean, you're talking to people that fucking sell runs and ask people to die, and so we can take their money.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
So
Yeah, if
Okay.
casino, I think
How
the
do you
good
feel
is
about
what-
people who complain about people who do sales?
well, those people suck,
They
and
don't
they're
know
too
anything.
bad at the
I don't
game to
care.
do sales. That's what I think.
It
But
sounds like they
I
didn't,
don't know.
make, they didn't make the cut for the
honestly
league
think
show.
I honestly think selling content is one of the coolest things.
Oh, I agree.
I do
think
too.
being able to use your skill to make skill to gill, I think it's just really, really cool. And there's a lot of arguments against it. People are like, yo, you should be helping them. Well, we are helping people. Who says that just because you're selling runs doesn't mean you're also not helping people? You'd be hard pressed to find, like we sell runs, but I think you'd be hard pressed to find people who help other people more than me and Zeno. So I don't know. I think that's a really poor argument. Another argument is people should earn the things that they kill. They shouldn't be able to just buy it. Well, didn't you just say you should help people for free? So why is it okay to help people for free and not make them earn it, but it's not okay to sell it to them, right? It's polarizing.
It kind of blurs the line, right? Because like people we know, or like, okay, so here's an example, right? Let's say you say this guy, right? And he's in like Party Finder, right? It's just day after day after day, and he's like, yo, fucking A2 learning or whatever, and he goes in and he gets his shit pushed in, and then the next day he's back in there again, and it's like cell block D just for 9 years, just constantly like shit getting pushed in, but he doesn't give up, right? He doesn't give up. He wants to kill that shit. I have so much respect for people that try and don't give up. That like those type of people, I will help them like 10 out of 10 times. I will fucking help them, man. But like it's like the people that think that they're like too good for other groups, and it's the people who put in literally no effort that I don't give a shit if I sell to or not.
That was my word was going to be was respect.
Okay.
Yeah.
The single biggest issue is, so
Wait, before we do that,
go ahead.
before we get off topic, because one person, Kappa Cooper Ross, says selling content promotes buying gil for RMT. I completely disagree. Well, I don't disagree with that statement, but I disagree with that being a reason why selling things is wrong. If RMT is not our job to police RMT, that is Square Enix's job. That is not our job. And if we have to change the way that we play this game because of RMT and say we shouldn't sell runs because it promotes RMT, well, we have already lost to RMT because we're playing this game differently than what we normally would because of RMT. So fuck that.
Yeah.
I disagree. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead. I just have to get that out because otherwise it'd be off topic.
yeah, I don't know. The reason I picked respect is because so many times you come across people that just hit the button once every 10 seconds. They're just doing whatever. Maybe have a button on macro. They just hit heavy shot 15 times in a row. And they just don't respect the players they play with. They lot on everything. They go slow. They feel like they're entitled to have everything. I don't know. It just feels like people forget sometimes that it's people behind the keyboard. They don't respect the people they play with. I don't know. That's my word.
Oh, that's good. I totally agree. Actually, it's very similar to what I was going to say. My biggest issue with the community is entitlement. People think they deserve everything. People always think about what they deserve. They think about what they get. They don't think about what they give. And the most I guess kind of like what you said. This more applies to the NA community. From my understanding of the JP community, I have no first-hand experience with this. I've just heard. But in the JP community, when someone enters a PF, their biggest fear is being a detriment to the party.
Yep.
That is their biggest fear. They do not want to fuck things over for the party. They will study the fight. They will practice their job. They don't want to be the reason why their group doesn't wipe. That is how, from my understanding, that's how JP works.
That's how the stories are
confirm or
told,
deny. I don't know if
That's mainly
actually,
what I hear. Yeah.
I don't know if someone on stream can confirm or deny it. Now contrast it to NA. Clear party. I enter a clear party. And Nidhogg clear party, early on, people are already talking about what loot they want. You haven't even cleared the fucking fight yet. Right?
Yeah.
You haven't even cleared the fucking fight yet. You're talking about what gear you want.
Or
and
what
also,
about people that need clears that join farm parties?
Yep.
Try and sneak by.
Yeah, they try to slippery dick their way into farm parties, and because they're trying to
Been
get
to the last
more,
days.
right?
Been to the last days.
And even from in a static level, you know, it's I need this gear to improve my DPS, but I won't practice or do research to improve my DPS. You know, technical play is the most limiting factor when it comes to a player's performance. But what are they focused on? Gear, right? It's like, oh, I don't want to meld because I just don't want. This isn't best in slot. I'm just wasting money. I don't want to meld this shit. But I need gear for more DPS, guys. You know, how is that not the most fucking polarizing thing ever? It boggles my mind. So, and I think
Man, materia costs money.
and it kind of back to what we said earlier is the motto for entitled people is I'm going to transfer to Gilgamesh because I deserve to play with the elite players. You know, I'm way better than my static, you know? Why don't you focus on how to make your static better? You know? Starting with yourself. You know? Instead of focusing on are these guys playing at my level, right? So yeah, that's my biggest issue, I think.
How many people have left your server and have gone to Gilgamesh like in the last month?
I don't know. A few at least.
Not that many.
Well, in
that we know.
A3 it was, well, during
Yeah,
A3 it was a
A3?
shit ton.
It was a
but
massive
like
shit.
now, Sarga's actually getting a lot of people. Like Sarga's like rebuilding his population
people
a
are coming
lot.
back,
Yeah, there's
yeah.
a shit ton of people on Sarg now in comparison to when it was. It's not quite as big as when it was before A3, but it's definitely getting back to where it was.
Yeah, A3. I just saw static on static leave the server, but now it seems like it's growing again, which is good.
Yeah, and when Gordius was happening in A3, they actually released, someone did like a transfer chart. Just like
Sark had the highest, I think, right?
Yeah, Sarg got
Yeah,
the
like
highest people of off, like they transferred off.
Yeah, like people transferring off of every server. Every server was negative for players except for Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh was up like 40 players a week or a day or however it was calculated, but every server was like hemorrhaging players.
Yep.
Around A3, it was fucking insane.
I remember that chart
guess I can
because
add
Sarg was on the lowest.
Yeah, dude, I remember. Like
I
that,
guess
like
I can add to this thing, but by the way, Zeno, I mean, if you would like
Yeah,
to.
go for it.
My single biggest issue with the community is I kind of have two. One's just a personal like pet peeve of mine.
It's not what's the words. It's what's the
Okay,
words.
what's the
Get
word.
one. One.
Okay. I'll just
I'm
do.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. You can do whatever you want.
Well, I'll just make a quick note. The single biggest issue I have with this community is how thin-skinned people are,
Oh yeah,
and,
true.
and that kind of
okay,
goes
yeah.
and that kind of goes with
They take no criticism.
yeah.
None,
it kind
none
of goes with
whatsoever.
entitlement. It kind of goes with entitlement. It kind of goes with everything everybody
It
said.
kind of goes with
but-
respect. Yeah, it's like we're all out. We're like all having, detailing a really shitty player. Basically, is what it sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, the thin skin is the worst thing I've ever encountered because I've played so many different MMOs, and I've always been very blunt with people. That's kind of how I get my point across, and that's how I help people get better. I always tell people straight up if they're doing poorly, and I'll back it up with information. But the thing is, I usually get to that first step where I tell someone they're doing poorly, and since I'm so blunt and I don't beat around the bush, they usually tell me to fuck off or they tune me out.
No.
And there's no way that they'll ever know what they're doing is wrong. Like I can tell you that playing Mage's Ballad 24/7 is lowering your damage, but if I like say it in the wrong way, you won't listen to me,
Yep.
and you'll never turn it off.
Can I chime into that?
Sure.
Like,
Yeah.
we missed a whole section about Crying Corner, and I had
the
this thing lined
crying
up.
corner.
I had this thing lined up, man, and it was basically just dealing with other people's emotional shit and baggage. And I'd rather, go into a raid and make the goddamn fight about getting the fight down and not having to deal with if this is a person that's going to get upset if I tell them, hey, you need to start doing this, or if I'm trying to correct them. Same thing is like I don't want them to come in and start saying, yeah, I'm feeling really bad. I got all this stuff going on with my life. I'm like, I don't care. Honestly, I just want to get Nidhogg down. And so, yeah, I completely concur that I just wish people would play the game to play the game.
Yeah. I agree.
It's good.
And-
Agreed.
And if I could drop one more thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay,
Fine,
one more
what's the
thing.
words?
Just
Asshole.
the other words I'd like to say is the single biggest issue I have for real though, and this is rating community and just general skill, is refusal to adapt. People just don't like to adapt to different strats or different, or better strats rather. Like there's so many people when I'm like raiding now. Well, I'm not really raiding, but when I moved to Sarg and I filled in for a few raids, a lot of people in A5, A7, they, and I won't name names, but they would refuse to like push boosts and refuse to push jails, even though if their DPS was there, they would refuse to like optimize or do strats that would make the fight easier. As you guys were saying, like more DPS is the best way to skip phases and shit. Like it's the best way.
Okay, sorry, continue.
Yeah, so I don't know, I feel like there's like a refusal to adapt there where they're kind of doing strats that were introduced earlier on in the tier, and they refuse to kind of learn a different way to do a fight or kind of see a fight through different eyes or even do research on different strats to either, in my case, push boosts or whatever the case may be.
I disagree with you personally. I think
Okay.
when it comes to optimization, like your mileage may vary. You know, some people don't care. Some people just want to beat the fight the way that they know, the way that they're comfortable with, right? Like if we clear it in one attempt doing it a suboptimal way, or if we can clear it in 5 attempts and learn the optimal way, it's there's no value to them, and you know, not everybody's the same and wants to optimize. Not everybody wants a big parse. Not everyone cares, right? So you can't impose that mentality on certain people, and you also can't criticize them for being that way. That's just how I feel. I'm on their side.
I think it might
I can agree
also
with that.
have to do with the group's mentality too, like the raid group as a whole, because it's difficult to raid with people that don't have the same raid mentality as you.
Yeah, it totally is.
So like I think it's just a little bit of both. Like I think it just has to do with like the majority of the group's mentality, because I know like that I've been in a similar situation. That I mean, it wasn't like, you know, it obviously wasn't like super bad or anything, but it was just a little bit frustrating at times because I seemed to be the only one that wanted to like optimize and stuff. But so I definitely think it has to do with like the group as a whole. Yo,
Next word? Okay, let's do
we
it.
go next word. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you got to pick a number between
That's
1
3
and
or 4.
Hold on.
Between 1 and 4,
Between
but it
1
can
and
only
4.
be 2 or 4.
It can only be 2 or 4.
We already
Wait,
did two,
no.
didn't we?
3 and 4.
3 and wait.
So pick
oh
a
yeah.
number between.
No. 3 and 4.
Oh my god! Why don't you just flip a coin, dude?
Wait, I don't have a coin.
No. Let's
Yo,
just
I
go
can
with
flip
3.
a brownie.
Yo, let's do 3. Let's do 3. Let's do
I'm
3.
already flipping the brownie, dog.
No,
Oh,
we're
my.
doing 3. Save
Okay.
4 for
Do you have
last.
the brownie,
I like
like-
Well,
four
you're
for last.
lucky because that's what it landed on sprinkles, and sprinkles was 3.
Oh, okay, thank
Alright.
God.
Yeah.
Good old sprinkle RNG always pulls through.
All right, this one's a good one. You ready for this?
All right.
Oh shit! I copied the wrong thing. Hold on.
There's gonna be a lot of
Blank
triggered face on this.
Triggers you the most.
Get your
Blank,
triggered face ready.
Oh, dude.
blank triggers you the most.
If you want to make Chet mad, you link him a stream of a Dark Knight playing Dark Knight and doing anything wrong. Me personally, watching someone play a class that I know how to play well, and they're doing something stupid and not using stuff triggers me. Nothing triggers me more than a no dark side Dark Knight. Ugh, that triggers me. No dark side Dark Knights. Oh, that drives me up the wall.
Fucking triggered.
Man, watch. Yeah, it's so hard to watch people play your main, and it's just like, did this guy seriously just give the other guy a spear? Oh shit!
How about
I think the most effective way to torture me, like if I was captured by terrorists and they're trying to get information out of me, the best way that they can torture me is to tie me to a chair and watch someone who sucks at Tetris play Tetris. That would trigger the shit out of me.
Like it just stacks it to the top, never getting a single point.
Oh my god. It would kill me.
And you look at their face, and you can see that they're trying and they're thinking, but they just place like a L completely upside down or something.
It's like,
You know
tell
what?
us your secrets now, or I'm gonna put this L block over that. Whatever.
You know what? You know what triggers me the most? Yo, I'll tell you what triggers me the most, right? Okay, fucking butcher's block combo.
Hey, that was
That-
mine.
Oh, was it? Okay,
No, it's all right.
sorry.
We'll just go with it. Go with it.
Okay.
It's fine. I'll
All right.
think of something
So
else.
butcher. Okay. So butcher's block combo, right? Okay. Let me explain why. Okay. I swear to God, man. I swear to God. There's so many people. There's so many people that go I block because they think that block is a DPS increase because it is a fucking DPS increase and. Oh my God! Block is only a DPS increase under very specific conditions. Very specific conditions. It is only a DPS increase. So you'll see warriors. They'll do I block and then they'll let I fall off, or they'll do I block then they'll switch targets. So now I's not on the new target that they're fucking hitting. Or they'll do I block during a tank swap because they're fucking retarded. Or they'll do I block when a paladin or dark knight is tanking, and they'll make the paladin or dark knight lose damage, but they
Lose MP if
yeah,
you're Dark Knight too.
Yeah, so basically the tank
For
DPS
two,
is now
yeah.
lower because the warrior is using I block instead of I. Whereas the warrior only loses 20 potency, a paladin loses like fucking 90, and a dark knight loses 20 on top of the 800 mana. So when you I block as a warrior nonstop, you're fucking up. You are fucking up. Like, you're losing damage. Every time you have to switch targets, you're losing damage when you I block. And whenever you have your potion up, if you don't triple I, you lose damage. And the reason why you lose damage is because to triple fell cleave with a potion, you want to use your fracture with your potion on, but you cannot do that if you go I, block, and then like potion, because then your I will fall off. So you need to go triple I, and then you fracture, and then you can like triple fell cleave. So like when warriors do I block, it fucking triggers me so much. I'm just like, oh my God, because now like obvious situations it's okay. So like if you're just hitting the boss and you're not going to need a tank swap, and you have a fucking, you know, a warrior tanking, or the warrior is tanking, then it's fine. But there are way more situations where I block is a DPS loss compared to when I block is a DPS gain. And that just fucking triggers
People don't
me
realize
so
that.
bad. Yeah, all they see is that it has 20 extra potency. Because you gain 10 from maim and you gain 10 from block, and they see higher potency, higher numbers. With that mentality, why even fucking put up maim? What's the point? It's lower potency. Just block all day. Yo, we got blocks for days. Bitches love blocks, you know? Just block for days, you know? But like that's so bad. It's so bad. I use like, I would say of all the combos I've ever used on warrior, 90% of them are I. Just because, like, well, when you're comparing it to I block, like 90% of them are I, because when you like to gain DPS from using I block is so subtle, like the DPS gain, and it's so specific that in most
You're more
cases
likely
it's
to
not even
screw it
worth
up.
it. Yeah, it's like when you do I, you're never wrong. You are never wrong with I. 100% accuracy, that's awesome. More I. But when you do I block, there's a very high chance that you're going to be wrong. So anyway, okay. So that's what
Someone else
triggers me.
go.
Right,
You bought.
Doc. Me? Okay. What triggers me the most is closed-mindedness. People are always set in their ways, and it's like, I think the earliest example, a battle that I fought for a very long time, and Xeno fought along my side, is the parry Vit Warrior. I fucking hated the parry Vit Warrior back in the day, and everyone was just like, parry's best in slot. Anyone who doesn't anyone who disagrees is an idiot. You'll never do Savage, or you'll never do raid content, and people didn't actually, it became consensus opinion because people kept perpetuating this idea that parry was great, and all it took was a few people who are smart in that to realize that passive mitigation sucks dick, and this process repeats itself over and over. Okay, fine, parry sucks, but you know what? Healers shouldn't do DPS. Healers should heal. All right, and then that turned into, okay, only scholars should DPS. White mage should never DPS. And then now the shit surrounding, my favorite class, Astro, is, White mage is a safer option than Astro. White mage is better for progression. Astro is better for farm.
Yep.
Shit like Astro is a weaker white mage but they have cards. These are the ideas that float around, and by a bunch of people who have zero experience on Astro, and they've just adopted that idea. It's like back in the day when people thought the Earth was flat. I mean, it made sense. The ground is flat, right? It made sense. And if you set the Earth, you know what? Maybe the Earth is round, guys. I have this theory, and it makes a lot of sense. Those people were shunned, and sometimes, we'll not get into that. But the point is, people are so set in their ways, they can't think outside the box. The outside the box thinkers are the people who make this community more intelligent. And if more people were able to do that, then I don't know, it'd be a better place. But that fucking triggers me when people just parrot other people's ideas.
I agree with you completely, man. I think that Astros could be in a lot better place if people tried to put Astros in a better place.
All right, Doc, what triggers you?
Besides Yoshi having a job.
What triggers you, Doc?
Celine only scholars.
Yeah, man.
Celine only?
Oh my
Yo,
god.
I'm on Team EOS with you. Team EOS.
So many people. Celine is garbage this tier. Just ever since the rework on her, she needs a rework, dude. She's just useless.
I think
EOS
people
just
play
brings so much to the table.
A lot of people play Celine because they don't want to micro their pet. Just set it and forget it, Put
Even
that shit
if
on
you
sick.
set up and forget EOS, she's still the better fairy.
Oh, I agree. I'm with you. EOS does all the healing in our group.
She probably does, actually.
EOS is just so fucking OP.
All right.
All right,
Good,
well,
everyone?
Last
no,
one?
You skip me, man.
All right, Frosty.
Oh, Frosty.
All
Yeah,
right.
go.
Shit.
Yeah.
Go.
All right, we'll stick to the healer thing going on. So I get triggered when a DPS stands in something, then dies, and then gets angry at the healer for not healing them.
Oh, that's
and
a good one.
I'll follow this up with a short story, and this is before I was healing, and when Kerr was healing with me. We were doing Shiva or something, and we had some black mage in the group, and there's no way that Kerr could have healed him up in time, plus kept the tank alive. He died, and then immediately after, he just started giving her shit constantly. He's like, "Why'd you let me die? We could have been done with this fight faster if you didn't let me die." Eventually, we kicked him out. 2 months later, this asshole comes back and says, "Hey, can I join your static?" I'm like, "Man, we had a really bad experience with you." He's like, "Yeah, man, I know. I'll go say sorry to her. But if she just healed me, it wouldn't have been an issue."
Oh, wow.
It's like, what
digging
the
that
fuck
hole.
kind of balls do you got?
Holy cow, dude. Ball
But,
that
yeah.
guy.
That's
You should
it.
have done it. You should have said, "Yeah, okay, I'll get you guys in a channel, and you can apologize." So and he goes, "Yeah, I'm really sorry, but you really should have healed me, just to see what would happen."
Yeah. Kerr would have fucking not uninstalled, probably. I don't know. That's stupid.
Yeah, I can't believe that,
I'm
dude.
triggered listening to your story.
Yeah.
The struggle's real, man.
But that's it.
All right.
Alright,
Last word.
Last topic?
This one's a really quick
I
one.
got one.
Super-
Hold on, hold
Okay, you
on.
got one? Okay,
I got
okay.
what triggers me the most. It's gonna be really good. I'm just gonna let it fly. I'm not gonna explain myself. PS4 players. On to the next word. Let's go.
What?
What?
PS4 player? You mean
I played some
PS3?
No,
really
yeah, I'm
good
kidding, I'm
PS4
kidding, I'm kidding.
players.
Oh,
I'm kidding.
okay. You just
No,
wanted a riot.
PS3,
I see.
PS3 support. PS3
Okay,
support
okay.
needs to get done with. Seriously, like
This,
PS.
Oh my god! I hit the home key. Oh fuck! How do I?
Hit the back button.
Oh shit! Wait, what? I accidentally hit home. How do I go back?
Click the link from earlier in Mumble. Scroll up on the left side.
Yo, for all those people in the stream that are really pissed off, that was Al Useless who said that. I don't know
Yeah.
how he got into this mumble.
Yeah, hasn't he
he
been
just
out
kinda
of this
snuck
entire
in.
conversation almost the entire show?
He's waiting for his moment, dude.
Yo, I legit hit
I'm
the
a
home
special
key and I don't know how to. I don't have the top of my bar is gone. How do I fix it, please? Assist.
F11.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I hit. It wasn't home. It was F11. I don't know. Anyway, okay, sorry.
I think
All right.
100 people left because of me.
Yep.
All right, so
Don't worry,
All
guys.
just
You
left.
won't be in the show again.
Damn.
I'm kidding.
oh my god.
Wow.
Listen, man, I'm a special guest. Okay, I'll expect it. Me and Frosty are gone next week. Or
What are you
whenever
talking
he is
about?
this
I'm in
again.
a
Next
permanent
time.
spot here, man. It's a
Yeah.
5-minute show
Buster's a
now.
huge hit.
Yeah,
Everyone
get
loves
outta here.
him.
All right. Last topic. Last word. Are you guys ready for this? This is
I'm ready.
This is going to be a very competitive topic. This is serious business. This topic right here is the epitome of in-game. The epitome. You cannot get more in-game than this. And here's what it is.
It's the end of Endgame.
This is the end of Endgame. This is what you do when you beat the game. The best glamour item is blank.
Okay.
Hold up. Let me open up my spreadsheet.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you.
Yo, everyone in
Spreadsheet.
chat, shout out what is the best glamour item? One item.
I'm gonna
right
tell
now,
you
go.
what my favorite glamour item is.
I agree. I know what you're gonna say.
I know you know what I'm gonna say, and the best glamour item in the fucking game is the academic cap that scholars get.
Oh,
Best fucking glamour, the academic cap.
kidding
Yo, can we get some scholar
Dude,
backs in the
it's-
chat,
Are you
yo?
crazy? It's the second coil turn 9 tank coat.
oh man,
my
that
gosh.
is by far the most popular answer in chat right now. Everybody is
Well,
like,
because-
hi elegant, hi elegant, hi elegant.
It's the freaking best. And the only thing that they did, they made it so you could dye it. So somehow they took something that was perfect and they made it more perfect. Hands down. My character will forever wear that coat.
The Strum
Till the game
disagrees.
dies.
Are you seeing all these graduates right now? Yo, we got a strum full of graduates, dog.
They're just trolling. It's
I'm gonna go
T9.
with Butcher's Crown. How do people know? How are people supposed to know that you're the best and you're not wearing the crown? Butcher's Crown. I
Man,
rock
it
that
looks-
shit
it
till the
looks
day I
really
die.
shitty.
All right, what's your favorite glamour item, Doc?
Oh, the tank chest from T9, even though I
Yeah,
never got
all
it.
right. Yeah, that's right. Xanther stole that shit for his level 14 warrior, dude.
It's a retainer, dude.
It actually pissed me off quite a bit.
What's yours,
I
Doc?
actually logged off the game.
Do you wanna-
to play for the rest of the night?
Do you wanna change your answer to what triggers you?
Oh my god, Xanther triggers.
Xanther stealing your gear.
Xanther triggers you?
Oh,
Yo, where's
Xanther's
Xanther right now to be relishing in his victory he achieved like 2 years ago?
See, I got triggered very easy, but then I'm
Holy
like
cow,
one of those
Betos
fellow
is
people.
spamming the
Yo, can
Diddler
you?
cap. Look at
you fuck
Betos
off,
going
Betos?
ham.
Oh, Doc's triggered.
All right, Frost, what's your favorite glamour item?
Man, you gotta have to know. It has to be the Mog Helm, man. There's
The
nothing
Mog
better than
Helm.
it. There's
Oh.
nothing better than a
Mog
Mog
Helm.
Helm, man.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, actually. Someone said the Spriggan cap. I think that's pretty sweet too.
My best
The
piece of
Spriggan
glamour-
cap.
Dude, I got it. Best piece of glamour. The fucking flippers.
Okay, Al, what's your favorite piece of glamour?
The
What's my? Oh my god.
What's the best piece, man?
PS3
Who cares? He's
limitations.
lethal. You can't really see it anyway.
Oh my god! Come on, man.
You can't see it
Yo,
unless you like zoom in.
all right, me and Xena were having a fight about this. Who wore it first? The fucking World of Darkness monk hat with the fucking bandana.
The
flying out the
bandana?
back.
Oh, bitch!
That shit
don't
is
act
fucking
like,
awesome.
Like you're the only person on this server who's allowed to wear it.
I'm just saying.
You did
it's
not
the best
invite
glamour
that.
item.
Or you didn't
that's
invent that.
that's my answer. But I'm saying I wore it first.
But who worked
Hey,
best?
yo,
Oh,
I
you're right,
got
you're
I
right.
got the first high Allegan test in this server, but
Oh,
I
is
don't
that
know.
why it's like old news to you? Is that what you're telling me?
no, I still think it's beautiful. But
Oh, shit.
now everybody has it.
I
so
just
it's not
I
cool
just
anymore.
remember Zeno and Mumble when they showed that Turn 9 tank coat. I think he might have had an orgasm
I
when he
did.
saw that.
I did.
I just remember
Dude,
that
I
moment in
wrote.
Mumble.
Dude, I wrote
It was
a
fucking
whole.
sick, though.
I wrote a whole story on when I got that tank coat. I wrote a whole story. Do you want me to read you the story? Can I
You still
read?
have that?
Yeah, can I
great.
read you a story? Can it be
Yeah.
story time for a second?
Yeah. All right. Story time.
All right. Okay, now. Okay, we're about to enter RP territory. Okay. All right, is that cool? So
All right.
everybody, look around. We're all friends here. We all like to RP. Just get it out. It's like when you admit to your best friend that. Yo, did you guys hear that? Holy shit, that was
Is that
terrifying.
thunder?
Yeah, that's thunder. Oh, that was terrifying. Okay, anyway, so it's like when you admit to your best friend, "Hey, man, I jack off too." It's cool. So now that now that we got that out of the way, all right, I kept this. Okay.
Wow.
All right, here we go. As the heroes watch the wicked Nail Deus Darnus turn into ash and fade in the wind, they are overwhelmed with a feeling of dread. Oh, it is setting the mood. Yo, this is dope. Yo, all right. They look around the battlefield and notice it has changed and the true landscape is a barren wasteland smothered in misery. Malevolent energies begin to gather and swirl around, forming toxic spires. The heroes stand fast and prepare for battle. The dark matter forms into a demonic silhouette and lets out a spine-chilling howl. The entity screams, "Do you think it would be that simple? I am endless, eternal. You fools cannot even begin to fathom the depths of my power." Desperately, using all of her life force, Nail begins to channel a devastating blast attack with her claws. The party focuses and gets ready for combat. They have been through countless battles and made the most powerful of tyrants fall before them. However, this foe is by far more powerful than any before. Okay, here. Oh, shit. Yo, this storm alert right now. Hold on. It's about to go off.
Do you have to like evacuate or something?
I don't know. Okay, I think it's going to go off. But anyway, okay. All right, here's where it starts to get intense. All right. Xenosis, combat savant with great wisdom, realizes that this attack will decimate anything it touches, and he decides right then and there that someone must make the sacrifice. He closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. He knows that his defiance proves him with enough vitality to embrace this blight and have a chance of survival. His instincts begin to take over, and he must protect what matters most, life, for above all else he is a protector. His eyes open wide, and he lets out a ferocious battle roar. A wave of powerful energy surges out of him and pushes the party back with immense force. He looks back at them for a split second, almost as if saying goodbye. He quickly unsheathes his mighty great axe, the Conqueror. You remember that shit? The Conqueror?
I remember that.
Yeah, dog. Okay, the Conqueror who has brought ruination to all those who have felt its wrath. He dashes forward with great speed and power. The party is in shock and shouts for him to stop. Xenosis is immensely focused on his target, and nothing will break his concentration. He can feel the world-shattering power from Nail's attack emanating. He ponders to himself, even through death, will my life force be enough to absorb such a cataclysmic attack? Humph! That's the thrill of battle! Approaching Nail with intense speed and strength. Xenosis becomes infuriated, and his rage takes complete control. His mind has now been pushed beyond the point to govern his anger and fury. Now unchained, there is no emotion. He goes berserk from an eternal release of pure wrath, taking a brutal swing towards Nail. This heavy swing maims her dark matter into nothingness, and Nail's silhouette shatters like glass. However, her energy blast explodes into a wave of annihilation and spirals out extremely fast, creating a maelstrom of energetic winds of woe. Xenosis takes the full impact of the explosion and is inside the storm's eye, fighting for his life. The heavy swings in gravity and the skull-sundering pain are putting Xenosis on a divine, omnipotent butcher's block, fracturing every thought. This begins to awaken a slumbering monster deep inside of him. His roar... Oh, shit. His roar drowns out the sound of the horrifying wind spiraling around him. Filled with pain and sorrow, his wrath cleanses the dread, and the inner beast awakens. Dark, violent, and black rays of gloom burst from his eyes and mouth as he screams. His body starts to absorb the melancholy cage of wind surrounding him. How long is this? Okay, we're almost done. We're almost done. It's almost over. We're almost done RPing. Yeah, I wrote this. Yeah. Okay.
When?
Wait a minute. Where are we at? Okay. The sorrow and woe being consumed fuel the anger deep within. This level of hatred is the ignition malevolence needs to take complete control. The storm subsides, and the party stares with great worry and curiosity at their friend. Xenosis does not emerge from the great tempest. Another being is in his place. Massive amounts of hate and oh my, what is that? Massive amounts of hate and mean word pulsate from this entity. This is when I put on the coat, by the way. This is when I equipped the coat. You know, okay. The man stands up and horror spreads throughout the air. Animosity is as powerful as gravity now, and the party stares at what used to be their trusted comrade. The man turns around and faces the party with no knowledge of anything but bane and destruction. The party's trusted friend has given his life for them. However, it came at a cost. That entity that stands before them is no longer Xenosis. He is now the Nemesis. Dun dun dun.
Yeah, dude. Holy shit.
I wrote that. I was so excited when I got the drop, dude. I wrote that.
Let's go down for like 5 days or something.
You know what's funny is this was the stream's not gonna believe this. This was not pre-scripted for Zeno to bust out that story.
No, dude. No one heard about it, dude.
I didn't know you wrote that story.
Yeah, dude. I wrote
Yeah, I
about it,
don't
dude.
even really remember what the topic was.
Best glam writer.
I'm gonna change my answer from the scholar helmet to the turn 9 tank coat. I'm changing my answer.
Wow, we got 3 people in a turn 9 tank coat.
Majority
Damn,
wins.
it's
Hey,
that
look,
good.
majority.
It's that good. It's
If you
beautiful.
combine the Bog Helm and the Turn 9 tank coat, it actually looks really good.
Snuggle remembers that I was writing it. Man, I fucking didn't think I'd read that on stream. Now I'm
No, good. I'm proud
I'm
you
a
did,
little
man.
embarrassed.
No, man, it was good.
Oh, dude.
I have an RP stream actually coming up in a couple of weeks.
Oh, dude.
Oh
if
my
you have an
God.
RP
Oh,
stream,
man.
you need to invite
No.
2 people, Doc and Al.
Oh my god.
I'm completely out of that one. Don't
Al
even,
RPs
I won't even be watching.
all the time.
Oh man,
He's
you-
with that.
You got me.
What's her name? Cutie Elf? Or what's her name?
Oh my god,
It's not an ERP stream.
dude, you're blowing me up.
Elf Head?
yeah.
Or what's her name?
Wow, why are you so ashamed of your hobbies?
Dude, you're blowing me up on stream, dude. This is supposed to be a podcast, not a fucking blow me the fuck out and then make me an RPer stream.
Hey, hi, man, it's okay.
Why aren't you comfortable in your own skin, dude?
Dude, I am. Don't worry, man. Anyway, is that the last
Moving
one?
on.
Yo, that's it, man.
Is that a word?
All right.
All right.
Any final words, final
Any
thoughts,
closing thoughts?
before we shut this?
Yeah, does anyone have
we
a
shut it
shout out?
down?
Yo, we got shout outs?
This was a 4.5 hour podcast. I just like to say.
I didn't expect it to go this long, but
Hey, man.
I could talk about shit all day.
Yeah, this is what happens post raid. These are all topics we've discussed before post raid. We just said, hey, Maybe people want to listen to us go on massive rants about stupid stuff.
Yeah, I think it was good. And thanks, for bringing me on. Definitely shout out to you, man.
Oh,
Yeah,
no problem,
thanks for
man.
coming.
Yeah, thanks for coming,
on
dude.
such short notice.
You have me on your show all the time. I don't even know if this show is ever going to come back, but hopefully
This
it
is
does.
like a pilot project, but
Yeah.
we just decided to have some fun with it. So I had a ton of fun.
No, it was lots of fun. I mean, I didn't even realize it's been like 4.5 hours.
Yeah, dude.
I know, right? Time flew.
Shit, I gotta work tomorrow.
My bad, dude.
Yeah, so, Bach, you have any shout-outs, man?
Shoutouts? Shoutouts to, you know what? Shoutouts to my old static. I really miss those guys. So, Faith, Jerry, Zerson. Sorry, I called you Jerry first. So yeah, Zerson, Crix, Tampa, Lena, X, Kawaii, and Kilye. They make me love the game again. So, shoutouts to them.
Chet, you got any shout-outs, man?
Shout out to my boys playing Diablo right now. They're not watching the stream. They're still playing Diablo. It's good. It's all good.
Man, I never got the opportunity, but I'm going to pretend that you said something really elitist, Bach, and I'm going to give you this Asian hat because, like, Asians aren't really elite. I'm going to give you this. I'm going to give you this Asian hat because I'm apparently racist at this given time. So,
Wow, what? You told me you wouldn't do that. What the fuck, dude? Oh.
Doc,
Looks
you
good.
got any
Just
shout-outs,
covering my
man?
Got any shout outs, Doc? Got any shout outs to your homies on Leviathan?
I'm back. What's happening?
Oh my God, dude.
You have
We're-
any shout outs, Doc?
The
We're closing out right now. You
podcast
have any
is, dude,
shout-outs?
it's closing, man. This is closing. It's closing time. You got any shout-outs, man?
No shout outs? No.
Yeah, dude, everybody from G, Circa Trap Parties, all that good stuff. And, everybody that, all the good stuff. Let's just say, the spaghetti is good.
What about you, Al?
All right, yo.
You shouting out Angry Elf?
Dude, shout out to Angry Elf. Shout
my.
out to Gilgamesh, even though I fucking left. Fuck you guys. Shout out to, I guess some people on Leviathan I still find cool, like Spross. If he's still in here, you're pretty cool. Anybody else who's looking for a tank on 8?
Wow, shameless plug.
Hey,
this
I'm
guy.
looking for a tank on AA, but I'm a
Dude, I left Gilgamesh. It was actually really bad.
Well, you could
timing.
queue up in Raid Finder, dog.
Yeah, man, I guess so.
Yeah, it's
Funny-
awesome.
Well,
Yo, prove the show wrong.
Awesome.
Prove the podcast wrong. Make Raid Finder great again.
It's funny you say that. It's funny you say that. I'm helping a group on Gilgamesh next week and the following week in Raid Finder.
What
Because
if
I'm
you get
missing
into
the
the wrong
warrior.
group, though?
Man,
Dude, well, it's 7 out of 8. I
just
think
kidding. I'm
no
just
one's gonna
kidding.
keep it.
raiding with another
Yeah.
group on another server, what a mess.
Oh my gosh, please.
What kind of mess
How
is
many
it, man?
times
What
can
kind
you
of
make
mess?
that pun?
Dude. Yo, my shout out.
Yo, my shout out is to the Twitch chat, dude.
God,
Hell yeah.
no. My shout outs are to my best friends, the guys I raid with, man. Frosty, Al, and Twitch chat. I love Twitch chat. Twitch chat is love. Twitch chat is life. I dream about Twitch chat. When I'm dreaming, it doesn't matter what dream I'm having. On the right side of my periph, I have chat scrolling, and you guys are in there. I dream of all of you every night.
Every
night.
emotion. When you express emotion, when you dream, does your head change into the different Twitch emotes?
Yes, yes. Whenever I want to type back on chat, like whenever I'm like creeping on somebody or something, like my forehead and like ears and shit disappear, and it's just straight up face, dude.
Oh, it's a Xeno creep?
Yeah, dude. Just straight up face, man. Yo, all right, well, yeah, thanks everybody for being on the show. Had a lot of fun. We'll have to do this again sometime.
Yeah, this was a lot of fun.
For sure.
It If we
Yeah.
ever do it again, though, we need to trim these questions. Like, we could have cut all those topics down into like 3 or 4 shows.
That's true.
Yeah.
We just wanted to do whatever, man. You know.
Hey,
I
this
mean,
is the
keep it
first
moving.
time we learned.
No, I get it.
Al, you need to calm your tits, bro. Calm
Dude,
down.
I'll count my tits tonight when we're European.
Oh.
Damn, save that.
Yo,
for
is
later.
Oh my God.
Is Angry Alf in chat right now, man?
I
Is
think
she
she
in
is.
chat? Angry Alf?
I think so.
Oh
Yo, You want to
my.
hear something while the stream is still going?
What?
So, speaking of dreams, I had a.
Oh, we don't need to hear your
All right, so
dreams.
I'm gonna end the stream. I'm gonna end
End it
the
on
stream.
this right after. Yeah.
It's about Titan in 14.
Yo,
Man.
BRB, I gotta end this.
All right.
Okay, yo. All right. So, I haven't streamed on a Sunday in a really long time, a very long time. I think like a year. But this was like a pilot. This was the first podcast that I had anything to do with helping, like, I guess, like structure or design or even running. But I appreciate everybody coming out. I really hope that you had a good time. My goal was to make this as close to a stand-up comedy, a metal show, and a lecture as I possibly could. So hopefully that was fulfilled. I had a lot of resubs in the chat. Thank you guys so much for that. Sorry I didn't specifically call out names, but I definitely see it, and I had a lot of follows too. So let's see. That's it. I hope you enjoyed it. My plan is to stream tomorrow. I will be on tomorrow normal time. So you guys take care. Have a good night. Peace.